1. If I die, Cho can't cover you. Konoha 9 years. That is, in the 8th year of Sand Shinobi, in Sunagakure, one of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, it is different from the tree-lined trees that carry the handle in the ninja world. There is sand everywhere, and the houses look like bunkers. Inside a large bunker-style room, the room was full of people, and all the high-level people from Sunagakure were there, looking sadly at the pale, half-dead middle-aged man lying on the big bed in the middle. Everyone knows that this great man who once rescued the surviving ninjas in the desert by himself, founded Sunagakure, and Ninja Shura. Uchiha Madara for Mazii, even though he lost the duel in the end, won. The great man of Mazii, first Kazekage Ryado-sama, is about to pass away. Although this one is not as fierce as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, but in the land of wind and everyone in Sunagakure, his status is higher than that of Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas who ended the troubled times. After all, Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas, is that. The people of Konoha, it's also Konoha's business, it's none of their business. Uncle, don't worry, go on your way. Ancho, I will take care of you. If you are lonely down there, remember to ask me for your dreams, and I will burn you a few buddies that are even better than Ancho. Miss, go down and accompany you, ouch. Just when everyone was devastated, a 5-year-old little boy with pale blonde hair in front of the hospital bed looked at the middle-aged and elderly people on the bed with sadness, and tried to hold back a few tears of 1982. He said with a heartbroken expression, but halfway through, a beautiful young woman with a brunette-haired little boy of about 3 years old who was holding a crying brunette, patted the dog's head. However, he did not dispel his heartbroken mood. Instead, he covered his dog's head and looked at his uncle who was about to die on the hospital bed. He sighed silently and was angry. You said that you are good enough to be able to have a fart with Madara, the dance master of the ninja world. Although they are not male protagonists, they are also female protagonists. Hashirama is not the kind of person who competes with others. There are many ways to flirt with girls. It really can't be delayed for a few years and wait until the labor and capital grow up and teach you both hands. Isn't it okay? It's destiny, Uchiha Madara can't take it away. Well, I have to kill myself and want to show my muscles in front of the girls, and run to fight with the dancers. Isn't this too long for life? His name is Shinto. In his last life, he didn't know if he helped grandma to cross the road too much. He just slept like this when he got home from get off work, and woke up to find that he had crossed the road. He became a little baby, and he still traveled to the world of Hokage, but these are not the point. The point is that after 2 or 3 years of understanding the surrounding environment, he found that he had actually traveled to the world of Hokage. The hardest, in Sunagakure, the village with the best supporting role. Isn't this a joke? Which other people to cross is not crossing to Konoha, Pink Eye or Cataract, or it is passed on to Senju family to plant trees or something, crossing Sunagakure. What can I do? Gold Rush, _ Although his biological father, the elder brother of first Kazekage, who is the head of the hospital bed in front of him, has an unknown name and an unfortunate age, he is also considered to be a famous queen of the Kingdom of Wind, but Sunagakure is Kishimoto to set off Konoha. Is it good to be prosperous and strong? Sunagakure. He is ignorant, as far as his memory seems to be a special puppet art and a magnet-style bloodline. There is no bloodline that can get a face, and the puppet art is similar to the magnet style. Although it's quite famous, it doesn't have the ability of Pink Eye and Wood style to compete with one another. And neither the puppet technique nor the magnet style has a good end in the history of Sand Shinobi. Let's not talk about it, let's talk about the uncle in front of him. The person who has survived the troubled times and established the ninja village is definitely in strength. Nothing to say, magnet style is much stronger than the third Kazekage, who was later known as the strongest wind shadow in history. As a result, he went to a duel with the dance master Madara and was seriously injured by K. He won the beauty, but he also fell into the root of the disease. About to burp. As for this first Kazekage, it looks like he is almost on his 60th birthday. As his older brother, he must be older than him. Why is he only 5 years old? He doesn't know. Maybe the two brothers actively responded to the late marriage, the call for late childbirth. I didn't see that Joe, the flower of the second ninja world, was only in his 20s, and this dear man on the bed is already in his 50s, ****. Hey. The young brother next to the beautiful young woman gave her the nickname Ebizo, Ba. He's not old yet, so he should be called Hai Zhang. Hai Zhang looked at the little boy with blonde hair covering his dog's head and sighed helplessly. This kid usually has a big heart. The tree between sea? That's your uncle. The dear uncle who brought you up with shit and urine since you were a child. Although it sounds very touching, but now is the time to say this. Shinto, this kid really has nothing to say. Although his crazy mouth is a bit cheap, he is really filial to Shode. It goes without saying that Shode brought him up since he was a child. It's so touching, let me cry for a while. Oh. The surrounding Sunagakure executives were moved, and their Shode relatives were still standing beside Josamo like a naive little kid, crying endlessly, and he couldn't even say goodbye to his father. This nephew had already thought about the future. I'm going to burn the little sister down for my uncle. Really? Xiao moved God. Ahem, you don't have to do it, miss. Shinto, you are a good boy. After your uncle is gone, you need to help your uncle protect the village when you grow up. Lido on the bed looked at his eldest nephew, who was full of feces and urine. He couldn't help coughing twice. His chest heaved violently. He felt relieved and also showed a trace of worry. Born and brought up again, he really doubted whether it was his eldest brother's seed. It doesn't matter if the hair color is wrong, he and his elder brother both have dark brown hair, and his elder sister-in-law's hair is black. How could he have a golden hair? But it's all a little thing. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, two brothers, isn't there a black one and a white one? The most important thing is that this kid's temperament has nothing to do with his honest big brother, gentle and graceful sister-in-law. Since childhood, because he was covered by his first Kazekage in the village, he hangs around all day, and is crazy and arrogant. Dare to say, everyone will be confronted? Lidu looked at this boy helplessly. I can't cover you if I die, Cho, asterisk. 2 Wow. Lion fruit is here. Don't worry, uncle. I will definitely protect the village in the future, woo woo. This time Shinto doesn't need to brew his emotions. Seeing Lido struggling to speak, tears can't stop flowing down. To be honest, although he traveled with the memories of his previous life, he was still a little milk baby. That cheap old man just met him once, and the old woman who gave birth to him probably has a deep relationship with his dead ghost dad. After the news that the dead ghost was on the street, he also went down to make an appointment that night. So he was brought up by Lido since he was a child. Lido is still quite competent. Even if he is married and has a son, his name is still written on the family inheritance, but his son is not written, which is now Incho, the name of the little boy who was also crying beside him. That is to say, the family will be up to him in the future. Maybe it's because Cho's family is also a wealthy family in the country of wind, and Cho has always been the one to talk about, so Lidu thinks that even if he dies, his son can inherit the family from Cho, so he passed his family to Wufa. Motherless nephew. At this point, he praised the legendary first Kazekage in the legendary original book, which was on camera for a few seconds, and his uncle praised him. What a great person. Except for the brain show, he was looking for a girl. Except for Madara's one-on-one challenge, there is really nothing wrong with the others. And the relationship between their uncle and nephew is also very good, that is, in the eyes of others, they look like they love each other as a family. Although he has read the original book, he knows that Lido, the first Kazekage, is going to hit the street, even if he is mentally prepared. Now he looks at Lido. This uncle is also very uncomfortable. Samina, the village will ask you from now on. Lietu on the hospital bed saw the appearance of his eldest nephew, and he looked at Joe with a little bit of relief and a dragon tattooed on his head. He was about to succeed him as second Kazekage, and asked. Don't worry, Shode. I will inherit your will to protect the village, Carrot. The shaman with the dragon tattooed on his head also wet his eyes with tears. As Lidu's personal bodyguard, he is Lidu's die-hard loyal. Even if he has experienced the troubled times and is used to seeing life and death parting, the Sramana feels a colic in his heart. After hearing the boss's dying entrustment, he resisted the tears and nodded solemnly. Cha. After entrusting his younger brother, Lidu finally looked at his wife and children affectionately, began a series of affectionate confessions, and finally closed his eyes peacefully in the sad eyes of everyone. Following the example of Konoha to end the turbulent times of the country of wind and establishing a ninja village, first Kazekage, who made outstanding contributions to the peace of the ninja world, has completed the last journey of his life. The death of first Kazekage fierce fighting is a big event for the ninja world. One of the 5 giants of the ninja world, Leto is still Sunagakure's talker, but for the ninja world, the death of first Kazekage did not have much impact, even if it was Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure, the 2 big ninjas not far from Sunagakure. If there is an idea in the village's heart, it must be endured. Now the shinobi world is dominated by the Konoha family. Although the heroine Uchiha Madara has been smashed by Senju Hashirama, the peace-loving Senju Hashirama is still alive. It is rumored that some time ago Senju Hashirama was seriously injured when he was piking with his beloved, but the god of ninja is the god of ninja. Even if he was seriously injured, no one dared to pull out the tiger's beard. He has been beaten many times, but he is the one who dares to bring the tailed beast to auction. The ghost knows that this kind of gossip is not accurate. Therefore, with Senju Hashirama pressing on it, the major ninja villages sent letters to express their condolences for the death of first Kazekage Lidu. There was no major action in each village. Except for the first generation of Konoha who is still alive in the village, the first generation of the other 4 ninja villages have collectively rested for a while. Thinking of the people here more than one side that Konoha is really a good place to raise people. The death of first Kazekage is of course a grand funeral. As a great man of the land of winds, the villagers who went to Sunagakure on the day of the burial came to see Leto off, and Shinto, the eldest nephew of Leto, said so. The legitimate heirs of the wealthy family of the land of winds naturally followed Cho, Kaizo and other high-level people to see the legendary name of the land of wind. Sunagakure has just been established this year, and it is not as famous in the land of wind as it was after losing the 3 major wars decades later. There is no prestige in front of him. The current Sunagakure is the highest combat force of the Kingdom of Wind. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind, who has no military power, is now greeted with a smile in front of Cho, Kaizo, and others, even when they see the vacuum. The little boy who was a little over 5 years old and the future Sasori's father, a little boy over 3 years old, was also bending over to speak. Just kidding, even though Lidu is dead, he still lives in the hearts of this generation. His influence is something he can carry. One is the eldest nephew brought up by first Kazekage, and the other is the son of first Kazekage. If the daimyo of the land of winds dares to hold his head high as usual, the ghost knows whether there will be a night attack on the daimyo by the villagers. After the burial of first Kazekage, Sunagakure really entered the era of Samina. Although Samina looks a little unattractive, and the tattoo is tattooed on his head and its influence is beautiful, but as a person who has inherited the will of the big brother, although he does not have Senju Tobirama such a talent for internal affairs, but at least there is no trouble with the help of Cho and Kaizo. However, this has nothing to do with Shinto, a 5-year-old brat. For the past few days, he has been shutting himself up in his room and has not been wandering around like before. Joe and others thought it was because he was too sad, and it hasn't recovered yet. And at this time, the vacuum is staring at the table in front of him in his own room, staring at the table, staring at. The feeling is coming. Slowly stretch out a finger and point on the table in front of you, holding your breath. Then the table slowly floats up in the air as if it loses its weight. FK. Lion fruit is here. This is going to be released. Sigma, A. Slowly controlling the table floating in front of him, Shinto's eyes burst into two gleams, his mouth had reached the base of his ears, and his saliva couldn't stop flowing out. Asterisk. 3 Young Kaizo, our sand shinobi is about to take off. He was still strange before, look at the time-traveling males in other people's novels, which of them are not added by the parental death system, but when they came to him, the basic condition of the death of both parents was met, but since I beat him since I can walk, I go blind every day in Sunagakure, and I will fight every time I meet everyone. I have tried all the ways to activate the system that I remember in my mind, except to offend the old men in the village who don't poop. Aside from that, I haven't seen any sign-in system activated, and there is a point system for people. From birth to the present, apart from having a great body and eating mamak, he has not found any other specialties. This time, he was quite disappointed. It stands to reason that since God has let him pass through, even if there is no system that is arrogant, how can you give him a means to save his life? But for several years, no matter how he tried, there was no sound of the legendary system prompt, that is, because there was an uncle of first Kaze cage covering him, otherwise it was destiny that he could live without being squatted in the grass. But just a few days ago, when Lidu's uncle passed away, it was probably because of his excessive sadness. Suddenly, there was something in his body that he couldn't tell. Looking at the big sarcophagus containing Lidu, he had a feeling that could easily make it float. But he was in no hurry to try it. He knew that he was quietly hiding in the room in the few days after Lido's funeral, trying to try it out. Is his man's sixth sense real? I didn't expect that this man's sixth sense really didn't lie to him. It's actually the ability of lion fruit in one piece, carrot. As for why he can be sure that it is lion fruit's ability and not something else or Sunagakure's traditional bloodline limit magnet style. That's even simpler. What magnet style can control is related to metals, such as iron sand and gold sand in the sand, and to control them, their own weight is still there. The table floating in front of him really lost its weight under his control, and he has seen One Piece a lot. He naturally understands the lion fruit ability of the legendary Great Pirate Golden Lion. Flying is only a basic operation. Controlling all the non-living objects that you touch will be awesome class. It is simply an advanced version of the magnet style of Sunagakure. Then the problem comes again. Since the lion fruit ability has come, so is it possible that those ghosts' haki, sword energy will also follow? While controlling the table floating in front of him, the vacuum touched his chin and pondered, lion fruit, though, if it was developed like the golden lion in One Piece and waved a few lion heads, it would be really impressive, but as we all know, this lion fruit is good for clearing small soldiers, but its power is insufficient in high-end battles. Otherwise, the golden lion in One Piece doesn't need to practice kendo to the great swordsman to increase the damage. So, he thought that since lion fruit's abilities have come, maybe he can really practice that kind of haki and kendo. Maybe this thing is like a template, maybe God doesn't have it. Give him to the system, but give him a template of a legendary pirate golden lion. The late-stage combat power ceiling of the Hokage world is very high. After all, even alien creatures have come out, but the human body in this world is incomparable with the body of the One Piece world. Even if the third Raikage, the 10,000 enemy who played his body to ultimate, was exhausted to death by 10,000 rock shinobi, there is really no such a great king in the world of One Piece who will be exhausted to death. He is 70 years old. Pluton really can swim from Sabayati to East Blue. Thinking of the large lion heads in his left hand in the future, and the sword chi that slammed into the sky when he waved his right hand. Just thinking about it, Shinto's saliva flowed down again. Carrot, carrot. Shinto, the ninja school will be established tomorrow, my sister will let you, FK. You, this is magnet style, Sigma, A. Clang. Just when Shinto fell into his infinite longing for the future, the voice of young Heizo came from the door, breaking the beautiful picture in his mind. I saw young Haizang standing at the door in a stunned manner, his mouth wide open looking at the picture in front of him. What did he see? A mahogany table floats in the air in front of Shinto. Isn't this magnet style? But the most important thing is that this kid is only 5 years old and more than 6 years old. Magnet style awakened at such a young age? I also didn't see a knot on his hand, and it seemed different from the magnet style he knew. Isn't the magnet style only able to control objects containing metal? This table is not metal. It just makes the table float inexplicably. It seems different from the traditional magnet style. This makes the young Haizang unable to ride. Bah! It's baffling. A spiritual guy in his 20s, can you be a little more stable? You are a person who wants to be a great military advisor. What does it look like when you make a fuss about a little thing? The dream was not disturbed. Shinto released the control of the table and said angrily to the young Heizo. The current young Haizang is not the same as he will be in the future. Even the death of his sister was just an ebizo with a head like the great demon King Piccolo shedding a few tears. Now he is a young guy who has never even talked about love. Stinky brat. Tell me, how did you do it just now? You really woke up magnet style. If he was so despised by such a stinky brat, he would definitely let this brat see the wrath of the great demon King Piccolo, but now Heizo's focus is on Shinto's operation just now, and he doesn't care about his words. If it really is the awakening of magnet style, it would be too exaggerated. This little devil is more than 5 years old and less than 6 years old. What is the concept of the 5-year-old awakening blood following the boundary? Anyway, Uchiha Madara, the ninja shuri who brought the first generation to die young, woke up to the Sharingan of their family at the age of 8 and is already the second in the world. This kid awakened blood G boundary is 3 years younger than Uchiha Madara. What the hell? Our Sand Shinobi is about to take off. Sigma, A. Ancestor bless Ah. I think it should, probably, maybe. Right, the day my uncle died, I suddenly felt an extra power in my body, and then I tried it, and you saw it? Shinto's hand pretended to be a force. The lion fruit's ability is indeed a bit similar to magnet style. It's better to throw this pot to magnet style's blood limit. As for why it can control non-metallic objects. Ninja World there are a lot of strange upgraded abilities, and his blood has been upgraded. It should be reasonable, right? Asterisk. 4 Senju Tobirama is a master of the old yin ratio. Nani? Shinto, you awakened magnet style. At this time, Cho also took the 3-year-old Sasori's father in and looked at Shinto in shock and said. Originally, she asked Heizo to explain to Shinto that in a few days after the school was completed, he should not be in the village all day, and go to school obediently. Sramana learned from Konoha and started a ninja school to train talents for the village. As the eldest nephew of first Kazekage, he naturally has to do it. The current ninja world, including Konoha, is the same. The main battle in the village is the same. The power is all those family ninjas. Ordinary villagers don't even have the chance to refine chakra. Now there is still a Senju Hashirama in the ninja world. It's nothing in peacetime, but they have received accurate information. Senju Hashirama's body is in the Valley of the End. Something went wrong after the fight with Uchiha Madara. So once Senju Hashirama hangs up, Joe and Samina have a hunch that a bigger war will surely come by then, and Sand Shinobi also covets the fertile land of Konoha. In the Sengoku era, it was a war between families. Except for some big families, the scale was not too big, but now families and families are united to form a village. Once the war starts, it will be a national war. The national war cannot be consumed by family ninjas alone, so it is an inevitable trend to train children with ninja talents from the village to send talents to the village. Although Samina does not have this brain, Senju Tobirama has it. Just follow and learn. Although Shaman has been a guard by Litu for many years, he still has some prestige in the village, but Shaman is not from a wealthy family, but a ninja from a small family. He has to give face, but his establishment of a ninja school will more or less touch the interests of many families, so it is different. Why can family ninjas be so high in the village? Isn't it because they have powerful force? If even ordinary villagers can become ninjas, their status will be threatened in the future, and teachers are needed to set up a school, right? Where do school teachers come from? The little family that relies on the Samina alone? It's not that they need those clan ninjas to be teachers, and let those clan ninjas make villagers become ninjas. It's not that difficult, and they don't have a Senju Hashirama in Sand Shinobi who can go door to door to find the clan head to go to the woods for an interview with no enemies. Moreover, using force to forcefully oppress the high-level members of the villages to make ninjas from their families to become teachers in schools will not work. If they really want to do that, they have no reasonable excuse. Socho and Samina's eyes are on those who are just at school age. On Shinto, first Kazekige's eldest nephew has responded to the village's call to go to school. If those high-level villagers still don't know how to be a human being, Joe will have 10 people, and Samina will have to put puppets. However, Joe watched Shinto grow up since he was a child, and understands Shinto's temperament. Heizo may not be able to scream, so he didn't feel relieved to bring his son over to have a look. As a result, he happened to hear the conversation between Heizo and Shinto. Although Shinto was controlling the table, she couldn't see the floating picture, but from the conversation between the two, she also came to the conclusion that Shinto, who was more than 5 years old, had awakened to magnet style, and listening to Kaizo's tone, it seemed that it was not the ordinary magnet style. Hey, I don't know if it's magnet style, but for now, as long as I want, all non-living things can be manipulated at will as long as I touch them, FK. I'm a little tired, let me take a break. Clang clang. Shinto Sacho and his father, the future beautiful man Sasori, come in. He wanted to pretend to be a coward and control the furniture in the room to float, but his feet were soft before he finished speaking. He controlled too many furniture at once. He can't do it with a small body. Although he has been practicing with Litu since he was 3 years old, a little ghost has grown a little in his practice. Most of them are basic skills. He can control so many furniture to float at one time. He is already a genius. But what he cares about is that this ability does not consume chakra, but it is the same as the setting of One Piece world. It's not really like a traditional magnet style. Your magnet style may have produced some kind of upgraded. It's good that we know this, and we can't let a fifth person know. The ninja school will be established in a few days, and you have to go to school. Joe is much more calm than the young Ozang, seeing that Shinto's ability is indeed as he said, able to control all non-living bodies including metals, and there is no need for a seal, although she is not as knowledgeable as Senju Tobirama, but she can also imagine the power of this ability. This is not limited to the magnet style of metal control. It is a big killer in war. But now the child is only 5 years old. With what she knows about Senju Tobirama, if she knows that their Sunagakure has a great genius, the ghost knows whether there will be a tail beast riot tonight, and then their great genius is inexplicable. Disappears. So she looked at Shinto and said seriously. Wretched growth, I understand. Back then, I was a professional in playing King's Wretched Growth. But what's the situation in school? Uncle Samina doesn't have any sense of innovation. Others Konoha run schools, he also runs schools, this is right, just copy and paste. Shinto pinched the handsome boy Sasori's tender face and said with a contemptuous shriveled mouth. No wonder Sand Shinobi has few talents who have been on the stage since the establishment of the village. The only handsome boy Sasori who has been on the stage also defected. I don't even have any innovative thinking when it comes to talking about things. When they do schools, and when they host refugees, they also host refugees. It's really a proper copy and paste. However, Joe's previous sentence made him quite agree. Senju Tobirama is the founder of the old yin ratio in the ninja world. If he knew that Sunagakure and such a great genius as him, the ghost knows whether he will send someone to collect it at night. Other people's heads. Now the ninja world seems to be peaceful, but the secret battle has never stopped, especially in the 2 years since Senju Tobirama came to power, it is much more fierce than before. In terms of the younger generation of ninja world, Rock Shinobi has a second Tsuchikage of Onoji. Wu Duchin has learned it. Cloud Shinobi also has a muscle man who is smashing the sky, but his Konoha can still cover it. Those disciples of his Senju Tobirama are also like dragons, especially the Uchiha of the Uchiha family. Kagami and Sarutobi family are born with 5 types of chakra attributes. Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sunagakure and Kirigakure have no talent in the younger generation. The only thing to watch is the current errand brother next to Shaman, who also awakens magnet style, known as in the future the strongest wind shadow in history, but it is only a bit of a sight. Asterisk. 5 Sand Shinobi has no conditions to care for the growth of seedlings. But let him know that among Sand Shinobi's juniors, there is a great genius who awakened magnet style at the age of 5. It is hard to say. Now, among the generation of Konoha juniors and Shinto, the one who can make Joe think about it? Heitake Sakumo, who has been around for decades, is still a little boy similar to him. Naturally, he has not made a name for himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the historic mouth. Hokage Crystal Ball has not yet returned to his place, and he should still be a spiritual boy who often goes up to the beam. Human gambling drugs. Sunin probably hasn't been born yet, or is still a baby, so naturally there are no talents who can compete with him in Konoha's juniors. If he is Senju Tobirama, standing in his position will naturally eliminate the threat. It is the best in the cradle. As long as Konoha continues to dominate the ninja world, he will naturally be able to maintain a peaceful state for a long time. Stinky brat, don't be so rude. Hey, although they are from different camps, I have to admit that Senju Tobirama is indeed much better than his elder brother Senju Hashirama in management. Our villages are just later than Konoha. 1 year to build the village, but they are far behind them in terms of development. Joe rolled his eyes at him angrily and sighed. Konoha is like the hero in the movie. In the early days, there were 2 coquettish characters, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who swept the contemporary era. Now there is another Senju Tobirama like this. An all-around genius, he develops ninjutsu, manages and builds almost every kind of grandmaster, and he is also a beautiful man who pays equal attention to wisdom and appearance. She wants to study whether the feng shui of the land of fire is too good or whether the ancestral tomb of the Senju family is good. But it's okay to go to school. The uncles that those guys taught have all taught me, and my magnet style has just awakened and is still in its infancy, so I don't have time to play with those little kids. Shinto looked at Joe and said pitifully. He doesn't even have to think about going to school. He hates going to school the most. And he really didn't have time to go to that bullshit ninja school to play with a bunch of kids. He also wanted to make sure that he got the template of the legendary pirate Golden Lion, and he had to hone his body and try to become haki as soon as possible. I have to practice kendo and become the world's #1 swordsman as soon as possible. How can I have time to play carefree with those little kids? Although he didn't know the exact time when World War I started, he knew that it was after Senju Hashirama, the old Joker, died. It's estimated that it will be a few years before Bai's death, and then they Sunagakure will definitely fight like Konoha. There is no right or wrong here, and the reason is simple. Who made Konoha's land so rich, and their country of wind is so poor? In order to develop the country of wind, they can only fight with Konoha for benefits. He has lived in Sunagakure for 5 years, and with the vast knowledge of his 2 lives, he can't see how the country of wind is going to develop. The environment is harsh, there are no tourist attractions, and there are deserts everywhere except for the golden sand. There are no resources. The whole Sunagakure can be said to be so poor that only money is left, and this world is not a world where money can make ghosts run the mill, and money can't buy resources, especially strategic resources, which are extremely precious. Come here, most of the people here come to the country of fire after panning for gold. A glass of water here is more expensive than gold. There are so many golden sands here. As for the growth of the population by accepting refugees, Sunagakure is also doing the same every year, but the annual population growth is less than 1/10 of Konoha's. At this time, he also understood why in the original book, Konoha's 3 wars can be picked up almost every time, and every time he wins, if he faces a village, he is almost swept away. The problem is that the total population is the hard injury. The total number of heads of Konoha is so many, the Senju family has declined in the past few years, and the Konoha family is really the big family, only the pink eye of Uchiha and Hyuga Cataract plus Taijikwan. People, there are no kings like Senju Hashirama and Madara, who really decide the direction of the war is the number of grassroots personnel below. If their Sunagakure had a war with Konoha, needless to say, the eldest nephew of first Kazekage would naturally go to the battlefield. Their Sunagakure did not have the conditions to care for the growth of genius seedlings. At that time, if he encounters Uchiha's 1v5 on the battlefield, he will be slapped back to the crystal before he takes off. Isn't this a shame for all the Transcendence colleagues? He can't afford this crime. No, this is Ramana's first policy since he came to power. We have to support him. If he is not young enough, the author can't find the name of the handsome Sasori's father, he will also go to school with you. Your practice time can be changed to after school. Cho nodded resolutely. In the past, no matter how naughty and mischievous Shinto was, as long as he didn't overdo it, Cho would follow him more or less, but this matter is no longer possible. As Fen Ying, who was personally chosen by Lido, if they didn't support it, wouldn't it still be worth it? Morning, Hizo-sama, are you sending Master Shinto to school? Yeah, the ninja school has just been established, and Shinto is just at school age. Morning, Hizo-sama. After some intense discussions yesterday, it was finally decided by the votes of the adults in the whole family. There are only 2 adults in the family, Cho and Kaizo. I still have to go to learn Shinto, but I don't have to go every day. It's just a matter of starting a month or 2 to make a pretense to show the high-level people in those villages a look. This is also the reason why Shinto finally compromised. If he really wants him to get up early every morning and eat fruit with a group of little kids. This makes his 2 lifetimes add up to the 30-year-old spirit boy all day long. Playing house with a bunch of little kids. It hurts to think about it. The next morning, Kaizo took Shinto to the ninja school, mainly because Cho had no confidence in Shinto. This kid patted his chest that day and promised to forget it the next day. It was a common occurrence. Along the way, there were constant villagers or family. The ninja brought his child to greet Haizang. Haizang is the core character of the village. This is a big man. Asterisk. 6 Sure enough, there are back doors everywhere in life. Today is a big day for the entire Sand Shinobi. After their second Kazekage came to power, they immediately established a ninja school. This may not be a good thing for those family ninjas, but it is a big good thing for the villagers. If they are now the second generation died, and they all wanted to build a temple for the second generation just like the first generation, carrot. Although it is not as dangerous as the Sengoku era, it is not necessarily so peaceful, especially for the civilians who are helpless. For them, ninja is a lofty profession. Who didn't have a ninja dream when they were young? However, there has never been that chance. The method of chakra refining has always been in the hands of those ninja families. Now their great Kazekage has established a ninja school in the village. Any child in the village can go to school as long as he has talent and graduate. After that, you can become a real ninja with a certificate. For civilians, this is an opportunity to reach the sky in one step. They are just like this in their entire lives, they are just the bottom villagers in the village, but their children have the opportunity to change their lives. If their children really have ninja talent and go to ninja school, then they will graduate as ninjas. Don't say how dangerous this ninja is. There is no danger in this world. If you are a jonin, you will at least get better in terms of life. You don't have to think like them. Gold panning in the desert. Simply completing a task is more than a week's worth of sands. There are so many people. I never realized that there are so many people in our village. Although the village has just been established for less than 10 years, the population growth is not as high as that of Konoha, but Sunagakure, one of the 5 ninja villages in the ninja world, has a large population. When Heizo and Shinto came to the newly built ninja school, Shinto was taken aback by the crowd surging in front of him. It is estimated that those with children in the village brought their own children. To tell the truth, he usually wandered around in the village, but he really didn't realize that there were so many children in the village. As for the environment, in this country of wind and sand, what kind of environment can there be? It is incomparable with the shady trees like Konoha, and the elegant environment is naturally incomparable. A teaching building is built on an open space. There are no walls around, the training ground is this piece of sand. Most of these people are civilians or ninjas from small families. The civilians brought their children here naturally hoping that their children could become ninjas and change their destiny. As for the ninjas of the small family, they naturally came to support Shaman, the newly appointed speaker. Now the new speaker has just taken up the post. This is naturally the best time to stand in the team. As soon as Lord Ying opened his mouth, he was marrying a few of them. A small family might also become a big family, carrot. Those people from the big family are still waiting and watching. They are naturally the least willing to see this new fenying operation, but after all, the shaman is the fenying handpicked by the first generation, and he is powerful and forcible. They couldn't stop it but couldn't beat it, and there was Chosama behind them. They didn't dare to say anything. They had to ask their family's ninjas to be teachers. You don't even have to think about it. Their big family naturally has its own set of elite education models. Just like Shinto, he has been taught by Lidu since he was 3 years old. Chakra refining is just basic skills. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it now, it will naturally move in the future. It's like asking a child who has already learned multiplication and division to suddenly learn with a group of children who add and subtract. Isn't this a waste of time? Haha. This world is cheaper than a dog. Who wouldn't want to be able to change the fate? Hai Zhang looked at the crowd surging ahead and smiled slightly. Kaizo-sama, you are here. Master Shinto's admission procedures have been completed. Master Shinto, please come with me. When he walked to the front of the teaching building, Cho's younger brother, who was already a guest teacher at the school, trotted all the way to report to Heizo. Well, Gusa, I'll leave the rest to you. Then Shinto, I'll go back first, be honest at school. Hai Zhang said goodbye to Shinto after saying goodbye to the younger brother named Gusha, and turned around. As Fenying's deputy, Hai Zhang is very busy in Fenying's studio and has a lot of documents for him to deal with. How can he have time? Hang out here. Cut. Brother Gusha, does this freshman not have to be assessed for admission? After Shinto gave Hai Zhang's back an international gesture, he followed Gusha toward the teaching building, and Shinto asked curiously on the way. He has also watched Hokage ninjas anyway. Isn't there some kind of messy entrance exam for this freshman? Only those who have passed the ninjutsu talent can still go to school. The man, guy, wants Sarutobi Hiruzen to open the back door. Those assessments are aimed at ordinary children. Naturally, geniuses like Shinto are not required. Just go through the admission procedures. Gusha looked at Shinto in surprise and explained in a low voice. Just kidding, if a child who has been practicing with Shodei since the age of 3 even goes to school, he has to take the entrance examination to see if he has ninjutsu talent. Does this mean he doesn't believe in Shodei, or he doesn't believe in Shodei? If Shodei knew about this, he would have to crawl out of the ground tonight to talk to Nidame about his ideals in life. Suiga. Sure enough, there are backdoors everywhere in life. Shinto experienced the benefits of a big family for the first time. People have worked hard to prepare for days and nights just to be able to enter the ninja school and change their fate after graduation. For the children of those families, do they still need to be assessed when they go to school? Go and report to the patriarch. Master Shinto has also come to the ninja school. Shinto and Gusa walked all the way, and some ninjas from big families naturally noticed them. After seeing the two passing by, they immediately sent people back to report to their family leaders, and quickly let the family's children come to school. After all, first generation's relatives, the nephews, have come to school, and if the children of their families don't come again, it will really be a disgrace to Kazekage and Chosama. Chosama and Fenying-sama are so angry that they can't stand it. 7 There is really no talent. Hey. Really no talent. Those clan leaders acted very fast. After their clan returned to report, they immediately sent someone to bring their children to the school to report, but Shinto looked at these crooked melons and sighs who were looking at people with their nostrils in front of ordinary children. Shaking his head, although the attitude of these crooked melons and jujubes is better than that of Konoha's Uchiha 155 family, the 155 family of others has real materials. They are ancestral 155, and their strength is it's awesome, but these crooked melons and cracked dates themselves have no urine, and there is no decent bloodline in the family. Basically, it's not learning puppet art or some popular wind style, and it's difficult to pick two at this level. It's no wonder that the handsome Sasori defected after many years. Cho and Kaizo are old, and even Luasha, who can even be killed by Kakuzu, can be a high-ranking person. If he hadn't appeared, Sand Shinobi's generation in the original book would have been better. It seems like a bunch of dead runners get the lunch boxes. It will only be interesting when the handsome Sasori's parents and mothers grow up. Now the handsome Sasori's father is only 3 years old. It will take a few years, and he has not found the handsome Sasori yet. Who is the mother? I guess she hasn't been born yet. After all, their family has always had a tradition of late marriage and late childbearing. Hey. BD Shinto, what did you say? Angry. I don't know if his voice was too loud or someone else's voice was too bright. He just whispered to himself and was actually heard. Not far away, he was being reported by the family's shinobi. They looked like 6 years old, with faces on their faces. The little kid who painted a few bars with dye really heard it, especially when he saw Shinto shaking his head slightly with a disappointed expression, and with that tone, he has been praised as a genius by the adults in the family since he was a child. Where are they? Can bear it. Moreover, they have been receiving elite education in the family all the year round, and being drawn to be classmates with a group of commoners has made them very unhappy. Now there is still a kid who looks younger than them, watching in front of so many people. They say that there are no talents. If they can bear them, they will be the god of ninjas. Of course they know this guy. There are not many people in Sunagakure who don't know him. First, Kazeki's eldest nephew. They experienced the first life in the hands of this BD that morning a few months ago. The second defeat, but with so many people present, of course they can't be cowardly. The spirit of the ninja world, the head can be broken, the blood can be shed, but they can't be cowardly. Ouch. I'm so violent, it's quite annoying, right? Didn't I hear it clearly just now? I also asked, what my father said was all of you crooked melons and jujubes, all of them are 5 or 6 years old, even genin level. It's not even like long Aotian, you are just sexing Uchiha. Come, let's go together, Dad will teach you how to be human. After being scolded by a few brats at the nose, Shinto's temper was also hot, and he rolled up his sleeves and pointed at the little devils who were glaring at him. Although he is blind, he generally doesn't remember pretty things. Although he has some impressions of these little devils, aren't they just the little devils you beaten a few months ago? After all, it is the first victory in my life, and I still have an impression. Huh, what's going on? Look. Those people seem to be fighting with Master Shinto. Really? Shinto-san, come on. Shinto's voice was so loud that even if he didn't know observation haki, it made the noisy classroom suddenly quiet. Everyone looked over here. The commoner children and the children of the small family naturally cheered for Shinto, who was familiar with them. They didn't know those arrogant children. Come on. Gusha next to Shinto and a few family parents who are reporting with their children on the opposite side, look at me, and after I look at you, I look at the sky helplessly. They are not easy to interfere in this kind of quarrel between children. The parents are even more helpless. The other party is someone who even their patriarch dares to criticize. They will definitely be killed if they intervene, and they can't take it seriously. It is better to let their own children fight. Their own children may not be able to do it, but now they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, they really don't believe that this eldest nephew of Shode is so young to be able to pick 9? At this age, even Uchiha Madara can't make a 1-9 match. This little BD's mouth is still so stinky, and he calls himself the father of his child in front of them. It's okay to beat this kid so hard. Go up, go up. I'm afraid you won't succeed. Let's go up. Dish. If it was usually in private, these little brats might not dare to go up. After all, it's not that they have never been hacked before. It's just that they didn't tell anyone because they were afraid of losing face. It's also since they were hacked that time, they seldom came out. In the family, Tian is studying hard at home, hoping that one day he will be able to take revenge and be ashamed, but that will be a year or 2 or 3 or 4 years later. But there are so many people around watching, if you can't do it, you have to go. After a little boy who seemed to be the leader said shiveringly, he cheered himself up, rolled up his sleeves and waved his hands and took the lead. Several little boys rushed up to Shinto at the same time. So the question is, what will a 5 or 6-year-old kid do? Although this era is not as profitable as the children who lived in the peaceful era decades later in the original book, they are only 5 or 6-year-old children. Even if they have received the elite education in the family, they will at most have some body just basic skills. Lord Fengying, do you really care? On a roof in the distance, Samina and his guards saw all this in their eyes. When they saw 9 little kids rushing towards their eldest nephew of the first generation, the guards beside Samina couldn't sit still. Although Shinto is not the son of the first generation, but he is also one of the heirs of the first generation. If he was needed by a group of kids on the first day of school, I don't know if it will cause a psychological shadow. No, Shinto is not as weak as you think. Shaman smiled and shook his head and said, he has worked as a bodyguard for the big brother first generation for so many years, and has seen Shinto's practice countless times. Although this kid has a very cheap mouth and often offends people, there is nothing to say about his talent. He started at the age of 4. It has been able to withstand first generation's hanging for a long time. It is really not comparable to these little devils. Although the big brother also has the element of releasing water when hanging and beating, but who is the big brother? That's the one who singled out with Uchiha Madara. Although he lost and died young, Mazii also got it. Even if you lose, you are still honored. Asterisk. 8 Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. Cut. It's been a few months and there's still no progress. Dad shows you what a big snake should. Lion Majesty, Earth coiling. Looking at the little kids rushing over, Shinto said disdainfully, his body flew up, his hands were blind and he squeezed the handprints, and the sand around the little kids suddenly surging and condensed into a few heads of 2 or 3 meters. A majestic tall lion head surrounded them. This is the move he studied all night last night. In fact, the use of lion fruit is not that complicated. Unlike ninjutsu, there is no messy operation. As long as he touches something, he can manipulate it at will, just like he touched it just now. Crossing the sand on the ground, he can manipulate the sand into various forms, but now that he is young and weak, his ability to reach 2 or 3 meters is the limit. If he has enough physical strength, hundreds of thousands Rice's lion head can come out. What is this? Sigma, A. It's amazing. Master Shinto is flying. FK. Magnet style. Seeing Shinto's operation, the people around them stared dumbfounded at the small figures flying in the air. They were of different ages and experiences, and their concerns were also different. The attention of those little brats and the villagers is that this young Master Shinto can fly, and those majestic lion heads, they look very good. And those clan ninjas were shocked that the meanest little BD had actually awakened magnet style at this age. What a wicked person to be a monster. Snapped. Not good. Save people. Just now, I was still full of confidence and wanted to watch Shinto slaughter his little friend and give himself a slap in the face. Seeing Shinto's actions, he couldn't sit still, and he was also shocked. This kid has awakened magnet style so early, although he knows that this kid's talent is very good, but it's all shown in taijutsu and ninjutsu. In 2 days, Chakra is also a genius, but such an old child will practice taijutsu and ninjutsu first. Basically, he didn't learn it. He was young and weak, and there was not much chakra for him to learn ninjutsu. He thinks that even if this kid can awaken magnet style, it will be in the future. After all, magnet style is not so easy to awaken, but when he sees those majestic lion heads that are 2 or 3 meters tall, Shaman is shocked and even more excited. Incredible, 5-year-old awakening magnet style. 5-year-old awakening magnet style. There is hope for their village. After so many years, a super genius finally appeared. But he couldn't sit still after seeing those lion heads roaring and rushing towards the little kids surrounded by the middle. If Shinto just punched and kicked these little kids a lesson, he would not be able to sit still. She likes to hear it, children, slapsticks are healthy competition. If you were beaten today, you will practice hard and fight back tomorrow. Wasn't he wonderful when he was a child by those big brothers who were a few years older than Habian? In the end, didn't he rely on his own efforts from a ninja of a small family to become Kazekage? Only competition can make progress. But seeing Shinto's current operation, it's going to kill someone if it's not good. How could a few little brats be able to bear such a tall lion's head rushing over? Wow, it's scary. Dad, help. I'm going home. The little boy surrounded by several lion heads looked at the roaring lion heads all around, his feet softened, as if he could smell the breath of death. How old was the child, And when did he see such a battle? The mentality of the little brats collapsed, and they burst into tears, and the tears flowed down without money and shouted for help to their relatives outside. You're panicking. Didn't you say you were going to fight? I didn't even take action, so I was in a hurry to call my parents. You really can't do it? Controlling these big lion heads is not ordinary, and Shinto, who is flying in the air, is also panting, but seeing the crying of the little kids below does not prevent him from pretending to be forceful. Cho just told him not to reveal all of his abilities. This is just a popular sand control of magnet style, and it doesn't matter. Even if Senjuto Birama's old yin knows about it, it's just a matter of focus, and he won't be impulsive to send someone to squat in the grass. The ability to control sand at such a young age may surprise him a little, but he has not paid much attention to it. After all, he has seen too many good people, and he himself is a good person. The fastest man in the ninja world. But exposing this ability is different in Sunagakure. At least he will be able to pay attention to the village, his status will be higher, and it will be more convenient for him to skip classes in the future. In the past, although the monks also valued him, his status in the village was quite high, but that was because of his first-generation uncle's face. Even if his uncle died now, there is still 1,000 generations covering him, but everyone still regards him as a little kid. What do you want to skip classes in the future? But it's not that easy. What he is most afraid of is that the teacher will find a parent. But if he exposes Magnet Style's ability to control sand, it will be different. Even if he skips classes in the future, these tricks will not be easy to find parents. These tactical teachers don't have Magnet Style themselves, and they teach a fart. Does it teach theoretical knowledge? Isn't this Jonin school just for learning to hack friends? Why study theoretical knowledge? Exam champion ah. Cough cough. Okay, Shinto, it's almost done, it's time for the freshman assessment. Just after Shinto pretended to force for a while, Samana and his guards appeared below. Samana silently looked at Shinto, who was still pretending to be in the air, and said, "It's almost done, ha, if you pretend to be too long, you will lose the quality, _" Originally, he thought that Shinto was going to kill these little brats, but when he came to the scene, he found out that the kid was just pretending to be coercive. There is no next move in sight, and there is no chance for him to be ready for the hero to play. Cut. Harmonious society saved you. Shinto winked at the Samana, pouted at the little kids who were already scared to pee, took back the control of the lion's head, and fell to the Samana in the adoring gaze of a group of little kids, panting secretly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. This skill does not consume chakra, but it consumes too much physical strength. If you don't want to be a real man for 5 seconds, you will really need to increase physical exercise in the next few years. By the way, let's see if armament haki can be brought out. Asterisk. 9 Samana likes to listen to other people's advice the most. Well, just now, it was just Shinto and a few little friends who demonstrated the fighting style between ninjas. Shaman explained to the people around him, who were still in shock. After relaxing the atmosphere, he silently looked at Shinto, who was breathing heavily beside him. He really didn't know who this kid looked like. He also saw the kid's father, Mr. Lijin. However, with a gentle temperament and courteous treatment, this kid and Lord Lijin are simply two extremes. To say that Mr. Lijin died early, this boy was brought up by Shode, and he will inherit some of his personality more or less, but there is no such thing at all. This boy has completely avoided Lijin. Adults and Shode all have a little. What a genius. Shuaga. Is this a battle between ninjas? It's amazing. Yeah. Master Shinto's lions are amazing. Those commoner children and the villagers really believed in shaman's lame reasons. People these days are so simple in their thinking. Lord Fenying is the mayor of the village, and everything he says is right. Some formalism is inevitable everywhere. The opening ceremony of Sunagakure is similar to that of Konoha. First of all, the village head and principal, Samana, stood on it and talked a lot of nonsense. The main point was that the village is my home, and the defense of the village depends on everyone. Shinto, who was standing below, looked at Shaman with two deep dark circles under his eyes, which must have been written by this guy who stayed up all night last night. But yes, these are the future of the village. Naturally, this brainwashing work must be done enough. The Konoha side estimates that it is because the platform has not been changed every year. It's not as good as before, so there are so many betrayals. Sramana's education level is not high, so there is no such classic aphorism of Konoha where the leaves are flying, and the fire is still alive, but as the shadow of a village, the mouth gun is naturally not bad. After Sramana's saliva, a group of little kids around Shinto were boiled by his mouth. Even if Miss Kagayaji appeared here now, it is estimated that such little kids would draw guns. Draw your sword. After Shaman's brainwashing work is completed, the next step is the exciting entrance examination for freshmen, which is also the most important part of many villagers and children, because this is the hurdle that determines their destiny. However, the school is still a start-up, so the assessment method is very rough and not so systematic, just running in circles under the wind and sand. Whoever can persist for half an hour, even if they pass the test, there is no assessment of the child's ninjutsu talent as imagined by the villagers. Such assessments are not based on the fact that the monks don't want to, but the assessment of whether the child has ninjutsu talent. At present, it is simply impossible to do. As soon as the resources of their country of wind are poor, there is no such thing at all, and those things are counted. There is no Konoha on the Fire Nation side, and now the freshman assessment on Konoha side is also running in circles. Second, they are currently mainly cultivating the middle and low-level strength of the village. It doesn't matter if they have ninjutsu talent. Before Jonin, taijutsu was the mainstream. Didn't I see Shinto pretending to be a soft-footed shrimp? Not running laps under the sand is just a test of the children's perseverance and ability to endure hardships. This test is just a sprinkle of water for those family children who have refined chakra, so there is no equal treatment for Konoha. Those families here basically, children don't need any assessments, but it is okay to report directly and go through the admission procedures. However, even though it was just a simple assessment like running in a circle in the sand, there were still many civilian children who could not hold on to being eliminated. Most of these were orphans who were sent to the outside world. Poor villages still can't take care of so many orphans. If they want to live, they can only work as child laborers for others in the village, or if they are more handsome, if they are adopted by villagers or families with different hobbies, their developing body if they did not absorb enough nutrients, it would be difficult for them to persist in such a windy and sandy environment for 10 minutes. Uncle Shaman, isn't this assessment too inhumane? I think the qualifications of these little guys are quite good. Although they are not as good as me, they are still okay than the 9 weak chickens just now, so they were eliminated. Isn't it cruel? Looking at the orphans who had been eliminated and had no love, Shinto was still too soft-hearted, and couldn't help complaining to the monk who was also watching. Although it is a bit bragging to say that these people are better than the 9 weak chickens who cried and called their mothers before, but the children of the poor are in charge of their homes earlier, and these orphans who have been brushed down are not because they want to give up, but because of their thin bodies. Couldn't hold on, and eventually fell down. In terms of perseverance, these people are definitely stronger than those 9 weak chickens. There are wildflowers in the home flower. Oh? What are your thoughts? Originally looking at the unwilling eyes of a group of children who were slender and brushed down, Shaman kept frowning, and found that this assessment seemed to be a bit inconsistent with his original intention. His original intention was indeed to cultivate some medium and low combat power for the village, and at the same time I also thought that although their village did not receive as many orphan refugees as Konoha, there were quite a few, and their village had only so many resources, and they would definitely not be able to hold on in the long run, so they thought it would be better to take advantage of the opportunity of setting up a school to let these orphans go. You can also become a ninja, and you don't need him to brainwash at that time. These orphans will also be grateful to the village and shed blood for the village. But in less than 10 minutes now, more than half of these children have been brushed off, and although some are still gritting their teeth, it looks like they won't last long. Just when he was thinking about how to solve this problem, when he heard Shinto's words, he couldn't help but raised his eyebrows and looked at him. And he originally planned to wait for Shodei's child Ji to grow up to be the next generation of Fanfiction, but today Shinto's sudden awakening of magnet style gave him another idea. Although the child of Shodei and Chosama is only 3 years old, but the talent is indeed great, and it took only 3 days to refine chakra, and as the son of Shodei, becoming third Kazekage is also a smooth affair. Asterisk. 10th generation is a bit of a psy. But today, after knowing that this kid Shinto has awakened magnet style, he has a different idea. What is the concept of awakening magnet style at the age of 5? Uchiha Madara, who killed his first generation eldest brother and died young, has already broken the record when he woke up to Sharingan at the age of 8. According to their guesses, why Uchiha Madara is so smothered is probably related to his awakening of Sharingan, otherwise the same it's all pink eye, why Uchiha Madara is so dangling, but other Uchiha clan people don't? Although this kid has many big and small stinky problems, unreliable personality, cheap mouth, and easy to offend people, etc., but these are not big problems, the child is still young, as long as the correct guidance, it is still slow it will be changed. Gee, that kid is not bad, and his background is orthodox, but he is not sure what his future will be like now, unlike Shinto who has shown his talent now. This Achilles tendon has the talent to grow to the buttocks. As long as there are people who have eyes to see, we all know that this child has a bright future, and Shinto is the son of Lijin-sama, the nephew of the elder brother of first generation. It is also half orthodox. If he tells this idea to Chosama, Chosama will also support him. Decide. With the idea of making Shinto the heir of Kazekage, Samina also wanted to hear what he had in mind. Hey. It's hard to say what you think, but since you have started a ninja school, Uncle Shaman, don't you just hope that all the children in the village can read and slash people, bah? After learning the skill of hacking friends, you can protect your family when you grow up. How about defending the country? Since these people have the heart to protect the family and the country, it is better to just cancel this unnecessary assessment. This will make them feel more grateful to the village and Uncle Shaman. Fishing, anyway, the knowledge taught in the school is a big deal, and the village has nothing to lose, but although these people dare not say that everyone is a talent, if there is a guy with good talent among these people, then our village will make a lot of money. Now, are you right? Shinto doesn't know the thoughts of Samina's psychology, but since he is asked to say it, he will say it. Anyway, talking will not kill people. Looking at those unwilling and desperate eyes, he is also a little uncomfortable, but fortunately, he filled his head when he crossed over. Charge, although not a lot, can't be passed on to the giants of Konoha, but at least it is the big family of Sunagakure. If he is allowed to transcend into these orphans, he will not know if he can pass this kind of assessment without the standard system. The opportunity for others is to make it convenient for oneself. Lord Kazuki, I think Shinto's words sound reasonable at the right time. Since the decision has been made to open the ninja course, it's better to be thorough. While Samina was still thinking about Shinto's words, the guard behind him, the handsome blue-haired guy, said to Samina seriously. Shinto looked up. Ouch. Isn't this the third Kazekage who was called the strongest wind shadow in history in the future and was accidentally injured by the handsome Sasori? I didn't expect this little brother to take the position so fast. The last time I saw him, this little brother was still a peripheral little brother of the shaman group. I didn't expect that he is now a bodyguard. But don't mention it, when watching the anime, third Kazekage, who has been made into a puppet by his handsome nephew Sasori, really can't see his appearance, but he is a real person. He is one of the few beautiful men in Sunagakure. He can recognize it because this one is the same. There are few dark blue hair in the village, just like his light blonde hair, which is relatively rare in Sunagakure, and this third-generation brother has dark blue hair and yellow eyes. There is only one family in the whole village. No. He looks quite handsome, but he is a little bit of a scumbag and a little bit of fresh meat. I think that the Samana is almost 40 and has never heard of a horse. Look at the Sramana, who is still a single dog when he is middle-aged. Take a look at the third-generation brother, who is a bit of a psy. Shinto got it? After taking 2 steps back to maintain a safe distance, he looked at the monk with a strange look. He swears. This isn't discrimination, it's just that I'm a little uncomfortable with Sramana's heavy taste. Little BD, take your eyes back, anger. His name is Sunagawa, and he has awakened magnet style just like you, but what he can control is iron sand, and you can communicate more in the future. But your idea is very good. Chuantu will inform them that there is no need to do the assessment, and those children who have been eliminated will also go through the admission procedures. The Samana, who came back to his senses, understood Shinto's eyes, resisted the urge to slap him to death, and explained that I was not the kind of person you think. I brought him with me because this is a talent, and immediately forced it. Change the subject. This child is the hope of the whole village, and it's over, but where did this kid come from with such a dirty idea? Could it be Shode? Shinto's words with Chuantu really made him make up his mind. He accepted all the schools he had signed up for this year. The village was not only understaffed, but also under a lot of pressure from tasks. The ninjas who died on the way of the mission are still a lot of catch, especially the middle and lower level ninjas are the most prone to losses. In this way, Genin is really a national treasure in their village, and even C-level missions have to be picked up by Jonin. Even the previous Shode was worried about this, but at that time there was no ninja school in Konoha. Maybe Shode didn't think of this way. He copied Senju Tobirama and created this ninja school, which is loved by the villagers. Even the assessment content he copied from Konoha, but after hearing the analysis of Shinto and Chuantu, he realized that their Sand Shinobi is different from Konoha. Konoha has a large area and many people and rich resources. Even if you choose to cultivate the next generation, you still have the conditions to choose the best products. They can't Sand Shinobi on time. They Sand Shinobi is sparsely populated and lacks resources. Seeing Senju Hashirama's health is getting worse, he now hates the whole nation to be a soldier. Where is their article to choose the boutique? I just hope that 1 or 2 people will come out, as Shinto said. Uncle Sramana, you are brave enough. The wisest decision my uncle made in his life is probably to choose you, the second Kazekage. Shinto waved his hand and gave him a thumbs up, and by the way, he swept his blowing the Samana a little, and he felt comfortable everywhere, and he didn't feel dizzy after a day's work. He would naturally not be so stingy if he listened to his advice so much, and he wouldn't even say good things. His uncle passed away. He offended so many people before. Before he was fully developed, the only ones who could cover him were Samana and Cho. Cho was teaching the handsome Sasori his father. How could he be free to talk to him, so he can cover him now? His only village head is the shaman. 11 Every generation of Fanfiction has no good end. I'm just continuing what Shode left unfinished. The future of the village depends on you. Although Sramana is very modest, he is still refreshed when he hears Shinto's flattery, and his mind is so comfortable, like a spring breeze. Looking at Shinto next to him with a smile, although this kid is usually shy and bold, he usually speaks quite nicely. Look at what people say, What is it that Shode chose him as Fannying is the wisest decision in Shode's life? If someone else told him like that, he would just listen to it as a flattery, but this kid is Shode's family. It's so comfortable to hear it from this kid's mouth. Since he was designated as Fannying by first generation, he has been diligent and conscientious for more than half a year. Every decision is made with trepidation. Wherever he goes, he is the focus, and he is envious to death, but since he became Fannying, he has only realized how much pressure is on his shoulders sitting in this seat, and it is simply not done by humans. He is not outstanding in appearance, and his vision is a bit high, so when he is middle-aged, he does not have a family and a family. He originally thought that after becoming Fannying, he would become the focus of his walk and then he would attract a beautiful person who would be like a goddess. Lady. But when he was in the position of Fannying, he realized that Fannying is so tired. He wakes up early in the morning and works late at night until 12 o'clock in the middle of the night before he can clock in and get off work. How can there be time to find a young lady? Now to be recognized by the Shode family, it's all worth it? Uncle Shaman is too modest. Compared with you, I still have to learn. Shinto also resisted the urge to print his 25 size shoe on the 47 face, showing a moved look. On the other side, the future third-generation brother looked blankly at the Sramana and Shinto, one big and one small, talking about each other's business, especially when he saw his boss Ramana's crow's feet. His old face laughed, and he was flattering Shinto. That is breathtaking. Who said this kid will only slap people all day long? If this kid is in officialdom in the future, the country of the wind will have to change the dynasty. Sunagakure is really no talent. This is the thought that came to Shinto's mind immediately after seeing a group of crooked melons and cracking dates around after Shinto and Shaman Business exchanged blows with Gusha to the assigned class and found a seat by the window. He should have been assigned to the elite class of the ninja school, because this class is full of children from the ninja family, and there are not a single civilian child, and several little kids who had been yelled at by him before were also among them. Maybe it's because there are no parents around now, and the audience is not very large. The eyes of these little kids looking at him are timid, completely no longer like Long Aotian before. The other little kids also because he was in the opening ceremony before. A few majestic lion heads that I made on the internet looked like a little scared when I saw him, and the two little kids sitting next to him did the same. They looked at him as if they were looking at the devil. Come in too late, there are no seats in the classroom, and they dare not sit here even if they are killed. They've all seen it before. If it wasn't for the timely appearance of Lord Fannying, several guys from the Shachuan family would have almost been killed. His eyes looked around the whole classroom. There is no one who has a superstar appearance. Although there are a few little kids who have always maintained this high cold appearance, it has improved a little bit, but Shinto felt that at first glance. These little brats are pretending to be coercive. The arrogant teenagers are popular these days. Haven't you seen that several girls have already cast loving glances at those little brats who maintain their arrogant personality? The children of the Hokage world are so mature, and they show maternal love at the age of 6. But maybe it was the village where Sunagakure played a supporting role in the original work. There were not many scenes, and he crossed the timeline too early. There may be masters among these people, but they may be in the 3 wars in the next few decades if they have not been on camera. One of them crashed. Freshmen are still the old school head teacher who comes to the stage and asks the little kids to introduce themselves on the podium one by one, and then talk about their dreams, and then the ninja teacher as the head teacher will smile and encourage these children no matter how whimsical their dreams are. Come on. As long as you work hard, the future will definitely come true. But here comes the problem. The ideals of children nowadays are very popular. 9.5 out of 10 people dream of becoming Fannying. I don't know if it was arranged by Joe or Heizo. Shinto's head teacher is Gusha, the former errand boy. According to Gusha, who said to every child who dreams of becoming a wind shadow will come true in the future, there are more than 30 in the whole class. A bit of a dream to become Kazekage. Sure enough, Kazuiage and Hokage didn't have a good result when they sat on the top positions. Hokage has at least one little old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is a little tougher and has been strong for decades. However, the wind shadow. His uncle, first Kazekage, scrambled for a horse with Madara, but he also died young after winning the horse. Although the second generation monk didn't know when he hung up, he thought it was at the same stop, because he remembered that the handsome boy from the third generation had already taken office during World War II, and it was also because he was a talkative person during World War II. His future nephew, the handsome Sasori, will throw his parents' slap on the street to him and secretly do it to him. Therefore, Samina's reign is not very long, less than 10 years, and the longer reign is the third generation who was secretly killed by his future nephew, the handsome Sasori, but the third generation's end is even worse. Tragedy, the dead body is also made into a puppet. It can be said that there is no dead body. The same is true for fourth Kazekage in the end. He was sold by Uncle Snake and helped Uncle Snake count the money. In short, the seat of Fenying can compete with Hokage. It is an ominous seat. Whoever sits is unlucky. Shinto, it's your turn. Just when Shinto Shinayu's space was mourning for those unlucky ghosts in the future, Gusha, the head teacher, called him twice and reminded him with a smile. If it was someone else's child, he would dare to travel in space in front of him when he was sent to the ninja school as a teacher. He would definitely better let that kid know why the flowers are so red. But now this is the eldest young master who has unlimited future in their family. Then there is another way of saying, although his aptitude is not good, but as a ninja born in a wealthy family, he still has vision, and he started school with this eldest young master. With Shixiu's wave of operations, he dared to conclude that the eldest young master will definitely be quite awesome 10 years later. And as the head teacher of the eldest young master. With this qualification, the eldest young master will be in the position in the future. How can he be a high-level grandfather? Asterisk. 12. Having a child should be like Gongli Shinto. Everyone in the classroom looked at him at the same time, wanting to know what this other's child's dream was. If this guy's dream is also Fenying, then their competition pressure can be great. It's still in the stage of conjoined art, refining chakra. This guy can already fly. Let go of the lion. Cough cough. As the focus of the audience, Shinto stood up and coughed twice, tidied up his collar, looked at a group of uncreative little kids around him with disdain, and walked towards the podium with his parents disobedient. The people in the classroom include the Sramana who used transformation technique to peep in a certain part of the classroom, and the future third generation brother with black lines. I really want to kill him. Angry. How did this kid survive until now? The future third generation brother said in a low voice. He has lived for more than 10 years, and he has never seen such an arrogant kid. He used to hear the name of Shodei's nephew when he was only a peripheral younger brother. It was the pirate in the village who heard the fox saying that a rational person like him would have reservations without seeing him with his own eyes. When this kid was talking business with Fenying-sama, he didn't see how arrogant this kid was. It was just a fight between children, and it's normal for children with skills to be arrogant. Well, now he finally realized that this kid is indeed arrogant enough. Just with that look, this footwork, and 2 moves have already offended all the classmates. This kid is awesome. Hey. Shodei is used to it. Lord Lijin died not long after this child was born. As the posthumous son of Lord Lijin, how could Shodei be willing to beat and scold? But the child is still young, and his personality is it's good to be guided slowly. As a student of the first class of ninja school, shaman is naturally very important, especially this elite class. The children here will be high-end talents in the village in the future. Of course, he attaches the most importance to the dreams of these children, especially his Shinto, who is going to be trained as Fenying's successor, is more concerned about what this kid's dream is. Before hearing that most of those children dreamed of becoming Fenying's protection village, Samina burst into laughter. They were all good children. What? When it was Shinto's turn, he paid more attention and wanted to hear what the child's dream was. Generally speaking, the dream of a child brought up by Shodei should naturally be to become a wind shadow, protect the village or something, but he knew the child's personality is eccentric, and his ideas are even more wild, and he is really uncertain. When he saw that this kid had offended all the classmates once he appeared, he was full of black lines. After hearing Sunagawa's words, Samina sighed and explained. My name is Gongli Shinto. Because the surname of first Kazekage could not be found on the internet, the author made it up by himself. Gender is male, I like female, I have a dream, I dream that I can make the village out of this misery in my lifetime. Desert, dreaming that our sand shinobi can smash into the rich Konoha next door, rob their resources, sleep with their sisters, and let their children call their fathers. I omit one here. Million words. Since he traveled to a bitter place like Sand Shinobi, and as the eldest nephew of first Kazekage, he naturally had to go out of the desert and enter the center of Konoha, the two basic points, and work hard. The character of Kazekage's eldest nephew. And, to be honest, the environment of Sunagakure is really bad. It's no wonder that the compatriots who have passed through have set the birth point in Konoha, and the birth point is Sand Shinobi. Living conditions are so low. Sigma, A. Shock. When Shinto talked on the podium, drooling, and passionate speech I have a dream, the following friends included Gusha, the class teacher's younger brother, and Shaman and Sunagawa in the classroom were stunned. Gusha and the little friends below had their jaws dropped to the ground, especially when Shinto said that they were sleeping with their sisters and asked their children to be called daddy. The male creatures present couldn't help swallowing. When I heard the benefits of marching into Konoha, it was even more radiant for 2 days. I wish I could grow it right now, and then Hangdeo immediately rushed to the battlefield, marched into Konoha, grabbed resources, and robbed girls. It is a great dream. At this moment, they realized that their dream of becoming a village protected by the wind shadow was a scum in front of such a great dream as Shinto. This is how a man should live. Somewhere in the classroom, Samina clenched his fists tightly, and he was covering his joints. Pia. Ring, excited. That's right. After the shock, Sramana was very excited. Looking at Shinto's eyes is very excited. Giving birth to a child should be like Gongli Shinto. Although Shinto's dream is more radical, if this is said from Konoha's side, he will definitely be taken to Konoha Root, the famous villain's friend Danzo-kun, as a teammate in the future, because Konoha's the mainstream idea is to advocate peace. This kind of idea of attacking other people's villages, no matter how talented you are, what Konoha lacks the most is genius. But in this bitter country of wind, Sunagakure is different. They also love peace, but this is on the premise that they can develop better. The problem now is that chickens can't lay eggs and birds can't shit. In the great desert of Daxia, there is no way to see the direction of development. As long as the starting point is for the good of the village, even if they take the initiative to provoke a war, they will not hesitate. And Sramana is so excited because the child's thoughts are a bit extreme, but he has the village in his heart, and the starting point is for the good of the village, and that's enough. Sigma, A. Sunagawa's brain behind the monk seemed to have been opened up to the second vein of Ren and Du, and at this moment he realized it. His dream has always been to become a popular protection village for the wind shadow. After hearing Shinto's words at this moment, he suddenly realized. Sometimes you can change your mind. Isn't the role of Fenying to lead the village to prosperity, so how can we make the village strong? Isn't it a quick and convenient way to snatch rich villages? From this moment on, Sunagawa began to have the thinking of Fenying. Isn't the slow development of their village a lack of resources? If you want resources, go grab it. This world is the strong prey to the weak, and peace is just a pretext for the strong. 13 The advantages are all the disadvantages. The first day of school ended when everyone was still in Shinto's great dream and did not recover. However, Shinto's great dream only caused quite a stir in their class. When they left the class door, those little friends were already blocked by the parents who were guarding the school gate, and there were no waves in the whole school. In terms of safety hazards, Shaman has done a good job. Shinto has a good idea and a great dream. But, at this stage, this idea can't be exposed. There is still a father on Konoha's side. The god of ninja Senju Hashirama was seriously injured in the battle with his good friend Uchiha Madara, but isn't he still dead? Samanas who have experienced the age of Senju Hashirama know how powerful this god of ninja is. The oasis in the land of wind is still there. Even if Senju Hashirama is not in good health, if you want to FK them, it will be a blow to your dimensionality. If there is any wind in Konoha, Senju Hashirama will run over to plant trees and water flowers with the hope of the whole village. Can't hold it? I'm back. Huh. Gee, you are at home alone, where is your mother? Shinto came home and found that no one was at home except for the handsome boy Sasori and his father playing in the mud in the yard. At this time, Haizang should help Shaman deal with the documents that can never be read in Fanfiction Studio. Cho usually stays at home. Teach pretty boy Sasori his dad. Today, pretty boy Sasori his dad is playing mud at home by himself. To be honest, the so-called 3-year-old look at 80, the handsome boy Sasori in front of him looks like his father. How should I put it? It's cute and right, and a little handsome. After all, he is the son of the flower of the ninja world of the second generation, even if Litu's genes have lowered his appearance, but his looks are not much different. However, if you want to compare it with his son Sasori, it is too far away, and there is no such a bright feeling at all. Shinto sometimes laments that there are too many cases of genetic mutation in the Hokage world. The most famous, the two brothers, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, have no bright spots except for their outstanding combat power and funny personality. And his brother Senju Tobirama, who shares the same father and mother, is very talented, and even his appearance is at the top of the ninja world, occupying the top of the list of handsome men in the ninja world all the year round, and he is still the kind that has no rivals. When he arrived at the handsome boy Sasori and his father, he was really curious about how Ji, who was not very handsome in front of him, gave birth to his handsome son. Could it be inherited from different generations? Pretty boy Sasori perfectly avoided his father's genes and successfully received all Cho's genes. But Cho's hair is not red either. It's not because of you, stinky boy. Where did you copy the sayings in school? For your great dream, a group of people in the village will wipe your A. Pretty boy Sasori's father hasn't spoken yet. Cho's angry voice has come from behind. However, looking at Shinto's eyes, there was a little smile in his eyes. Today, I was playing with my baby son. Recently, she found that her baby son has a very keen sense of smell for puppets. She did not expect her son to be so talented in puppet masters, so she was overjoyed and was planning to explain some basic knowledge to her son. Just take out her bottles and jars to cultivate her son's interest in making drugs. For example, this bottle is called Kibyu Chasing Soul San, and the bottle is called Hans Hao Banbu Epilepsy. After all, an excellent puppet master must be a master of poison making. It is easy to manipulate puppets, but making poison is quite cumbersome. As a result, the bottles and jars hadn't been taken out yet. A younger brother hurried over to her colleague. She had something important to discuss, and she seemed to be in a hurry, so she left her precious son and hurriedly followed the younger brother to see if she was in a hurry. What's up? As a result, when I arrived at Fanfiction Studio, I heard Shaman vividly describe the speech the stinky boy gave when he introduced himself. At first, She and her younger brother Haizang were also stunned. Did such an impassioned speech really come from the mouth of Shinto, who didn't learn a lot and only learned to split friends with Lidu? If Sunagawa and Samina hadn't pledged their sexual well-being for the rest of their lives, they wouldn't have believed that Shinto's naughty stinky brat could say such impassioned words. As Lido's nephew, it's not surprising that children who grew up in Sunagakure have the idea of attacking Konoha, especially for children like Shinto who are out of character. The living conditions here are so hard, and Konoha's life is so bad. Rich. But what surprised them even more was that Sramana actually planned to train the stinky brat as Kazekige's successor. Cho had no objection to the idea of Sramana. Shinto was also grown up by her, and she was already half a mother. And it goes without saying that he has an incredible ability to awaken at the age of 5, and it would be good if he was the next Kazekage. It is not so easy to cultivate a generation of Fenying. It is 100 times more difficult to cultivate a Fenying than to cultivate a daimyo. The daimyo only needs to eat, drink and have fun. As for fully supporting his Sunagakure, it is fine. However, it is very difficult to cultivate Fenying. First of all, as one of the 5 ninja villages in the ninja world, Fenying is a must-have condition. The talent of that kid's Achilles tendon growing to his butt is visible to the naked eye. For the past 10 years, it is definitely quite arrogant. Then there is the ability to be virtuous. If you don't have convincing morals and talents, you can't be Fenying. Otherwise, what should you do if the village is demoted? As for that kid's virtue and talent, Cho and Kaizo really want to know what other bright spots can make him decide to make that stinky kid a wind after seeing that talent in Shinto. It is cultivated by the successor of the shadow. Since he was a child, he has been bullying people because of the backers behind his back. Almost all the high-level executives in the village were attacked by him. If it wasn't for the first generation and their support, it is still a question whether this boy can survive. This aspect of morality is clearly not good. As for talent, I'm still too young now, I don't know if I have it. I still have to wait for them to confirm the enthusiasm of that kid in the classroom, and whether he copied the impassioned speech or thought it up himself. Say it again. But now Sramana is a talker, and face is given to each other. Now that Sramana has decided, Shinto is their family and they have nothing to lose, so everyone will first come up with a set of plans for Shinto's flaws, and then let them do it later. He is being corrected as he grows up. Socho, Kaizo, and the highest level of the shaman village spent the whole afternoon in Fenying Tower. You added Shinto's shortcomings in their impressions, but they didn't know it, and they were shocked. Over the course of the afternoon, they found that they had listed too many Shinto flaws. In addition to the advantages, there are all disadvantages. The key is that the advantages are in addition to talent and filial piety. The rest are all disadvantages. 14 Pretty boy Sasori, his father is the orthodox. When the 3 of them fell silent when they looked at the pile of shortcomings they listed, Heizo finally found a proposition. That is, they all treated Shinto as the heir of Kazekage all afternoon, but they didn't seem to ask Shinto's wishes. When they talked about their dreams in the classroom, they didn't say they wanted to be Wind Shadow or something. After all, this is related to other people's life, it is better to respect other people's ideas. After all, this Fenying is not equal to everyone, at least he did not want to be the secretary Haizang after working in Shuhei for a period of time. Look at Shaman now, he is only in his 40s, but he looks like he can be his grandfather. Getting old too fast. He still remembered that Samina didn't seem to have a horse till now. According to this situation, Sramana will be single for a lifetime. Although Fenying seat is attractive to those girls, Sramana is too ugly. After Heizo said this, Cho and Samina came back to their senses. The parties were not here. They said it was useless. It would be better for Cho to ask Shinto's attitude. I said, "Aunt Cho, I still need to copy this kind of thing. You look down on me too much, don't you?" But what does it matter to me if you leave G at home alone? Shinto became curious. There are thousands of younger brothers in their family. Even if those classmates are silenced, it is not difficult for Joe to know that head teacher Gusha is the younger brother of their Gong-like clan. As long as Joe speaks, Gusha will dare do not say. Sramana intends to make you a candidate for the next generation of Kazekage, what do you think? It was Joe's expression that became serious. After all, this is a candidate for Kazekage who has a great relationship, so I can't make a joke. Once you decide that you want to regret it, don't worry about it. The whole Sand Shinobi can take on this responsibility. Several. Just kidding. Kazekage candidate? Me. Sigma, A. Isn't it? Big brother? Fenying candidate? Sigma, A. Now it's Shinto Sparta's turn. Pointing at his nose, he looked at Joe, and even the handsome boy Sasori, his father, looked at his mother in confusion. Although he was only 3 years old, as the son of first Kazekage, he looked at him more than anyone else. His eldest brother, he really thinks that it is not the unreliable eldest brother he that can let his dead ghost father's younger brother develop him in the direction of Fenying. I'm not joking with you. I spent an afternoon with Shaman and Haizang studying this matter in Fenying studio. When I came back, I just wanted to see your wishes, but it seems that you don't want to. Shinto's reaction was within Joe's expectations. After all, anyone who has been in contact with Kazekage knows how boring it is. Shinto has seen Leto go home every night to rest, so it's very difficult to resist Kawokage seed. Normal. Of course I don't want to. Anyway, I don't want to be Fenying if I kill you. I can't be Fenying in my life, not even a candidate. But then G is the orthodox. If Uncle Shaman is willing, let G be this Fenying. The film candidates are also good. Shinto kept shaking his head, joking. This morning he was still thinking that this wind shadow is like being cursed, each one has no good end. Now it's his turn, and he doesn't know what's wrong with that BD. If the good orthodoxy is placed here, why not choose him as a side branch? Hey. Big brother, no, you sold me like this. Oh. Hearing the elder brother's words, the pretty boy Sasori's father complained with a small tender face. Don't interrupt when you speak, children. You are the orthodox of your uncle. Although Sand Shinobi is not privately owned, if you are in the upper position, I think this is what everyone would like to see. Why? Don't you want to help your uncle protect the village? Shinto pinched the handsome boy Sasori's father's tender face and flickered. Of course I will protect the village for my father, but what does protecting the village have to do with being Fenying? Mother, I don't want to be Fenying either. Not in my life. Don't look at the young boy Sasori's father, but he is not so easy to fool. He still doesn't know the love triangle between his dead father, his wife, and Madara. He always thought that his dead father was because he became Fenjingtai. Excessive hard work makes him exhausted, and Joe also explained it to him. After all, it is not a good thing to tell a child that his father can't do it alone. Generally, a father is an invincible image in the child's psychology. I always thought that my father was working too hard for the tired and handsome Sasori. His father naturally didn't care about Kaze-Ying. Shinto also knows why Joe's status in Sand Shinobi is so high in the original book, but Kaze is Sunagawa, her son and daughter-in-law. It's just because of the captain of the puppet master. The influence of the first generation of shadows in each village is super strong. If the handsome Sasori's father really wants to be a wind shadow, there is really nothing to do with Sunagawa, even if his most. The title of strong wind shadow is not real. Not to mention Joe's status, even if the title of first Kazekage son is revealed, it can kill everything in seconds. Just like if Senju Hashirama's grandson is still alive, fourth Hokage will have nothing to do with the perfect ninja with golden glitter, which is why Kishimoto abruptly painted him to death. After all, the background is sometimes more important than talent, otherwise it really is. Thinking that the only seedling of the Senju clan, the symbol of Konoha, would die so easily on the battlefield? Without Kishimoto's intervention, the only seedling wants to go to the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't wait to use his leather armor to be his bodyguard. But seeing that Shinto didn't seem to be joking, the handsome Sasori's father immediately went to shake his wife wildly. Anyway, he won't be a wind shadow in this life. Okay. G will not be fennying in the future. You also know how to tease him all day long. Seeing her son's pitiful appearance, Jo gave a helpless glance to Shinto and said angrily, she doesn't care whether her son should be fennying or not. If she wants to, she will go all out to support it, and it doesn't matter if she doesn't want to, although the words are a bit arrogant. But with the status of their family, it doesn't seem to make any difference whether it is a wind shadow or not. I'm just telling the truth. If Uncle Shaman returns with a crane, and there is no such young talent in the village, your son, my cousin, will really be put on the shelf. So Aunt Jo, you have this time to play with Uncle Shaman and your brother, who is the heir. Why don't you promote it to those young talents in our village and blow your name out? It's not my turn. Shinto thought about it and found that something was wrong. There is no one as good as him in the original book who is close to first Kazekage, so in the case that the handsome Sasori and his father don't want to be Kazekage, there is still a chance for this BCH like Sunagawa. But now that he has appeared, and he is still so good, what if it is his turn one day? He had promised his uncle to protect the village. If a man's words are out of control, he can't break his oath and be a traitor, right? Although the reason why I defected from the village because I didn't want to think of Kazekage is a bit tricky. So it's better to give Jo a vaccination first. Asterisk. 15 In the future, third generation suddenly became popular. What? Drink. What? In the practice ground of the Gongli family, Shinto, who is 6 years old, is sweating passionately with a wooden sword, practicing basic kendo. It has been more than half a year since the establishment of the ninja school, and he has also been studying for 2 months. After that, to officially get out of the sea of hardships, there is no need to get up early every morning and go to the school to check in. Instead, he started his own training plan. Although I don't know if I got the Golden Lion character template of One Piece, but since the abilities of Lion Fruit have come, he should also be able to inherit the power system he wants to come to the world of One Piece. Otherwise the premise of the ability of just a Lion Fruit is not bad, but when 6 Paths is born in the later stage, it will not be on the table, so why let him pass through the bitter Sunagakure? Play. In One Piece, in addition to the Devil Fruit ability, there are Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 Styles and Kendo, but Conqueror's Haki is still a bit early for him. The body of a 6-year-old kid is not strong enough to awaken Armament Haki. As for Observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki, he has no clue, nor does Marine 6 Styles. When I watched One Piece, I just watched the fruit special effects. He just skipped the character dialogue. How Styles practiced. And Lion Fruit's ability is not difficult for him, as long as he touches the non-living objects he can manipulate at will. Not enough. The premise is that he must have a lot of physical strength. This setting is a bit pitted. You know the world of Hokage is to play chakra, and his ability to aim is to consume physical strength. Isn't this asking him to move bricks? But, the supercars are all in front of you, who wants a bicycle? So at present, the best way for him to strengthen his physique is to practice kendo. Practice kendo can not only strengthen his body but also practice kendo. There is no such power as a sword in the world of One Piece, changing the color of the wind and the clouds, and the sun and the moon without light, but the basic kendo is the same for everyone. That's it? At present, it is always said that strengthening his physique and practicing kendo is his only way out. Those messy ninjutsu and puppet techniques will only affect his progress. Big brother, you have awakened magnet style. Isn't it time to practice magnet style well? How can you change your sword skills? Not far away, the handsome young Sasori, who was thrown at home by Joe playing in the mud, his father looked at a drug-making manuscript that Joe threw to him. When his eyelids were about to dry, he stood up and rubbed his eyes. Shinto said, "I can't understand what he's doing at all. He has clearly awakened magnet style. Shouldn't he strengthen his proficiency in this area? Why did he suddenly play with the sword? Magnet style is too mana-intensive, and it's in the ninja world. No matter how many skills you have, it's just hacking people. Learn a few more hacking skills to be prepared. It's you, don't sit and read books all day, get up and follow. I will practice and see how you look like a weak chicken, and I will be hung up on the person who lost me in the future," Shinto said to the handsome Sasori, his father, while waving the wooden sword in his hand. In the original book, there is no whole process in which this kid and his horse were killed by Konoha's White Fang, just a scene, but seeing the current appearance of this kid, Shinto can almost keep out of how Konoha's White Fang killed him afterward. He's a horse. This kid has been completely trained by his mother to be a nerd. In addition to practicing the chakra line, he usually reads Joe's drug-making notes. He can sit quietly in one place for a day. The strength is too strong and inflexible, and the assassin he encounters is Konoha's White Fang, which is both powerful and sensitive. The puppet in his hand can't stop the opponent, and the opponent's melee attack will give him a second. In fact, this is also a common problem of Sunagakure puppet masters. Controlling the lethality of the poisonous puppets all over the body makes them forget their ability to fight on the battlefield. The puppet masters like Samana are not weak in melee combat, they can only save their lives in the case of enemy melee combat, but they are overshadowed by the name of their puppet masters and no one notices. After all, they are two brothers, and he can't really watch this kid get beaten by Konoha's White Fang again, can he? I don't want it. The homework my mother gave me hasn't been done yet. Pretty boy Sasori's father looked at Shinto, who was panting and sweating profusely, shaking his head resolutely. Big brother's way of training is very tiring at first glance. It's more comfortable to sit and read a book and play the chakra line. Cut. Nerd, I'll be hung up to report to the Six Paths old man, don't say you know me. What? Drink. Huh. Seeing that this kid is so unprofessional, Shinto kept his mouth shut and continued to sweat, but he didn't force it. Now the First World War has not started, and it is said that World War II will be decades later. After more than 20 years, they are so flying, the big deal is to stare at him. After all, they are two brothers, the war can be lost, but this kid can't die. For more than half a year, the village was still the same village that was full of sand and sand. However, during this half-year period, I don't know if Joe listened to Shinto's proposal at that time or if it was Sunagawa, the future of the girl, the third generation. Anyway, more than half a year ago, the future third Kazekage suddenly became famous, first became popular in the village, and then spread throughout the entire ninja world. Who in the entire ninja world does not know that there is a magnet-style master in the younger generation of Sunagakure? Even Uchiha Kagami from Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Cloud Shinobi's future third-generation muscle man, Rock Shinobi's rosacea dwarf for 2 days, and Onoji are collectively known as the arrogance of the younger generation of ninjas. As for Mist Shinobi, because of the geographical location, there is almost no news, so no one knows if there are talents there. Even Sunagawa, the future third generation of the client, was stunned. He felt like he was living in a dream. It was very unreal. It was as if he was unknown the first day and was just a personal horse of second Kazekage, but the next day he suddenly felt he caught fire in the village, and in just 1 month, his reputation had already rushed out of the land of winds to the world. It's not just that he thinks it's inexplicable. Many high-level villagers are inexplicable, but it's a good thing that some people in their village are popular. After all, the younger generation of the ninja world used to have representatives from the 3 villages next door, but the younger generation of Sunagakure did not. When it came out, it was inevitable that the other 3 villages would suffer. Now some of the younger generation in their village have emerged, and it is not fair for them to say it out. Asterisk. 16 How all good things are in Konoha. Ancho, Big Brother Sunagawa is so popular, did you do it? Today, Shinto gave himself a vacation and enjoyed Joe's breakfast in the morning. After all, every day his nerves are tense, and sweating must become a neuropathy, but for half a year, the effect is remarkable. At least he feels that his body is much stronger. Putting the lion head doesn't want to be a real man for 5 seconds like half a year ago. The most important thing is that he can confirm that he not only inherited the ability of lion fruit, but also inherited the power system of One Piece, because his kendo has passed more than half a year. With the hard training, he can feel that he is not far from the realm of steel cutting in One Piece, but it depends on God's will when he can break through it. Breaking through steel cutting will be able to cut out the sword energy, which is the symbol of a swordsman. After more than half a year of hard training, his current comprehensive strength has reached the level of Chunin or above, and the special Jonin stage that is less than Jonin. As long as it lasts for a few years, he should be able to reach the level of Jonin before the battle of Senju Hashirama's death. As long as he breaks through to Jianhao, plus armament haki, Jonin still chops melons and vegetables. The ninja in the Hokage world is not as pervert as One Piece. Others may not know, but he knows that the 3rd generation of the future, which has suddenly become popular in the past 6 months, must be the work of Cho. After all, there is no such thing as a coincidence. The village is over, but Cho's methods are beyond his imagination. He originally thought that the future 3rd generation would be famous in his village. This future 3rd generation is currently a Jonin, the lethality of iron sand. Although it is powerful, it is just a Jonin. It has not yet reached cage level, and there is no amazing record, so there is no need to overplay it. But Joe seems to be addicted, not only making the future 3rd generation popular all over the country of Wind, but also the fame spread to the ninja world, which is a bit exaggerated. Isn't this what you want to pay attention to? Actually think about it. Konoha, Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, 3 young ninja villages have emerged, and it is really inappropriate that our Sand Shinobi has not emerged, so that's fine, at least it can be on par with them in terms of reputation, and Sunagawa's strength can also support such a big reputation. Cho nodded while eating breakfast. By the way, Shinto, you've been practicing swords for half a year. Are you familiar with your magnet style? Hai Zhang on the other side asked with a question mark on his face. Originally, it was a good thing for this kid to suddenly become extremely diligent, but in his opinion, this kid used diligence in the wrong place. He awakened to a much more powerful ability than magnet style when he was 5 years old and less than 6 years old. If it is an ordinary person, he would definitely put his efforts in this area to increase his proficiency, but this kid is really good. He actually took a burning stick to practice swordsmanship, and he practiced the swordsmanship of those warriors in the Kingdom of Iron. No matter how he and his sister persuaded him, it was useless. But this is the age of ninjas. Big brother. This version of ninjutsu is the mainstream, you are doing it against the official. But he still couldn't bear to see the hopes of their whole village go on so stubbornly. Oops. I've said it n times, my magnet style gives you a different magnet style, although I don't know why, but my magnet style doesn't need to be proficiency, as long as my physical strength is strong enough, a lion of thousands of meters I'll get the head out for you, can't you be more stable when you're that big? Look at Ancho, she's as stable as an old dog, ouch. Shinto clutched the dog's head that was shot by Joe and looked at Heizo's worried expression, and his teeth hurt. Now he has not broken through to the sword master, he can't cut the sword, and his body is not strong enough, and armament haki has not come out. Really there's no way to prove anything to them, so I can only accept Heizo's worried expression. The child grows up, let him go. You and I went to the battlefield with my father when I was in his grade. Joe wiped his hands and said that the old god was there, and it felt pretty good. She is not worried about whether Shinto will play with things and practice crooked things. Although this child is naughty and has an eccentric personality, he has been very assertive since he was a child. Haven't done anything to hurt yourself. Seeing her big heart, Haizang could only nod his head, and after breakfast, he went to Fenying's studio to read newspapers. By the way, Aunt Jo, do we have any summoning beasts in our house or our Sunagakure? Or do you know where there are summoning beasts like serpents and toads? After breakfast, Shinto remembered that there was another very important thing, and that was the problem of immortality. This is the high-level power of the ninja world. Even if he has practiced kendo and conqueror's haki to ultimate, he will still be able to do it at the same time. In the early stage, it was only a wave, but in the later stage, after the power of the six paths, which would destroy the world at every turn, came out, his strength would not be able to progress, so this immortal art must be learned. Then the problem comes again. As far as he knows, the three summoning beasts in the ninja world that can learn magic, Tsunade Slug, Uncle Snake's Tsundere Snake, Jiraiya's three-legged toad are all on Konoha's side. Sunagakure hair no, it's just a fat cat that has been sealed in the monk's stomach all the year round and occasionally sneaks out to relax, so if you want to learn fairy magic, you have to rely on these three summoning beasts. He doesn't know how the slug from Tsunade came from. It may also be given by Senju Hashirama. Unless you can get the fierce girl from Tsunade, the slug will be passed, and the rest will be Uncle Snake. Snake Cave and Jiraiya's Toad Ridge, now is the time point of yellow gambling poison or a small baby. Snake Cave and Toad Ridge have to find it by themselves. Summoning beasts are very rare in the entire ninja world, and we Sunagakure only have one or two. As far as I know, the most powerful summoning beasts in the ninja world are only ape demons from the Sarutobi family of Konoha. As for the big snake, toad, I haven't heard of it. You can go to the archives of Fenying building to see if there is any information. When your uncle established the village, many historical materials were placed there. Joe shook his head after thinking about it. Summoning beasts are the most precious and rare resource in the ninja world. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy them, so there are a few more in Konoha. I think they are in the other 4 villages. Too few. Cloud Shinobi Village is used by Thunder Eagle and Fakura to pass information, and only 1 or 2 of them Sunagakure can't make it to the table. Rock Shinobi is even worse, there is not even one, and the money to buy tailed beasts was still in the past. The installments borrowed from them have not been repaid yet. How can I have spare money to buy summoning beasts? Damn it, why are all the good things in Konoha? Shinto was powerless to look up to the sky, and it seemed that he had to consider whether the big dream should be replaced by a small goal. Good things are all gathered in Konoha. What other villages compare with Konoha? The male number 1 is all over there. Summoning beasts are also the most forbidden technique. Check out this forbidden technique press from Senju Tobirama. Sealing. Senju Hashirama's wife is the princess of the Uzumaki family. 17 Do you really want to soak the big fat sheep? Big brother Sunagawa, do you know? You are now half the sky, and you can be called the number 1 expert of our younger Sunagakure generation. Sign me quickly so that you don't have to queue up later. Downstairs in Fenying, Shinto happened to meet the currently smashing future 3rd generation, and immediately took out a small notebook and a pen and stretched it out in front of him and said, "In the future, the 3rd generation is relatively positive. Even if it is red now, there are no bodyguards who go out in groups. I heard from the foreign businessmen in the village that the disciple of Senju Tobirama in Konoha, the friend of the villain Shimura Danzo, because of his relationship with Uchiha 2 years ago. Kagami, Sarutobi Hiruzen's love triangle is a bit famous and rushed to the second line when they went out, they already supported and hugged. I really regarded myself as a big star. Look at how low-key this future third generation is, they don't even wear a mask when they go out, carrot. Shinto, what are you doing at Fanfiction Studio, carrot. In the future, he will helplessly take over the pen and the small book, and open the small book, oh. There are many people's signatures on it, even the first generation who has died. This kid also has a hobby of collecting famous handwriting. Although it was inexplicably popular, when I thought that my signature was in first generation, next to Nidame, I was a little hilarious. After writing down my name with a pen, third generation in the future asked with a smile, the depression that had been inexplicably famous for the past 6 months was swept away in an instant. Isn't this what my uncle mentioned about summoning beasts before? I have always liked small animals, but you know that the summoning beasts in our village are all crooked melons and jujubes, so I came to the archives to see if there is anything else in the ninja world. Small animals adopted by people, such as snakes and toads. Shinto turned out the small books and carefully put them away. This is his greatest wealth. After waiting for decades, the people above have died, and their autographs are sky high. Although he inherited the inheritance of the Gongli family from Lidu, they are all real estate, and they are not owned by him alone. They have to be divided equally with the handsome Sasori's father, and Cho is still alive. You have to register with her. Snake. Toad, your hobby is quite special, _LL. The future third generation sweats profusely. What a strange flower, but normal people don't like raising snakes and toads. This kid actually came to Fanfiction Studio to find the summoning beasts of snakes and toads. Hee, I'll go first. Seeing third generation's small expression in the future, Shinto knew what he was thinking, and he didn't bother to explain to him, so he walked towards the archives with a dry laugh. Secretly despised in my heart, how do you know a ghost? Snakes, toads, and slugs are the ones that the whole person picks up the most, but they are covered by immortals. Shinto, is it after school now? Why do you come to Fanfiction Studio when you have time? You haven't been here for almost a year. Aunt Joe asked me to come to the archives to help him check the information, FK. There is so much information here, so my uncle didn't just throw in all the history books, right? Sigma, A. As Lidu's eldest nephew, Shinto is a frequent visitor here. The guards of this generation are still those people, so they all know him. On the way, Shinto came to the archives unimpeded, and said hello to Inu, the administrator who guarded the archives. Walking in, Sunagakure didn't even have a complete tailed beast seal, and naturally there were no seals in places like the archives next to Fanfiction's office. When Shinto walked into the archives and glanced around, he almost bit his tongue, it was too much. Looking at the layers of documents that were taller than the hills, large and small, his scalp was numb, and he was persuaded to quit at the primary election stage. Haha, of course there are more. Shode spent many years collecting these materials. There are almost all materials from the Sengoku era to the present. Seeing Shinto's shriveled appearance, Inu, the administrator of the archives, said with a smile, almost everyone who has been to the archives will be shocked by the huge amount of information, because there are so many. Even if he works here all year round, it's fine, he likes to look through the information inside, but it took him 10 years to read it. Uncle Inu, you have a lot of money and learn to be rich. Is there any information about summoning beasts such as snakes and toads? Shinto looked at Inu in anticipation. The reason why this Inu came to be the administrator of the archives was not because of his strength. Generally, the administrators of the important areas of the archives have at least elite jonin in strength. This place is like it is the same as the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion in Shaolin Temple. All the important information is here, but this Inu is an alternative, so in strength, that is, the kind of jonin who is often paid for, but this Inu has a good brain and a strong memory. As long as he has seen things, he can almost remember, that's why Lidu let him manage the archives. The information in it is dead, in case someone burns it one day. Isn't Inu still there? It's okay to let him write it down by default. However, Lidu's trick is really vicious. It took Inu 10 years to read all the information in it. If you want to write it out silently, it will be like this for the rest of your life. Snakes, or toad-like summoning beasts. It seems that there are indeed, but there are only a few records in the information, but it is said that there is a place in the summoning world called the Long Cave, where the snake-like summoning beasts live. Places, but, those were all written down by Sengoku, and that's what's written on them. Inu said to Shinto after thinking about it. That's all? Are there any records of toads like Mount Myaboku? Hearing Inu's words, Shinto was a little disappointed. He didn't know the records on the FK. Why did that stupid uncle throw all the information here? It's gone, but I have an impression in my mind of all the materials I've read. There is indeed no record of Mount Myaboku, a toad-like summoning beast. Inu shook his head affirmatively. It wasn't for his bragging. He might not be able to fight, but when it comes to memory, he was chosen by Shode to come here as a high-tech white-collar worker because of this strength. This is his specialty. Suiga. It seems that I have no relationship with snakes and toads. Shinto turned around in disappointment and walked out of the archives. After exiting the entrance of Fenying's studio, Shinto looked at the sky. There was no clue of snakes and toads. The only thing that was clear was the slug. Do you really want me to go to the big fat sheep of Tsunade in the future? Think of those majestic mountains. Well, it's quite fat but not greasy. 18 Here comes armament hacking. The 13th year of Konoha and the 12 years of Sand Shinobi have just passed. Wave. Swish. Puppet technique machine light shield seal. Ouch. Little friends can do it. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. Swish swish. Damn it. Puppet art assault blade. Ding ding ding. Cut. It doesn't hurt or itches, the iron fist of love. Boom. On the practice ground of the Gongli family, Shinto, who was 9 years old, was educating his little friends. He saw countless Konao thrown by the chakra line. Konao didn't have the legendary bloody flesh on him when he shot him, but made a tinkling sound like hitting a steel plate, then fell to the ground, and then raised a big dark fist in the pretty boy Sasori's father. In the eyes of the force, rushing to his side and facing that little head is an iron fist of love. Oh. Hi. Brother, what the hell were you just now? Sigma, eh? Touching the big meat bun on his head, handsome Sasori's father seemed to have forgotten the pain in his head, looked at Shinto in shock and asked. It's called armament haki, haven't you seen it before? This is a high-end product. I also made it out of confusion, right? Would you like to teach you? Forget it, you can't learn it even if I teach you, this is an exclusive. Shinto looked shy, and enjoyed the little boy Sasori's shocked expression. 4 years. He spent 4 years exercising his body day and night. God knows what he has experienced in the past 4 years. Emperor Tien paid the price of crossing people, and finally let him practice the legendary armament hacking. Although it is only in the primary stage, there is still a long way to go before it becomes dark and purple, but let's not talk about the attack first. It is absolutely powerful in defense. The handsome Sasori's father's countless Konao hit him except for a loss. Losing a small pain is like being pricked by a needle, and even the clothes on his body are not torn. Since searching for the Tsundere snake and the three-legged toad 4 years ago, he has no clue. He can only stop now and brush up his strength level. If he can't do it, he will go to Konoha to kidnap the big fat sheep. So these 4 years he practiced day and night for a long period of time, and even Joe was frightened by that mad look. He didn't know what kind of blow this child had suffered, but he actually became a cultivator. Joe planned to give him 2 half-steps with a smile so that he would not suffer in this world. 4 years of life-defining practice not only made him a swordsman, but also trained his body so well that he reached armament haki's awakening standard, that is, observation haki and conqueror's haki currently have no clue. Observation haki, fortunately, at least the source can be found, but this conqueror's haki really embarrassed him. As far as he knows, that thing is innate, and there is not even a record of the awakening method. The awakening method of Wang Luffy's 2 fools is his. He really couldn't learn it, so he had to leave it to his fate. After all, he had to come, and he didn't rely on conqueror's haki to eat. Just by practicing armament haki and kendo well, he will be able to roam freely for decades before the finale. And this thing. The handsome Sasori's father is different from Shinto, who is ignorant and incompetent. He has been a scholar since he was a child. After all, every puppet master has been a scholar since he was a child. He has strange abilities in the ninja world. Although there are many forbidden techniques, he is really not good at it. I know that there is such an ability as a big brother. Okay, don't worry about it, big brother, I am the only one in the ninja world. Don't think about not going to school, just my strength in the ninja world must be careful. What else can you do if you don't go to school? You are only 7 years old when you go to school and play with your classmates. It is your right and obligation. Besides, your little lover, Miss Shaji, is still at school. What do you do when someone gets on the ground first? You have to know that the building near the water gets the moon first. Shinto looked at the handsome Sasori, who was ready to go to the study room to look up the information, and his father quickly changed the subject. The 7-year-old handsome Sasori's father had officially started school last year. At first, he was quite happy. The little princess of the same wealthy family, Miss Ushaji, also officially goes to school, so that he can spend all day with his little lover, cultivate his relationship, and when the relationship is stronger, let his father go to the little lover's family to propose a kiss. Getting married, having a baby when you're old, everything just happens. But after a year of being bored with his little lover, he became a little tired, of course not tired of his little lover, after all, this wicked relationship. His marriage was predestined just like his father and mother. He was tired of the day-to-day life in school. The teachers in the school taught him years ago, and his mother had already taught him, and he played even better than those teachers. He felt that it was a waste of time at school, especially when there was a big brother at home who had been in school for 2 months and did not have to attend classes, which made him even more unwilling to go to school to waste time. Because I don't know what happened recently, Joe and Kaizo are very busy, staying in Fanfiction studio all day and sometimes working overtime in Fanfiction studio at night, so he can only tell Shinto this idea, and when Shinto listens after he got his idea, he got it, and quickly slapped this thought of killing him. Damn it. Although he didn't know when Senju Hashirama died and when World War I started, but based on how busy Joe and Kaizo have been in the past 6 months, and the tension in the village, he estimated that Senju Hashirama old Daobi is not far from death. After this meeting, this kid doesn't want to go to school. Isn't that kid who will also go to the battlefield when the First World War begins? Don't be a super genius in the face of war. Even the son of the first generation does not have any privileges. The horses of the first generation must be brought on board. When the war starts, this kid will also be on the battlefield. He is only a little strong now. This kid can't be covered in the face of that kind of big war. If this kid's son is not born, he will go to sign in with his dead ghost father, and where will the little handsome boy from Sasori come from in the future? He likes pretty boys. Sasori is tight. However, the character of this child is inherited from his ancestors. The whole family has the temper of a donkey. It is useless for Shinto to say anything at all. He has no choice but to use the education of love to let him know how deep the water is in the ninja world. The strength of his three-legged cat is still honestly, it's better to be wretched in school. Although he was taught by Cho since he was a child, the strength of the handsome Sasori's father is not bad. He was ready to be Chunin at the age of 7. This kind of person is simply the target of fire, especially the son of first Kazekage, Senju Tobirama's kind of old yin then favorite, asterisk. 19. The funny thing about planting a tree is dead. Shinto, Cho-sama let you go to Downwind Studio. Yesterday, I managed to coax the handsome Sasori's father to go to school obediently. The next morning, before he got up, he was woken up by Umbu, who suddenly appeared in the room and was wrapped tightly with only 2 eyes exposed. FK. This big brother. People are scary and they will scare people to death. Who are you leading and how to teach you? You won't slam the door before you come in. Shinto jumped up and said angrily. He opened his sleepy eyes, and at the first glance, he saw a geek who was completely wrapped up in front of him. The distance was still so close, no matter who he was, he would be scared to pee. A little, and Conqueror's Haki was terrified. Fortunately, he has not reached the age of manual operation, otherwise it would be embarrassing if there is any smell in the room. Cough cough. Cho-sama has an urgent matter for you to go to Fanfiction Studio. I don't know if I was a little ashamed by what Shinto said or if I remembered that it was really rude not to knock on the door before entering the room, and I was ashamed to stay there. The Umbu brother coughed twice in embarrassment and quickly disappeared from the room after passing the message. Just like when he came, not a single cloud was left. FK. That's how the third generation ST taught my younger brother? After little brother Umbu left, Shinto looked at the position of the little brother just now with a confused expression. No wonder he was going to be killed by his eldest nephew. The upper beam was not right and the lower beam was crooked. Being the boss is not so good. It is estimated that the third generation girl must have discovered some little secrets of the handsome Sasori in the future, such as whether he used his left hand or his right hand when he was a teenager, and then he will be killed by the handsome Sasori when he discovers it. Pooh. Well deserved. That's right, for 4 years, Sunagakure, not right? It should be said that all the major ninja villages in the ninja world copied Senju Tobirama. After Senju Tobirama established Umbu in Konoha, they all copied it shamelessly. Even the name was too lazy to change the copy and paste. No. Changed 2 words, Umbu established by Senju Tobirama is called Konoha Assassination Tactical Special Unit, and then the shadows of the major villages changed 2 words slightly in order to prevent Senju Tobirama from asking for copyright fees. Sunagakure's name is Sand Shinobi Assassination Tactics Special Forces, Cloud Shinobi Village is called Cloud Shinobi Assassination Tactics Special Forces, Iwagakure is called Rock Shinobi Assassination Tactics Special Forces. Although there is a serious suspicion of following the trend, the full name of the family is different from that of Konoha, which also makes Senju Tobirama a group of psychologically disgusting like eating shit, a group of shameless follower dogs. And this special unit of assassination tactics, referred to as Umbu, has been directly under the village shadow since its establishment. At present, as the intimate little brother of Samina, he is also the benchmark for the younger generation of Sand Shinobi. In the future, the third generation will naturally become the minister of this Umbu, which can be described as one person is more than 10,000 people. The promotion of third generation in the future is also a myth in the Sunagakure workplace. In just a few years, he can climb from the errand runner from the periphery to the position of Minister Umbu. It will take at least 10 or 20 years for the body, but it will only take a few years for third generation to do it in the future. Boom. Brother Sunagawa, your Umbu needs to rectify his style. It's really going downhill. The Umbu team member who sat down in a dignified manner doesn't even understand the most basic etiquette of entering the house and knocking on the door. It's okay this time. I'm just an underage child. If I don't knock on the door when I enter Aunt Joe's room next time, I'll have a big problem. Everyone is here, today is preparing for the annual meeting what? Underscore. After brushing his teeth, washing his face and slowly eating breakfast, he came to Fanfiction building and smashed the door of Fanfiction's office with a punch. Before anyone entered the room, the sound had already entered the office. When he walked into the office, he saw, good guy, almost all the people above the red stick level in the village have arrived. Fortunately, this Fanfiction office is big enough, otherwise it really can't squeeze so many people. Everyone in the room looked at Shinto, who walked in with black lines all over his head. He was almost 9 years old and almost 10 years old, and his mouth was still so cheap. Mr. Legend should have shot this stinky boy against the wall. Underscore 11. An annual meeting? Too bad you can figure it out. Snapped. Stinky boy, what are you talking about? I asked you to come for a big deal, be serious, don't laugh. Joe patted his dog's head angrily and said. What is such a great event, such a big battle, the aliens attacked. Shinto rubbed his head and complained. In the dark outside the window of Fanfiction building, the little brother Umbu, who bravely broke into Shinto's room, almost fell off the roof. FK money, isn't it just to wake you up to sleep? Do you need to make a small report in front of so many people? The surrounding Umbu also looked at this little Umbu sympathetically. My condolences. It's even more amazing than the alien attack. I received accurate news that Senju Hashirama passed away yesterday evening. Isn't it amazing? Hai Zhang rolled his eyes and said. Originally, Shinto should not have participated in this meeting. Although his strength has grown rapidly in recent years, although he has never played against each other, he has sometimes observed that the kendo alone is very lethal. At least there is also the level of Jonin, a Jonin who is 9 years old and 10 years old. My goodness! If this news is released, it will not shock the entire ninja world. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are not so fierce. But even if this kid's talent is exaggerated, he is not a ninja according to the regular procedures, so it is not his turn to participate in the conference. This kid also came to this meeting. As a result, everyone arrived, and Umbu, who went to call this kid, came back for more than half an hour. This guy came over very slowly, and the saliva from his mouth smelled a little onion. Hai Zhang was sure that the stinky kid must have come after breakfast. Damn it! The old joker who was planting trees has finally died? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and start working together. What are you doing here, waiting for the fart here? Sigma, A. As soon as Shinto heard Haizo say that Senju Hashirama, the old joker, had died, the whole person immediately became energized, rolled up his sleeves and looked at everyone in good spirits and said. Asterisk. 20 Chunin started as soon as he joined the company. Hey! Shinto, war is not as easy as you think. Konoha is not a cat or dog. Konoha has developed so much over the years. Even if Senju Hashirama is dead, it is not our sand shinobi village. Able to shake. Shaman sighed and explained that he was very happy to see Shinto rushing into him so much, but he was still a little impulsive after all, but he couldn't blame him for that. Anyone in the village would probably have this idea, although they knew the gap between the rich and the poor of Ye is so big. The unattainable mountain that used to be on top of them is gone, and Konoha is no longer so invincible. Or start all over again, anyway, there is no worse. Sramana is right, even if we are going to fight Konoha, this war is not just about fighting. When to fight and how to fight, we have to plan well. At present, it is not only us who have received news. Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi also disappeared, and Rock Shinobi didn't know why the reaction was more intense than us. If possible, it's better to let them go first, try Konoha's strength, and see Konoha how strong are these years. After Samana finished speaking, Joe also explained it. After Joe finished speaking, a group of guys above the red stick nodded, regardless of whether they understood it or not, and looked like I agreed with Joe-sama. Face, even the patriarchs of a few big clans wanted to attack Konoha immediately to get the benefits, but Joe said to wait, then just wait. They can be unhappy with this Joe-sama in private, but in front of so many people I don't dare to refute it. The 10 people of Jinmatsu are the pinnacle of puppet art, and they are no match for it. Well, Aunt Joe, your analysis is quite reasonable. But, why did you call me here? You won't wait for the battle to start appointing me as the military marshal? Although I think I have this talent, but, is it too early? Everyone who is doing it is still alive. Shinto agrees with Joe with a serious expression on his face, even if Senju Hashirama's old joke is dead, but Konoha's strength is originally the strongest in the whole ninja world. At this time, the villain's friend Danzo-kun has no blacken, Senju the clan has not fallen yet, the Uchiha clan still has the confidence to be the #1 clan in the ninja world. In addition, there are Hyuga, Sarutobi, Shimura and other messy Sengoku clan below. Who will be the first bird to follow Konoha at this time? Going to war is better than being robbed. But he knew the inside story of the restlessness on Rock Shinobi's side. It wasn't that second Tsuchikage and his rosacea sword disciple were beaten by Uncle Madara. The same man has already died, so the anger that has been held in his stomach for several years is sent to Konoha's head. The more powerful people are, the more they care about their face. Being attacked by Madara Master Hibien was a shame for their teacher and apprentice. Let Rock Shinobi pull Konoha's first wave of hatred. This first shot is usually when the firepower is the strongest. But, he was just curious, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with him, right? Not to mention that he hasn't officially joined the job yet. Even if he joins, he's just a rookie genin with no work experience. He doesn't understand why these guys call him here. Cough, I called you here because I learned your strength from Lord Cho, because the war is coming, and all unnecessary programs can be avoided. This is your ninja forward protector, from today onwards your Ichinen is affiliated to Umbu, I have a task for you later, and the others will start preparing after they go back, so according to Cho-sama's plan, we will enter the venue after Rock Shinobi starts. Samana said to Shinto after he threw a ninja forward protector to everyone who was doing it. Brother Sunagawa, are you Umbu out of talent? What task do you want me to perform as an underage kid? When the high-level people above the red sticks left, Shinto watched the Sand Shinobi forward protector in his hand and whispered around the future third generation. I didn't expect to be hired so casually, and I started with Chinin. It's too casual. The class I enrolled with him was already a genin, but because he didn't go to school for many years, whether it was a teacher or a monk, the principal seemed to have forgotten him, and he was not notified during the assessment. He thought that if he wanted to enter the job, he would have to go to the school to take an exam or something, and then start from the bottom and slowly work his way up. But now, this Sunagakure is much more casual than Konoha's, and it's just Chinin. Don't talk nonsense, the task given to you this time is difficult for others to complete, only you are young, so it is easiest to complete this task, and you are ready to fight Konoha. Since Senju Tobirama established Konoha Umbu, Minister Umbu has been the head of the Heitake clan, Heitake Ito, is the head of the Heitake clan. I have to say that the people of the Heitake clan seem to be born to do this. Since that day, the people we sent to lurking in Konoha have been pulled out one by one. So far, there are only 2 or 3. He's still alive, so it's hard to find out about Konoha. We plan to let you go to Konoha to find out about the situation at Konoha, taking advantage of your young age. It's best to find out about their Nine Tails Jinchuriki and their troops. Clear. If possible, under the condition of ensuring your own safety, I hope you can get a complete tailed beast seal from Konoha and bring it back. Hey. The preparations for war have begun, but one tail has been restless recently. Cho also sighed after talking to Shinto. In fact, the sealing technique is because of her. When Senju Hashirama established Konoha, he wanted to sell other products except Nine Tails because of lack of money. The tailed beast is sold to other villages as a strategic material for money, and because Sand Shinobi has one tail itself, and in their opinion, the tailed beast is only different from the tail, and its strength should be almost the same, even if it is weak, it will not be too weak. So they Sunagakure did not participate in that tailed beast auction. What they lacked was only the sealing technique of the tailed beast. The sealing technique handed down from their village was incomplete, so Lidu suggested at that time that they could carry Jinsha to trade with Konoha when Konoha needed money. Complete tailed beast sealing technique, their Sunagakure was so poor that only money was left. Although the sealing technique was precious, for Konoha at that time, as long as the price was sufficient, it was still negotiable. Asterisk. 21 Haizang, how is this SSS level task calculated? But at that time, she was blamed for her youth and vigor, plus the complete tail beast sealing technique on Senju Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mito, the first generation flower of the ninja world. Uzumaki Mito is not only the flower of the ninja world, but also the famous seal technique in the ninja world. Master, she is also the flower of the ninja world, and she naturally has some competitive mentality, so she rejected the proposal of Lidu, and patted her chest to ensure that she can also perfect the seal of the tail beast. But it turns out that she is good at making drugs and puppets, but she is really not as good as Uzumaki Mito, who has a family background in the sealing technique. She has been studying this tailed beast sealing technique for several years, but she has not made any progress. Seeing that the war is about to start, One Tail happens to be at a very uneasy time, and she doesn't have the time to study the sealing technique of the tailed beast slowly. If One Tail comes out at this time to make trouble, then just give Senju Tobirama that old yinbai a chance. So when Samina discussed with her about letting Shinto go to Konoha to inquire about the news, she also gave Shinto this task by the way. Of course, the seal of the tailed beast is a secret of Konoha, and she also knew that there was little hope. Dangerous, but he still hopes that Shinto can bring back the sealing technique of the tailed beast while ensuring his own safety. The price their village has paid for this head-tailed beast over the years is really enough. You guys really look up to me. It's okay to inquire about their military strength. I'm still a little sure, but Nine Tails Jinchuriki and the sealing technique of the tailed beast. Ancho, Nine Tails Jinchuriki is your previous forbearance. Flower of the world. Those strange sealing techniques, you are not afraid of my untimely death. Having been bitter in Sunagakure for so long, it would be nice to go to Konoha for a while, so Shinto took the task without thinking, and their analysis made sense. Even Senju Tobirama, the old yinbai, would not think of their village. Would you send a little kid under 10 years old to Konoha as a spy? So there is great hope for him to sneak in during this sensitive period. But, thinking of the 2 hell-level tasks that Joe gave him, I can't complain. Don't look at Uzumaki Mito's reputation as Senju Hashirama. Madara's uncle is as big as the ghoul seal. Senju Hashirama has to call her mother. I want to get the sealing technique of the tailed beast from her, so I have to face the top server battle name just after I left the novice village. Hee, you are so clever, I know you will have a solution, but if you can't do it, forget it. Cho's eyes were flushed, and she sniffed her nose and said with some crying voice, although this child was not born by her, she brought it up with her own hands, and it was no different from her own child. In the face of her interests, no one has privileges, not even her own son. If the war is too fierce, her 7-year-old son will also go to the hospital. Oh. I'm just complaining, you are the flower of the ninja world, you won't be pretty if you cry, isn't it just a little tailed beast sealing technique? It's not a big problem, you just wait for me guy to come back. Bar. Shinto looked at Cho, who was about to cry, and immediately comforted him. This picture of mother and son's filial piety moved the three people around Kaizo, and the monk even took out a piece that he didn't know who gave it to him. The pink handkerchief embroidered with a pair of mandarin ducks had wet eyes and snot. He really wanted to give himself a slap in the face. He felt that he was guilty, and why would he think of letting this kid Shinto go to Konoha to inquire about the military situation? But, speaking of which, Uncle Samina, my mission is considered SSS level, right? After comforting Joe, Shinto remembered the level of this quest. This is especially related to Senju Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mito, who is a top-tier server. Just an S rank is not worthy of her rank, so she has to have 3 S can be worthy of it. Even if you have a SSS level mission. The Samina was still sniffing and twitching. The Samina, who was so moved by the previous picture of mother and son filial piety, forgot that the top of the ninja world was just an S-level mission. Killing Senju Tobirama S rank, killing Senju Hashirama is also S rank, but the merit is different from the number of banknotes. Where is the special SSS rank? Well, then it's settled. You wait for my good news. After receiving the nod from Samina, Shinto winked at Kaizo next door. I will remember to record it later. SSS level tasks. Hi Zhang Tian, who can tell me how this SSS level task is calculated? Because he was going to leave the next day, Shinto immediately returned home to prepare the guy after talking at Fenying's studio. Although he had not performed the mission, he had seen a lot of it. He said he was preparing for the guy, but in fact it was just a 24K pure gold made of iron. The great sword made by the master swordsman of the kingdom of Daxia himself. This is not because he does not want to keep a low profile, but because the kingdom of wind is poor and only gold is left. Iron ore is more expensive than gold. What else can we use without gold? Although the hardness of gold is softer than that of iron, the hardness is still considerable under his armament haki. There is also a detonator that can at least blow people to death. As for those thousands of books, shuriken, kunao, etc. who have never killed anyone, they are too lazy to bring them. The only sealed scroll can't hold so many things, and in the history of the ninja world, it has not been seen. People have been killed by these broken railings. There are not as many seal scrolls in this era as there are in the original books decades later. There are several seal scrolls on a random genin. The current seal scrolls are still scarce, and even Konoha does not have the condition to equip every genin with one. Seal scroll. Genin has seal scrolls that are all children from wealthy families. Big brother, where are you going? What the hell? You, have you become a ninja? At the door of Shinto's room, behind the handsome Sasori's father was a girl who appeared here at some point, watching Shinto who was packing his bags and asked curiously. When Shinto turned his head, there was a ninja forehead protector hanging around his neck, which he used as a scarf, said in surprise. There are no chinin vests, jonin suits, etc., so handsome Sasori's father doesn't know that Shinto started as chinin, which perfectly avoids those bitter D-level small tasks. Didn't his eldest brother go to the school for assessment? When did he enter the job? Ah, yes, Uncle Samina doesn't know what medicine he took to make me go to Fenying Tower and throw me a ninja forehead protector without saying a word. You don't know how enthusiastic you are. He keeps saying what the hell am I? All the geniuses, the favored sons of heaven, the first SSS level mission in the history of our village must be done by me. Hey, kindness is hard to resist. Ignoring handsome Sasori's father's murderous eyes, Shinto Versailles, asterisk. 22 The front is Konoha. SSS class. What the hell is this? Isn't Yoseori the highest class S? Underscore. Pretty boy Sasori's father finally looked at the girl next to him in confusion. He is a real master of learning. It is not the kind of full score that will be added to the test, but this is the first time he heard that the task level is above S rank. An SSS grade. Underscore. And the girl beside him shook his head blankly. indicating that she had never heard of it. Hey! I hope you puppet masters read so many books all day, why can't you turn your head around? SSS level means that this task has exceeded the scope of S level, right? While you are still young, in the future, read less extracurricular readings, do more sports with love, and let your brain breathe more fresh air. Shinto looked at the pair of dog men and women who were throwing dog food all over the place with a disappointed expression. A whole dash anger. Pretty boy Sasori's mother didn't understand, but his father understood, pulled the little lover around and left with an annoyed look. Hey! You are still young, play and play and play, but thousands of people will die. Aunt Jo doesn't want to hug her grandson so early. Shinto yelled at the backs of the two of them. You little BD, how dare you throw dog food in front of labor and management? Brother Shinto is so annoying, he is only 7 years old. With the international gesture of the handsome boy Sasori's father, the beautiful boy Sasori's mother's voice came from the front. Ha, ha. Good morning, big brother Sunagawa, why are you here too, planning to go out of the village to meet the young lady outside, date. The next day, the sun rose to the direction of lunch at 12 o'clock. Shinto came to the entrance of the village with a breath, and unexpectedly saw that the future third generation was also here, and it seemed that he had been waiting here for a long time. Shinto asked curiously. I'm waiting for you, Kahi-sama asked me to accompany you and meet you by the way. What? Didn't you sleep well last night? In the future, third generation didn't care about his teasing. The second was to watch him keep breathing and look like he didn't wake up. He resisted the urge to kill him and said, and he kept comforting himself. Maybe this is this kid's career. It's the first time, and it's still such a big SSS level mission, it's inevitable that he can't sleep because of the tension. Didn't he also couldn't sleep when he did the mission for the first time? Hey, don't mention it, it turns out that you still have a share of this task. I thought I was the only one who completed it. After all, you are a first-line star now, and it is too easy to attract attention. Shinto waved his hands helplessly and sighed. Last night, the BD Haizang came to knock on his door in the middle of the night, and explained to him the things he needed to pay attention to when leaving the village like an ant. Making him even more nervous than his client. If he hadn't forcibly chased people out, it is estimated that the BD could have been talking to him all day long. Although Heizo cared so much about him, he was moved, but it was really annoying. I'm just in charge of coordinating. The main task of chasing this task is up to you. In the future, third generation was afraid that he didn't know what it meant and explained that this kid is a semi-literate one. Has he ever been out of the village? Samina and Joe are also afraid that this kid can't understand the map and get lost. Suiga. I thought you were going to date some young lady outside the village. I heard that De Ming got married again last month, and the object was still a singer. Hey, reincarnation is also a technical job. Why didn't I vote for a big name? By the way, I heard from people in the village that you seem to often go to the daming house to listen to music, and see that big brother Sunagawa is also a man of temperament. Along the way, Shinto kept babbling in Sunagawa's ear, from the name of the land of wind to the 8 trigrams of sand shinobi Umbu's leader. I really want to find a place with no one to open a big move to bury this kid alive. But when he heard about his 8 trigrams, his mind immediately became alert. When did his 8 trigrams circulate in the village that he, the Umbu leader, didn't know? It looks like it's time to rectify Umbu when I go back. The land of fire, it's a really good place to be. After 2 months of stop and go, Shinto and the future third generation who transformed into technique stood in a town in the land of fire. There is no wind and sand in the sky, but green trees, welcoming elegance, and people on the road. People come, businessmen, and travelers come and go in an endless stream, but it's just a town in the land of fire close to the border, and its prosperity is comparable to that of the capital of the Land of Wind, Damingfu. No wonder the four major countries have always envied the land here. Yet, the Land of Fire is at the center of this world, and the land resources are richer than you can imagine. Well, just in case, I can only meet you here. It's not good to be close to some people who are seen through by Konoha. You should be careful yourself. If you really can't, give up the task, and put your own safety first. Looking at the prosperity of the city, third generation in the future was also moved, and then again seriously reminded Shinto. This kid is not only Shodei's nephew, but also the real super genius of their Sunagakure. If something really happens, they Sand Shinobi don't know when they will be able to produce a. Don't worry, the master has calculated my fate, saying that my life will be a great blessing, and once I succeed, my bones will die, and you will die. It's not that easy to die anyway. I'm off. Shinto nodded and waved at him, turned and headed towards Konoha. Is Konoha in front of you? It really is the birthplace of the transmigration boys. It's really incomparable. Konoha is located in the center of the country of fire, close to Damingfu in the country of fire. It is said to be a village. In fact, after more than 10 years of development, it is the most important military force of the country of fire and has abundant natural resources. Konoha can be said to be 10 years ahead of the other 4 major ninja villages. After rushing for a week, Shinto finally arrived at the Konoha village entrance and looked at Konoha in front of him and sighed secretly. Along the way, he occasionally encountered some Konoha ninjas, but just as Samana and the others thought, even if it is now in sensitive times, no one would suspect a child of him, even when he was lost and the kind-hearted Uncle Konoha Shinobi showed him the way, *****. 23 My name is Silver. Really? The current Konoha is definitely not as good as the Konoha in the original book after more than a few decades, but now we can vaguely see some shadows of the super village after a few decades. Shinto looked at the scene in front of him and found that Joe and the others were thinking about it. Yes, it is no exaggeration that the prosperity here is 20 years ahead of their Sunagakure. If their Sunagakure really is this early bird, Konoha's first shot is enough to make them bleed. The war is all about money and resources, money and the others. Sand Shinobi is full of golden sand, but Konoha is definitely the father who picks up resources. Stop, little brother, where did you come from? Now the village has been blocked, and outsiders can't enter. Just as Shinto grabbed a few pieces of soil on the ground and smeared his face, he ripped open his clothes, and came to the village gate looking like a refugee. Before he approached the gate of the village 2 meters away, he was given to him by 2 gatekeepers. Stopped. Whoa. My name is Silver Rayleigh. We found a group of bandits looting in our village, and now I'm the only one left. I didn't expect. I crossed the mountains, rivers, and seas. Through the crowds the sea of people came to Konoha because they heard that Konoha is a place full of love, and will protect us poor homeless people. How can this be? God. I'm dead. I'm dead. Stopped by the 2 gatekeepers, Shinto immediately took him into the role of a tragic young man who survived after the village was looted. He looked up at the sky sadly, with a heartbroken expression. The tree made an appearance as if it was ready to put on the remnant. Hey. This is I. Silver, little brother, calm down, don't think about it. Kimura. What should I do? The 2 gatekeepers were taken aback by Shinto's posture, and they rushed over to stop him, one hugging his waist and the other hugging his legs. This is a special village entrance, and they are still on duty. The damage to the reputation of the village is small, and they will also suffer. Nidame is a black-faced god in addition to the famous, unselfish, and selfless. Especially recently, when Shodei just died, the ninja world is already ready to move. At this time, they dare not go to the bad luck. The concierge uncle who hugged Shinto's old waist hurriedly asked his companions, "Anything is fine, and this kid must not die here. And also, what the hell is this name? It's no detour. It's pitiful to look at a child, and a child doesn't want to be a spy. I'm looking at him, you go and report to Lord Hokage." Seeing that Shinto wasn't struggling, the concierge named Kimura let go of his thighs and stood up and looked at Shinto carefully. He was scruffy all over his body, and there were tears on his face. No matter how he looked, he didn't look like a spy from another village. And it seems that he is only about 10 years old. If a 10-year-old child has such acting skills, he will be a ninja like an egg, and he will be in the entertainment circle long ago. After careful analysis, this Nakamura felt that this was a homeless child with a hard life. As a place to spread love in the world, how could they watch such a poor child turn away? It doesn't fit the central idea that Hokage-sama taught them. So Kimura decided to give the poor boy a chance. He would just stay here and let his companions report to Lord Hokage. He is not stupid. Last month, Lord Hokage just ordered the village to strictly prohibit the entry and exit of outsiders. If he went to report to Lord Hokage, he would not be looking for shit. Well, look at him, I'll report. The concierge who was holding Shinto's waist before hesitated for a while, but looking at Shinto, who was snot and tears, still looking for life, his mind softened. Anyway, his cousin Yudatan Koharu is a disciple of Lord Hokage, so he should not report. What will happen? Thank you. Thank you. The two ninja brothers are really good people. I wish you a prosperous future in martial arts. Hearing the conversation between the two gatekeepers, Shinto sent out good card to the two with snot and tears. Haha, where are you, little brother? Wait here, I'll report your situation to Lord Hokage. Little brother is quite literate. The concierge who was fooled by Kimura to report to Senju Tobirama heard Shinto's very innovative idiom. Although he didn't know what it meant, it sounded very comfortable, and his psychological depression was also swept away. I've been reading for a few years. In the center of Konoha, there is an iconic Hokage building under the Hokage rock where only two heads are currently carved. Senju Tobirama, a famous politician, scientist, educator, the #1 handsome boy in the ninja world, and a series of titles, can't finish talking about tomorrow is sitting in the Hokage office, listening with a serious face in front of him. One tall and one short, one handsome and one ugly young man reported. Teacher, Rock Shinobi has begun to mobilize a large number of war preparations, and has entered the final state of preparation, and looking at second Tsuchikage's stance, it should be like we are starting a war soon. Cloud Shinobi is also preparing for the battle, but their pace is not too slow, and it is difficult to say when they will fight us. Mist Shinobi didn't receive any news, but Sand Shinobi was very strange. They haven't entered the preparation state yet, as if nothing happened. A dwarf young man with a bearded face, who was a middle-aged uncle if not for the sound of his voice, respectfully reported to Senju Tobirama, who had a handsome face. That little girl Cho is really not easy. They are just planning to let Rock Shinobi go to war to test our Konoha's strength first, but that little girl Cho hides better than second-generation Leian. Just a few. Hey. It's been 10 years of peace, and the war is about to start. After Senju Tobirama finished speaking, he couldn't help but sighed. Living in the Sengoku era, he knew how terrible the war was. I didn't expect that they finally ended the Sengoku era, and it has only been peaceful for 10 years. However, he had already expected these, and was not very surprised. After all, Konoha dominated the ninja world for so long and occupied the best resources in the ninja world. If no one was jealous, it would surprise him. But what makes him strange is that they Konoha or he and his eldest brother don't seem to have anything to do with second Tsuchikage, right? When the five shadows were talking, second Tsuchikage only met once when he was the guard of first Tsuchikage Shaihi, and he was the one who couldn't even speak. When he wanted to come to the death of his eldest brother, the one who reacted the most was the poor next door. Haha, Sand Shinobi or the aggressive Cloud Shinobi is right. No matter what turn it is, Rock Shinobi will never get his turn, and this second Tsuchikage is also known as the resourceful general, so he shouldn't be so impulsive. But now, seeing Rock Shinobi's attitude that he is going to fight their Konoha to the end. He really can't understand where Tsuchikage has such a big hatred for their Konoha. Why is it like killing his father? It's like the hatred of stealing a wife. Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama touched his handsome face without hesitation. I shouldn't have robbed him. 24 Now Uchiha is really sucking. Although the eldest brother died, and the major ninja villages in the ninja world are also eager to move, but Senju Tobirama is not panic at all. The development of Konoha in his hands can be said to be prosperous these few days. When you are not polite, just operate normally, like the Uchiha family. 1 pick, 2, 3, 4 or 5 is no problem, but once the war starts, he doesn't know how many children will die on the battlefield, which is something he doesn't want to see. Report. Lord Hokage, a young man has come to the village. He is a young man who survived the robbery of the village. He came to us in the hope that Konoha will take him in. Just when Senju Tobirama was recalling what kind of feud they had between Konoha and second Tsuchikage, the gatekeeper at the entrance of the village came in and reported. Hey, it's those damn thieves again. Jing, you go take a look. If there is no problem with his identity, register him and hand it over to the orphanage. Senju Tobirama, who was thinking about things, shook his hand at the handsome disciple next to the bearded disciple, and ordered. Although he has ordered the village to strictly prohibit outsiders from entering and leaving, there are too many villages in the country of fire these days that have been harmed by bandits, robbers, and wave-bearers. They also promote love and peace, and there are homeless refugees almost every day. Come to their Konoha for shelter. Even now there are many sensitive times. But compared to second Tsuchikage's side, this is just a small problem. Just let the disciples go and have a look, even if it is a spy, and Heitake Kondo is still there. Senju Tobirama's heart is as stable as an old dog. Lord Ninja, your name is Kimura, right? Oh. What a good name. There was an emperor superstar in our village, also called Kimura. I learned from my master for a few years to see pictures, and I think your appearance is almost the same as his. The light on the top of the forehead is purple, and there is also a little red in the purple. It looks like a dragon rising slowly between the foreheads. This is the appearance of a hidden dragon. I bet that within 3 years, you will definitely be able to soar into the sky. There are even many young ladies who adore you. Ha ha ha. Well, I didn't expect you to see pictures, little brother. Is my face really that good? Of course, I've been learning to look from my master since I was 3 years old. I've learned it for so many years. It's not that I'm bragging. This is the way of looking at looks. I think second and no one dares to think first. Siguyi. Haha, I made you laugh. By the way, what happened to Kimura? People in our village used to say that Konoha is a place full of love and tolerance. As long as there are difficulties and homeless people will be taken in. Why? Suddenly we are not allowed to enter and exit outsiders. Hey. We Shode passed away some time ago, you should have heard. Of course I have. Who in the world doesn't know the news of the death of the ninja god, but what does this have to do with the village blockade? Naturally it is related, and the relationship is very big. It's just that you ordinary people don't know. Since our Shode passed away, the major ninja villages in the ninja world have been restless, and you also know that our country of fire occupies time. The most fertile land. When Shode was alive in the past, those villages of course did not dare to come and do things, but now Shode is gone. Shuaga. That's the way it is. But didn't you hear that our Konoha is the largest village in the ninja world? Even if it's a war, Lord Hokage doesn't need to make it so serious. Is there anyone in the ninja world who can beat us Konoha? Can't it? Hey. If it's just the outside village, it's not that serious, but you don't know, there is also a Uchiha clan in our village, and everyone in this Uchiha clan is so arrogant, looking at people with their nostrils all day long. One of the founders of our village, but the 2 generations before and after Hokage did not have their share. Now Shodei is dead. I heard that the Uchiha family has begun to exert pressure like Lord Hokage. It just so happens that it is a sensitive period. You say, Lord Hokage, can you ignore it? Stud. Is that the family that shouts 1v5 all day long? I've heard of them, but I can't think of them being so powerful. Who says it's not? The guys from the Uchiha clan are all like 258,000, but they are all geniuses, and they are one of the main forces of our Konoha. Hokage-sama must give them face. At the entrance of the village, Shinto is talking to Kimura about the mountains. Kimura looks like the kind of child who was unknown in the village when he was a child, has no sense of existence, and is not praised by people, so he is praised by Shinto. A few words have already floated to the sky. Finally someone found his bright spot. He simply referred to Shinto as a lifelong confidant brother. He was answering every question, and when it came to the Uchiha family, his mouth couldn't stop at all, and he didn't know if he was a Uchiha person when he was a child. He has also been flattened, and there is not a single good word that comes out of his mouth anyway. However, Shinto seems to think it is very reasonable. If Uchiha doesn't act a little demon, it will not match their image of 1 on 5, but he really didn't expect the current Uchiha clan to be so stubborn, to actually break ground on Senju Tobirama's head, and follow in the future. When the second man's father was in power, he would take it a lot. In the future, he would have to do a coup d'état secretly. Now, look at how upright people are going to talk to Senju Tobirama. The 2 consecutive sessions are yours, so it's our turn next time, right? It's so special. Cough cough. Ah. Mirror-sama. Sigma, LLL. Just when Kimura was still gushing about Uchiha's 155 family, a voice not far away startled him. Quickly stand at attention, the little heart is beating wildly. I was panicking in my heart, talking about the family in front of others, and it was a 1 to 5 family, and my whole body instantly became cold. Although this Lord Jing has a good reputation, it is also the family of the family. Ah, the ghost knows if he will wear small shoes for him in the future. Little boy, can you tell me what happened in your village? Uchiha Kagami nodded gently to Kimura, ignoring the other's previous hi. With his strength, he heard all the contents of Uchiha even though Kimura's hi was far away. He could only sigh helplessly and then looked at the same with a smile. Looking at his Shinto, 3 Tomo Sherinan doesn't know when it has been turned on, but he doesn't use any illusion or the like. He has always had a moral bottom line before he knows if it's an enemy, just to see if it's still using transformation. It's just a technique. Their Uchiha clan has been arrogant for a day or two. It has been a traditional disease for hundreds of thousands of years. I don't know how many people in the village talk about it privately. Go and shoot for 10 minutes? If this is the case, Konoha is probably gone. Wow! This handsome ninja, your eyes are so beautiful. Is this a beauty contact lens? Shinto is like a douchebag from a rural village. Instead of answering Uchiha Kagami's words, he points to his Sherinan and asks with an envious look. This reaction matches his current status as a villager, silver. Really? A child born in a small mountain village can face cross-examination calmly, so there is a ghost, asterisk. 25 Fate. Princess Tsunade is finally going to the casino. Pretty boy. This is Shinto's first impression of Uchiha Kagami. Of course, the Uchiha family is recognized as a handsome family. Except for a few crooked melons and cracked dates, almost all of them are handsome and beautiful. However, this Uchiha Kagami does not have the arrogant temperament of the Uchiha clan who see everyone as a grandson, so it is no wonder that Senju Tobirama will accept him as a disciple. This is not a beauty contact lens, boy, you haven't told me what happened in your village. Sure enough, seeing Shinto's reaction, Uchiha Kagami is already half relieved, and it can be seen that this is still a very aesthetic child. Hey! It can be said that it is sad for those who hear it, and tears for those who see it. Our village is not far away. It takes a month to go north from this road. Our village is called Windmill Village, because it is relatively far from Konoha. Recently, the trees have been covering them, so they have been living carefree and carefree. The villagers live a simple and boring life every day. They know that one day 2 months ago, a group of bandits came to the village. These damn villages are really damn it. In our village, there is no evil in burning, killing, looting, and even 80-year-old old ladies. That day, I was squatting in the toilet because of diarrhea. Those thieves didn't notice I only escaped this calamity with this detail, but, my parents, 4th uncle, 3rd aunt, and 8 aunts were all killed by those bandits. Later, I traveled all over the world. I came to Konoha through the crowd of people. I heard that Konoha is full of people. I am willing to give us poor people who are suffering and suffering. Home can return to the child, you have pity on me, let me live in Konoha, I Silver. Rayleigh promises that I will be a Konoha man in the future, and a Konoha ghost in death, throwing my head for Konoha hot blood, I will not hesitate to go up the mountain and down the sea of fire. As he talked, Shinto was so moved by his own story that he finally revealed his true feelings. It's so pitiful, I didn't expect this kind of human tragedy in the world. Master Jing, I don't think this kid doesn't want to be a spy, let's let him live in Konoha. The 2 gatekeepers were also moved by Shinto's tragic story, tears and snot flowing down quite unrestrainedly, and looked at Uchiha Kagami expectantly. This poor child, if they don't take in Konoha, what's the point? I'm very sorry for bringing up your sad things, but, I am Konoha here, not a club. Come with me, I will take you to the orphanage to register, and you will be our Konoha from now on. I will report you to Lord Hokage after I go back, don't worry, we Konoha will never let those bandits go. Uchiha Kagami was also moved by the story, his eyes turned red, and he snorted. He did not expect that such a human tragedy would happen in the place covered by their big leaves. Since their establishment, the country of fire has already been this kind of massacre in the village has rarely happened. I didn't expect it to happen under their noses now. It's all those damn bandits. Because of this incident, in the next few decades, almost all the bandits in the Land of Fire have become the test objects of Konoha's ninja seeing blood for the first time, but this is a foreign language, and Uchiha Kagami is moved after confirming that Shinto is indeed a poor child. I took Shinto into the village, turned left and right and walked for half an hour to the orphanage. After registering, I said goodbye to Shinto and went to report to his Hokage teacher that if he went to the orphanage. The current Konoha orphanage is due to the attention of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, so the living conditions here are very good. The house is built by Senju Hashirama's wood style, and the quality is excellent. Living in the last few decades will not have insects, and it can also prolong life, exorcise evil spirits and ward off evil. It's also good to come here for old age in the future. But now is not the time for him to retire, it is still the time for him to work hard for his career, and we will talk about retirement later. So as soon as Uchiha Kagami left the front foot, he also left the orphanage with the back foot. The mission that Shaman gave him to inquire about the military situation was a bit tricky for him. The mission itself is not very difficult. It is usually a B-level mission, but now because it is Konoha's preparation period, it is difficult for Umbu to get in. Which made this task more difficult, but now that Shinto has sneaked in, it is easy to inquire about the military situation. In other words, he doesn't need to inquire about the families of Konoha up and down, and he knows a lot about their strengths. When the time comes, he will go back and give shaman a word or two and it will be okay. The biggest difficulty right now is the tail beast sealing technique, which is so difficult. It is estimated that there will be two places for the tail beast sealing technique, one is the Hokage building, and the other is the top server battle account Uzumaki Mito. However, these two places are both Longden and Tiger Den. First of all, the Hokage building was passed by him first. Konoha is famous for many sealing techniques, even if he knows that the sealing technique of tailed beasts is not mentioned in Hokage building first. There are a lot of Umbu guards, even if he can enter the Hokage building and find the place where the tailed beast seal is released, he will not be able to enter. So I can only focus on Uzumaki Mito, but it's definitely not possible to be tough. The special Meow is a woman who can make Senju Hashirama kneel and sing Conquest. He is a trumpet just out of the novice village, and he just took the initiative to give it away. That's it? And I heard that the people of the Vortex family are not only chakra, but also have some strange abilities. Vortex Mito is the top bloodline of the Vortex family. What if she sees through it? So if you want to get the seal of the tail beast, you have to think about it in the long run. Shinto just walked all the way, thinking about it, and unknowingly pulled it to the street, looking at the prosperity of Konoha Street and its superior conditions. It would be strange if these three empty ninja villages do not engage in you. Come on, Princess Tsunade is finally going to the casino. Really? Wait for me. Go now. Come on, Princess Tsunade doesn't have much money with him, he'll lose everything when he's late. Just when Shinto was still trying to figure out a way, the sound of the dialogue between the two dragons on the side of the road made his ears infinitely enlarged. A big wave of inspiration came rushing in my mind, and I couldn't stop it. It's fate. Princess Tsunade is finally going to the casino. / 26 This talent looks like a granddaughter. Big. Damn it. It's a small opening again. Buy this old lady again. Big. Damn it, hey. Are you out of 1,000? You're so small. In the casino, a gambling table was crowded with people. Shinto finally squeezed in and saw a 3-year-old yellow-haired girl throwing a dozen banknotes on the table with an audacity that did not match her small figure. His eyes were fixed on the dice on the gaming table, and after a set of actions was completed, it was smooth. Normal people can't do it naturally without decades of experience. And the 3-year-old yellow-haired little girl actually has such an amazing talent. Shinto knows who it is with his butt. The entire ninja world has such an amazing talent, who else can be except the fat but not greasy big sheep Tsunade Heim in the future? Although he didn't inherit Senju Hashirama's wood-style talent, but persuaded Perfect to inherit his talent in gambling and even complete overtaking, whoever looks at this is a granddaughter. And this Tsunade G is also very stubborn. She has driven more than a dozen games in a row from beginning to end. This girl still buys a lot. Even if this gambling method is not born without gambling luck, it will still be the end of the debt. You're wronged. Princess Tsunade, so many people are staring at me, I can't even think of 1,000. This dealer is crying so fast. Because of Shode's death recently, all Konoha knows that the princess is in a bad mood and hasn't come to their casino for a long time. Today is a rare visit, and their boss specially told him Princess Tsunade. In a bad heart, at this time, you must not win her money, it is best to let her win. This is just a small amount of money, but they still have to hang out in Konoha. The princess is in a bad mood and wins her money, isn't that killing her? The croupier did what the boss told him, of course, and he really did it. But it's not that I want to win the eldest princess's money, but I want this eldest princess to win money. But I don't know if it's his luck or if the princess is really possessed by a god of gamblers. He has already rolled the points, and the result will be the opposite of the bet made by the princess. Today, he is simply possessed by a god of gambling. He can already feel the strong killing intent from the distant boss. Damn it. This old lady is all overwhelmed. The old lady can't believe it. Tsunade's temper has also come. She had just recovered from her grandfather's death and planned to come to the casino to relax. For this sole proprietorship, she secretly bought the second master's jade photos to those aunts and aunts. If his second grandfather finds out, in the future gambling money is not easy to do. Snapped. Yes. Little sister who does big things can't be cowardly. Just do it. This brother supports you, and the 3 jins of 999 pure gold here are overwhelming me. Just as everyone was betting to buy small and waiting to receive the money, Shinto saw that the time was right, took out a bag containing golden sand from the sealed scroll, and threw it on the gambling table, and said loudly that he agreed with Tsunade's gambling method. Look. The 2 previous conversations gave him a hint of inspiration. He couldn't handle the top-level server battle named Vortex Mito, but it was not difficult to get the big fat sheep of the yellow-haired little girl, right? As long as she is kept out of everyone's sight for a while, he has a very high chance of running to Hui Vortex Mito to get the seal of the tailed beast. This is the legal heir of the Senju clan, Senju Hashirama, and Vortex Mito's jewel. But don't look at this. Tsunade is only 3 years old now. The little kids in the Hokage world are extremely precocious, and the handsome Sasori's father knows how to bring horses home to spread dog food when he is 6 years old. It is not easy to fool Tsunade, so the first step must be to do what he likes and gain the trust of the other party. The second step is to take her to the uninhabited grove. The plan to hide her is easy to implement. If it is done well, maybe even the slug summoning scroll can be obtained. It's much simpler to do what you like. He has wasted countless tissues on Tsunade's small books, except that he has not experienced it himself. Cough. Tsunade's 3 hobbies in life are gambling, wine, and Habian Jiraiya. But now that she is only 3 years old, she should not know Jiraiya, who is a commoner, and it is impossible to drink, so this is the only gamble left. As long as you find a common language with her, the next step will be much easier. Quiet. The people in the casino looked at him dumbfounded. Is this little brother new here? Don't you know about their famous little sheep from Konoha? Do you really want to drop that big? Even the little Tsunade stared at him with wide eyes. Don't look at her young, she is a veteran of casinos. Of course she knows these people when she is a beacon, but she doesn't care. But she has been with her grandfather since she was a child. In the casino, except for her grandfather, she has never seen anyone dare to bet with her. I didn't expect that someone would dare to bet with her when her grandfather was away. It made her feel like she had found a partner for a while, so she couldn't bear to play this. Too many companions. Don't worry, I'm so poor that I have money left. Look at the fart. Hurry up and open it for me. Shinko urged Tsunade impatiently to the bewildered dealer after giving Tsunade a smiling face he thought was charming. 113. 5 o'clock is small. The croupier reacted and opened the lid, and it was a hair from the previous results. He clearly shook things around 4, 5, 6, and 15 o'clock, but when he opened it, it had the opposite effect. Hey. It's a pity, little sister, do you still have any funds? There is no big brother here. You must kill this casino today. Shinto said that he took out a few bags full of golden sand and put them in front of the little Tsunade, instigating the same hatred. Okay. When the old lady borrowed it from you, I will pay you back when you win. Today, the old lady must win this casino. Continue to buy big. Instigated by Shinto, Tsunade's petty temper also came, completely forgetting the second thought that he was a little embarrassed to pit teammates before, and pushed out the bags full of golden sand in front of him. Proud. Hiss. Shinto was also shocked by Tsunade's arrogance. Although he was betting on Tsunade, it's not wrong, he was returning bets little by Tsunade, so that he could play for a long time, even if it was a bag by bag. Come on. But this girl is so unrestrained, she pushed it out in one breath. When he went out, he didn't expect to accompany Tsunade to gamble in this part, asterisk. 27 Tsunade was kidnapped. Compared to Shinto's reaction, the people around him were accustomed to Tsunade's arrogance. The arrogance of their Tsunade princess is comparable to their Shode. More than half of the people here are supported by these two people. These bags of golden sand look a lot, but they are still in the ninja world. For the Senju clan, the largest clan, sprinkle water. What's wrong with you? Tsunade asked curiously after seeing Shinto's reaction after placing the bet. No. Nothing, Princess Tsunade. After my observation and research, I finally found the reason why you keep losing money. It doesn't matter what your gambling skills are, your gambling skills can be said to be one of the best in the ninja world. Generally speaking, it's hard to lose, but now you've lost everything. Do you know why? Shinto felt that he was really unable to hold the gamble with the big fat sheep like this. With her arrogance, it is no wonder that the Senju family lost even the title deed of the ancestral land because of her. If it wasn't for Sarutobi Hiruzen still has a bit of conscience to help her secretly redeem it, this Konoha princess doesn't even have a special property in Konoha. Oh? What's the reason? Tsunade nodded, thinking that what Shinto said was not wrong. In terms of gambling skills, it's not her bragging, her grandfather lost her life to her. So the reason for her loss must be another inside story, it's just that she hadn't noticed it for a long time. Now that she heard Shinto say this, she thought about it carefully. There are a lot of people here, it's related to your gambling luck, let's find a place where no one is there. Shinto deliberately looked around and said in a low voice. No problem, I'll take you to a place where as long as my grandpa and I know. Tsunade suddenly realized that the fact that he was always losing money in gambling was a big deal, and without waiting for the dealer to open, he pulled Shinto towards the door. Shinto was led out of the casino by Tsunade. Seeing the little figure in front of him, he was secretly proud of himself. Even if he is an old man in the future, he will be in the future, but now he is just a little girl. This little brother, do me a favor and give me the scroll to the Senju clan, so they don't worry. Shinto came to the entrance of the casino and threw a scroll to the janitor of the casino. He didn't know whether the Senju family was big-hearted or whether Tsunade sneaked out and was not found. Anyway, he found out that there were bodyguards of the Senju family, although he still hadn't awakened. Observation hacky, but perception ability is also in the mouth, right? If the Senju clan didn't realize that their eldest princess was lost, wouldn't he have lost several bags of golden sand in vain? By the way, are you from the outer village? I don't know your name yet. My name is Silver. Really, my family is dead and fleeing to Konoha. You took so much gold with you to escape. There used to be mines at home, and I brought some. Mito-sama is not good. Tsunade has been kidnapped. In the clan of the Senju clan, in the innermost big room, a popular Senju clan ran in and handed the scroll in his hand, while panting with the first generation of ninja world, who had not left any traces on her face over time. Of flowers, the woman who made the god of ninja kneel and sing the vortex of conquest, Mito said. While Shinto and Tsunade were walking and chatting, the casino janitor was doing his due diligence. He took the scroll given by Shinto to the Senju family and handed it over to the Senju family. And the Senju clansman looked blankly at the scroll and saw the crooked content on it, and he was almost scared to pee. The noble Princess Tsunade is in my hands now. If I don't want her to have an accident, don't call the police, bah. Don't notify Hokage, wait for me to contact. What the hell? Princess Tsunade has been kidnapped. Sigma, eh? This clan knows what's going on. That is the only legal heir of their Senju clan. Now that their boss has just passed away, if even the heir has 3 long and 2 short, Tobira Misama is still single now, What if Mr. Kima does not die in the future? So the clan hurriedly ran at a speed comparable to Senju Tobirama's flying thunder god to inform their elders. Nani? Tsunade was kidnapped? Sigma, A. Not only the Whirlpool Mito was in the room, but also some Senju elders. When they heard the news, they almost swallowed. This year is really unfavorable for fleeting years. Their boss has just died not long ago, and the princess has an accident again. It seems that I have time to go to Nanga Shrine to say goodbye, bah. That's the ancestor of the Uchiha family, it's none of their Senju's business. Who sent this scroll? Who was the person who came to see the big scene from the Sengoku era? After looking at the crooked content on the scroll, Mito didn't panic, but asked the clan to understand the cause and effect of the matter first. Yes, it was sent by someone from the casino. He said that Princess Tsunade went to their casino to gamble for money today, and then met a boy in the casino, and then I don't know what the boy said to Princess Tsunade. Princess Tsunade, I took this boy out of the casino. Mito-sama, should we notify Tobirama-sama or take someone to look for it? After the tribe finished speaking, the old man beside Vortex Mito said worriedly. Harry kidnapping. This is simply a naked and upright abduction. They really want to see which BD is so tired of living, abducting their princess in their territory, so they really don't want to mess around. Falling into the hands of labor and management and ripping off his skin is impossible. There are enough things in the village. There is no need to notify Tobirama about this matter. We can handle it ourselves. Since the other party has notified us in this way, then we must have something in his hands that he wants to get. Yes, until I get something, Tsunade won't have an accident, and the other party won't let us inform Tobirama, which means we don't want to make things worse. We don't have to send someone to look for it. Konoha is so big, it's not easy to find someone. I want to see which village boy has the courage to touch our Senju people. The Whirlpool Mito had a headache when she heard that Tsunade was fooled away at the casino. This granddaughter was poisoned too deeply by Hashirama. But she really wanted to see which village boy was so brave and dared to come. They kidnapped people with Konoha. As long as such a young man doesn't die, the future is limitless. Asterisk. 28 Which village did it? Lord Hokage, Umbu found out that the people from the casino were leaving from the Senju clan. According to the casino's oral account, I suspect that Tsunade may have been kidnapped. At the same time, in the Hokage building, a middle-aged man with white hair, the iconic Heitake family, is the grandfather of Heitake 55. The current head of the Heitake family and Umbu minister has a poker face like Senju Tobirama. Said. Nani? Tsunade was kidnapped. Do Ito-sama know who did it? Sigma, A. Senju Tobirama still sat there with a poker face like an old dog and didn't say a word, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami next to him were surprised. What kind of people dare to tie people on their grounds, and they are tied to Tsunade, so tired of living? Vortex Mito really didn't mean to inform Umbu, but Umbu still knew it. This is only because the current Senju clan has too much influence in Konoha. Because of Senju Hashirama's death, there are a lot of people in the Senju clan land every day. Umbu patrolled around and paid homage to Senju Hashirama's former residence. Today, however, the people from the casino came to the Senju family, and the whole Konoha knew that their Shode were good at everything, but they liked to gamble and lost 9 out of 10 bets. Those Umbu thought their Shode signed the bill at the casino, and now they have died in the casino. People who don't understand the rules of death and debt cancellation come to collect debts. So this group of Umbu's father angrily blocked the casino's people on the side of the road. The casino's person is also a janitor. I have seen such a scene there, and dozens of Umbu's father stared at the powerful and murderous aura. I even forgot my own father's surname. I didn't need Umbu's fathers to do anything. I honestly told what I saw and heard in the first half of my life. When I was a few years old, I peeked at the ant next door to take a bath, and when I was a few years old, I started to study with the girl next door. The big business of 100 million, even the length of time, is clearly explained. When the Umbu fathers heard about their princess Tsunade, they thought it might be a big deal, so they hurriedly went back and reported to his grandfather. It must have been abducted or kidnapped. The people in the casino just helped deliver the letter without knowing it, because no one in the village did not know Tsunade, and it was impossible to fool Tsunade in this situation and let him leave. Someone to deliver a letter. According to people in the casino, the other party is a yellow-haired boy. Snapped. Huh? Mirror, what's wrong with you? Underscore. Just when his grandfather was talking about the yellow-haired boy, Uchiha Kagami, who was on the side, slapped his handsome face, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned by that red palm print. Senju Tobirama and his grandfather also looked at him curiously. Teacher, do you remember that someone came to report a boy who looked like a refugee from outside the village today? That boy had yellow hair. When Uchiha Kagami said this with a dark face, it was no longer necessary to say, everyone present here was an IQ over 120, and immediately understood what Uchiha Kagami meant. How could it be such a coincidence? A yellow-haired boy just came this morning, and then Tsunade was taken away, and the boy who took Tsunade was a yellow-haired boy. Teacher, I'll take someone to find. Wait, no need, since my sister-in-law didn't let me know, she must have a solution, I'll leave this matter to him, but... Ito, Sakumo has also grown up, this leave it to him. I really want to see in which village there is such a talented young man, who can fool you into the mirror. Uchiha Kagami said that he was about to turn around and go out. He couldn't blame him for this. After all, he was the one who brought the boy in by the way. How could such a kid's acting skills be so good? Even the pores are a play. Can't even see through his sherry-non. However, he was stopped by Senju Tobirama. As he said, his sister-in-law must have known and no one had notified him, so there must be a way. Secondly, it goes without saying that this boy must be from another village, but he just doesn't know if it's Rock Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, or Sand Shinobi. Anyway, it's not Cloud Shinobi. According to the previous description of the boy by the mirror, he has decent facial features and a man. He looks like a dog and is a little handsome. Iwagakure's group of muscular guys can't give birth to such handsome guys. A teenager in another village let them Konoha mess around and spread the word. You have talented boys, don't we have them? Isn't the genius boy of Haytake's family the same age? He is optimistic about the future of Umbu's successor, and it's time to exercise. I'm going to inform him. His grandfather nodded and disappeared into the Hokage building to inform his son that he was gone. Teacher, which village do you think did this? After his grandfather left, Sarutobi Hiruzen also became curious. Let's not talk about the other party's means, just to deceive his current good friend, and then openly took Tsunade in the casino, and finally let the casino people go to the Senju family to deliver the letter. It's enough to show that this young man is resourceful, and he dares to sneak into their Konoha alone and take away Tsunade's courage. Such a young man is definitely a genius. But the time he spent in the ninja world continued. He had never heard of such a genius boy in any of the 4 major ninja villages. As for those small ninja villages, he never took it into consideration. No, he looked down on those little ninja villages, and even the feng shui of those small ninja villages could not produce such a genius. Except Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi are all possible. After Senju Tobirama was silent for a while, he was the first to rule out Cloud Shinobi, not because he was sure that Cloud Shinobi didn't have such a young talent, but because Cloud Shinobi's people were too highly recognizable in terms of body and facial features. And the other 3 ninja villages are not so recognizable. And whether it's Tsuchikage or Mizukage and Fenying, their intelligence is not low. Although he always plagiarized his practice, he was very popular, but the behavior of modifying a word or two so that he could not receive the copyright fee also proved that these people are all someone with brains would naturally hide and tuck in until the genius grows up. For a while, he really couldn't guess which village this brave and resourceful young man came from. Asterisk. 29 Konoha's Small White Fang debut. Okay, there's no one else here, don't you think? What is the reason for me to keep losing money? Just when the Senju family and the Hokage building were getting nervous, Tsunade of the yellow-haired girl took Shinto to a left and right turn to a deserted grove and immediately turned to ask Shinto, this is a major event related to her future gambling god. Cough cough. Speaking of which, this is also related to the geographical location of your Senju tribe. Think about it, is the distance from your Senju tribe to the casino a straight line? Shinto coughed twice and touched his chin seriously. He doesn't lie to say that, the Senju family is in the center of Konoha, no matter where they go, they can connect the city in a straight line. If you learn mathematics, physics, and chemistry well, you will not be afraid to travel all over the world. ******. It seems so, what does this have to do with me losing money all the time? Tsunade nodded seriously and said, she had seen the map of the entire Konoha in the Hokage building, and after thinking about it, it seemed that the Senju clan and all the casinos in Konoha could indeed be connected by a straight line. Fault. Of course it has something to do with it. Casinos have been places of massacres since ancient times. Wherever money can be said to be inaccessible, the slaps on the lobby of the casinos all say massacres. You can imagine how much murderousness this is. The land of your Senju clan has been reorganized and connected to the casino in a straight line. The so-called straight line is the closest. Your Senju clan has been attacked by this wealth-killing spirit all the year round. It's normal for you to have so much murderous aura that it affects you. Shinto is serious, and he is talking nonsense a few times, not to mention, he even believes himself when he talks. So that's the case. Let me just say, how can anyone gamble with 10 bets and lose 10, and my grandfather's gambling skills are so bad that he occasionally wins a game or two. My mother will go and tear down those casinos. I will make my mother lose so much money. Hearing that this was the reason, Tsunade's petty temper also came up, and he rolled up his sleeves and his face flushed with anger and was about to demolish the house. Don't worry, you don't need to tear them down. Now that I have found the cause, I have naturally found a solution. Just bury a pair of red pants in the center between your Senju land and the casino, and you will be able to break this. If you have the aura of killing money, but the casino will be backlashed, but you can kill the quartet in time. Seeing Tsunade's petulant temper was about to demolish the house, Shinto hurriedly grabbed her and said, "Then what are you waiting for, let's go." When Tsunade heard the words big kill, a golden light flashed before his eyes. "It's up to me to do this. You are the one who is directly affected by this wealth-killing aura, so you can't leak your face before I destroy this wealth-killing aura, or let this wealth-killing aura affect you. By the time you hide, all your efforts will be wasted. You are here waiting for the last place to hide, you can't let this chi find you, I'll let you know when I'm done." Shinto looked around and looked at him with a serious look. "Suiga. Then you go, no one knows about this place except me." Tsunade rubbed his hands a little excitedly and said excitedly, "Well, before that, you have to borrow any object on your body as a medium, shoes, or anything." Shinto nodded and said, Just take my shoes." Tsunade originally wanted to take out the necklace hanging around her neck, but thinking that it was given to her by her grandfather, she took off her shoes with a sad expression and handed it to Shinto. When she thought that she was about to kill the quartet, it was a pity that her grandfather couldn't see it. "The dead can't be resurrected, Shode may be watching you from the sky, I think he should hope you are happy and grow up healthy. I'll go first, you can find a place to hide." Shinto took the shoes, and when she saw such a simple big fat sheep, She felt a little guilty. She couldn't help touching her little head to comfort her, then turned and left. Hey! Is someone at home, FK/wave? Raytooth. Konoha Senju clan. When Shinto came to the door, he didn't finish his opening remarks, and saw a figure with a white light short blade similar to him killing him murderously. That speed was fast. Fortunately, the reaction was also dissatisfied, and he took out his 24K pure gold sword and waved it like a sword. Ding! Thunderblade! /wave! Ding ding ding! The swords of the two figures are constantly intersecting, and the speed is getting faster and faster. Although Shinto does not have agility points, but his strong physique makes his speed not slow, and the man on the opposite side does not talk much, and the silver-haired boy holding a white blade is even more agile. Add points, the speed is even faster than him. Damn it, isn't this 55%, his father's Konoha little white fang? It's really sharp. When Shinto saw that white hair, he was holding a white blade, he looked cool and his movements were cool. He thought it was Haytake, but now he thinks that it's not even sperm. Konoha's white fang hair looks so handsome, and moves so cool. Only the little white fang of Konoha, whom his Aunt Jo has been thinking about for decades. I didn't expect Konoha's white fangs to appear at this time. Shinto squinted his eyes and began to get serious. After a few rounds of fights, he realized that this Konoha's white fang teeth really wasn't vain. Although there was only one episode in the original book, but during World War II, he used prostitutes and gambling on drugs. The guy under the three protagonists does have two hands. Just because he is almost the same age as him now, he can barely force Jonin. If it is unexpected, he will kill Jonin with his speed. Ding ding ding. What village is this young man, who can fight Sakumo to such an extent? Kendo. People from the Kingdom of Iron? The people watching the battle from afar were also surprised. Haytake Sakumo was the first person in their Konoha generation. He was close to Jonin at the age of 10. He also learned the Haytake swordsmanship that matched him very well. Even better than his father, if he is not careful, Jonin may be killed. There are not many such geniuses in the entire history of the ninja world. I didn't expect that there was a little-known teenager who fought Sakumo half-baked, and that traditional kendo reminded Sarutobi Hiruzen not only of the Kingdom of Iron. Those warriors, is this young man from the Iron Country? No. Unlike the kendo of the Kingdom of Iron, the strange sword chi that this young man slashed out, the kendo of the Kingdom of Iron can't cut this strange sword chi. 30 I am the most beautiful boy in Iwagakure. Senju Tobirama looked at the battle in front of him with a handsome face and shook his head, denying Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement, saying that he is also an expert in kendo, and now Konoha Shinobi's Konoha-style swordsmanship is developed by him, and he has done a lot of research. The kendo of the Iron Country, he can be sure that this young man is not using the kendo of the Iron Country, but a kind of kendo that he has never seen before. Different from the current mainstream ninjutsu and swordsmanship, this young man can cut out the sword energy with pure swordsmanship. Judging from the sword marks left by the sword energy around, the lethality is amazing and it is not under A-level ninjutsu. I didn't expect that there is such a talented boy besides Sakumo. Uchiha Kagami also exclaimed that the young man he brought into the village was not only good at acting, but also so talented. Although he was also a genius, he honestly predicted that he would be the one with the best chance to start Mangekyo after Uchiha Madara. But when he was in this grade, he was really not as good as the two teenagers in front of him. Hey! Sakumo is going to lose. When everyone was amazed at the fighting power displayed by the two boys in front of them, Konoha's White Fang, who was beside Senju Tobirama, sighed lightly. Knowing the son, Amoru Ofu, as a son who has cultivated his son since childhood, he knows his own son's strength and what his son is like. To say that his son is talented, he is definitely much stronger than him. Their family's swordsmanship simply wants to be customized for him. Son, when I learned this knife technique, I felt like a duck to water and made rapid progress, but the people of the Haytake family also perfectly inherited the problems of the Haytake family, that is, they can't fight a protracted battle. This is not to say that the physical strength is not good, the second is that chakra is not good. The Haytake family of chakra is famous for its small quantity, which is smaller than that of ordinary ninjas. Therefore, the ancestors also aimed at the characteristics of their family when they created the sword technique. If the first few waves of attacks are held up, they will be weak next. Just like his son now, he is still so handsome and bitter, but his son's first few waves of fierce attacks were all held up by this yellow-haired boy, and the subsequent attacks did not have enough chakra to support him, and the power was not at all big, and his son started to pant. After hearing White Fang's father's words, everyone also discovered the situation of Sakumo. The Haytake family is a genius family that has been handed down from Sengoku. Although the population is small, each generation is a genius, but they are also famous for their soft feet. Shrimp, so seeing Sakumo, who was starting to gasp, he could only sigh helplessly. Chakras, many things like this are innate, and they can't do anything about it, unless Sakumo can marry a Senju or Uzumaki girl as his wife to improve it. The bloodlines are almost the same, but the girls from the Uzumaki family and the Senju family seem to be completely different from the Haytake school family. If the remaining children are not cool, God knows if they are geniuses. Hey. Don't fight anymore, you're sweating, I haven't warmed up yet, and I'll get big if you fight again. I said, brother. Everyone is a civilized person, I am especially. It's just for counting, your Princess Tsunade is still in my hands. After fighting with Konoha Little White Fang for a long time, seeing this Konoha Little White Fang gasping for breath, he stopped and took out Tsunade's small shoes and said angrily, he is really convinced, it stands to reason that his role is the kidnapper, the other party is a family member, usually the family member takes the initiative to talk to the kidnapper, but when this FK met such a guy, the roles were reversed, making him look like a family member. How can any family open the fight without redeeming it? You are very strong. No matter which village you are from, I hope to compete with you next time. Konoha's White Fang didn't seem to hear his words, wiped the sweat on his forehead, looked at him seriously for a while, and then said a word. Battle, you uncle. Didn't you hear the words of labor and management? Let the people who can talk to come out. Tsunade is in my hands, if I don't come out, I will tear up the ticket. By the way, get this crazy. Shinto felt like he was going crazy. How could his father be like this when he was a child, so persistent? No wonder he couldn't think about it when Danzo made a little scandal in the future. It's Tsunade's shoes, I can talk about it here, young man, with your original Konoha's courage and skills, you are qualified to talk to me, you can say anything if you have anything. At this time, a large group of people came out. Uzumaki Mito, who was standing in the C position, glanced at the shoes in Shinto's hands and said with a smile, that calm look did not seem to be the victim's family at all. Haha, this beautiful ant must be the first generation ninja flower, Uzumaki Mito, who in the legend made the god of ninja kneel down and sing conquest. Huh. They're all big shots? This handsome white-haired boy should be the most beautiful man in the ninja world, the famous Lao Yin is worse than second Hokage, right? It's better to meet him if he's famous, he looks so handsome. After Shinto finished speaking to Uzumaki Mito, he looked at Senju Tobirama, a handsome white-haired boy who also stood in the C position. Although the original book had many negative comments on this talented and strange man, it is undeniable that the living Senju Tobirama is really handsome. Senju Tobirama twitched the corners of his mouth and pressed the urge to kill. He found that this kid's mouth was a bit cheap. He said he was the most beautiful man in the ninja world. A person who can compete with him in terms of appearance, even if there is no threat, but saying that he is an old yin ratio, Little BD, don't fall into my hands. Ninja, the most beautiful man in the ninja world. Underscore. Sarutobi Hiruzen is quite sensitive to the title of the most beautiful man in the ninja world. He looked at his handsome teacher curiously, and then quietly took out a small mirror to look at himself in the mirror. He's not bad either. It's just a little bit shorter than the teacher. 2 generations of handsome guys from the Haytake family, as well as the handsome Sherry non-boy, and, the one who was holding a mirror and cheering himself up. What's up with Sarutobi? What my eldest brother Onoji said is true, you are shorter than him. Ahem, let me introduce myself formally, I am the most beautiful boy in Iwagakure, Silver. Really? After looking at the people he could recognize, he threw the pot to Iwagakure. Anyway, Iwagakure was in debt, and the balance owed to their village had not yet been repaid. Uchiha Kagami glanced at his good friend. It turns out that the bearded attaché so much importance to his appearance. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Onoji that red nose BD. 31 Tsunade his dad, is my Tsunade so cheap? Everyone was speechless. Sir Buzz, what the hell is this name? I knew it was fake when I heard it, underscore. The little brothers of the Senju clan even gave a thumbs up, brilliant. Dare to call our boss Layanbi? Silver. Really, now you can tell the purpose of your taking Tsunade. Uzumaki Mito looked at him with a smile, like a grandmother looking at her grandson, and said in harmony. To be honest, she quite admires this kid. He is bold, has the means, and is not stage fright in the face of so many adults. He is indeed a genius. However, she has lived for so many years and has never seen any genius, and she only appreciates the genius of other villages. When it falls into Tobirama's hands, it will be sliced or brewed in medicinal wine, that's his business. Damn it, dare to be in Konoha help the granddaughter of the old lady, this is their Senju clan as a copy brush. Is it alright if you just praise me for being beautiful? Ha! I almost forgot if you didn't say it. My little heart can't take it anymore with so many of you big people here. That's it? In fact, I originally had a business to discuss with you Mito-sama, but I also know that in a village like Konoha, you are so virtuous and respected, it is not easy for me, a newcomer, to meet you, so I can only use some means if I have to, but I am an honest person. Shinto spread his hands and said. Humph. Kidnapping Tsunade, you still have the face to say that you are upright. What are you asking for? Just say it. Hashtag. At this time, a stout man in the uniform of the Senju clan said angrily. This, uncle, don't get too excited, Princess Tsunade is fine now, I'm not embarrassing her. Mito-sama, wait for us to trade and you send me out of the village, I'll tell you her location, everyone. Don't owe each other, what do you think? Seeing that this big man knows Senju Hashirama with a 90% acquaintance, he can be sure that this person should be the future father-in-law, Tsunade's biological father is now a family. It would not be good if the father-in-law was harassed, so after comforting Tsunade's father, he said to Uzumaki Mito, although he is also the C position, but he can see that Senju Tobirama is not good enough. It's a foil, Uzumaki Mito is the talker. I agree with this, you should talk about it, what do you want? Uzumaki Mito has acquiesced to his trading method, nothing is as precious as Tsunade, not even the 9 tails in her belly. 9 tails in her stomach knew what she was thinking, and rolled her eyes violently. Don't let labor and capital go out. It's nothing precious to you, Konoha. A complete version of the sealing technique of the tailed beast, and Miss Katsuyu's summoning beast scroll. Shinto said. Quiet. When Shinto finished speaking, the surroundings were dead silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others stared at him in amazement. Just, these 2 things. Why did you tie my daughter for these 2 things? Senju Tobirama, Uzumaki Mito, and others were stunned after listening to it. Tsunade's father even frowned and held back his anger. To confirm it again, it's not how precious the thing this kid wants, but how much this kid wants, too special. It's simple, it's completely unworthy of his daughter's worth. The tail beast sealing technique was developed by his mother, and now it has been thrown into the Hokage village and turned into dust, and no one has seen it, and although Miss Katsuyu is his father's summoning beast, no one from the Senju family is willing to sign this. It's mainly a big man who brought a soft-talking summoning beast to lose the card. Even Tsunade disliked it to death after knowing that the contract was signed by Miss Katsuyu, and was angry with his father for 2 days. As a result, this kid kidnapped his daughter for these two bad guys. If his own daughter is not in the hands of the other party, he will really pull the skin of this BD. Senju Tobirama, Uzumaki Mito, and a group of Senju tribesmen behind them did the same. A few elderly people quickly swallowed a bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills and even swallowed the bottle to be shocked. The heir of their Senju clan, Konoha's little princess, is so cheap. A whole. Oh, disho. Underscore, if you think it's too expensive, you can also seal the tailed beast. Shinto looked at the weird atmosphere and the fact that a group of old guys almost couldn't get up in one breath. He thought that the price he offered was too high. But I can't cover it up, and the fastest man in the ninja world is here, and I can't run even if I want to. Don't. I'll give you 2 things, and by the way, add a seal of the highest level, lest there be rumors that my Tsunade is worthless. Oh. Tsunade's father almost yelled at this. He was really afraid that he couldn't help but explode and kill this kid, so that he wouldn't be able to see his precious daughter. Senju Tobirama didn't speak to Vortex Mito, she was acquiescing to what her son, eldest nephew, said, and Vortex Mito nodded to the clan behind her and asked him to bring these 3 things. She was also afraid that she would not be able to resist calling Shinigami. Swallow this kid. The 9 tails in the Vortex Mito's stomach looked at this kid with great interest. This kid is really talented. After so many years, it was the first time he saw Vortex Mito so angry. Even if that BD Senju Hashirama lost her dowry at first, he was just kneeling on a washboard. This kid can actually make Vortex Mito so angry. Summoning Shinigami. Really FG talented? Huh? So polite? You are so enthusiastic, so I'm not polite. I'm the one who says what I'm talking about. I'll tell you where Tsunade is after sending me out of Konoha, underscore. Now it's Shinto's turn to be stunned. He realizes that he seems to have misestimated the value of Tsunade. The regret in my heart. If I knew he had added a Flying Thunder God? But the level of knowledge that Flying Thunder God needs is too high, and it seems that it is not bad to get a good seal. This is what you want, but you can sign the summoning scroll and return it to us. After all, it is my father's relic. You only want to sign the summoning beast if you want this summoning scroll. When the clansmen brought the 3 scrolls, Tsunade's father threw them in the past without looking at them like throwing garbage, and said, it doesn't matter if there are more scrolls in their family, but his father's relics must not be given. Asterisk. 32 Senju Tobirama is so vengeful. No problem, but this, is it okay to use a pseudonym? Shinto accepted the scroll without even thinking about it. Anyway, he only wanted the summoning scroll to practice immortality in the future. After signing the signature, it was useless for him to come, but when he opened the summoning scroll, he saw that the first 2 names were Senju Hashirama. Shinto asked weakly after talking to Tsunade. He just threw the pot to rock shinobi with his 4-foot, and now he's writing his real name on the summoning scroll. Everyone looked at the sky silently. Sure enough, it's a pseudonym, underscore. Konoha Little White Fang touched the broken blade behind him. I can't beat this kind of foolishness. You hurry up. The labor and management don't have time to chat with you. What sibilts, I know it's fake as soon as I hear it. A hole? Tsunade's father couldn't take it anymore. How could his daughter be kidnapped by this guy so smart? Is she so handsome that she could be eaten? His second uncle looks so handsome, but he's not a single dog? Dish hashtag. Excuse me, it's called silver. Why are you not finished? Shinto really wanted to correct his future father-in-law's language sickness, but in return, he was indeed scolded. Sign it and sign it. It's menopause at a young age. After Shinto pursed his lips, he bit his fingers and danced on the summoning scroll. Sooner or later, he would be exposed. It was nothing compared to learning immortality. He didn't plan to keep it for long. On the field, they sand shinobi will definitely enter the field, and they will be exposed on the battlefield when that time comes. Are you left-handed? You clearly draw your sword with your right hand. Konoha Xiao Whitefang was as upright as his 5-year-old son when he was a child. It was so difficult to see his left hand swipe a name, and he said curiously as if he had discovered a new world. What? Uncle can't use both hands? UBD. After knowing that this Konoha little Whitefang did not do it on purpose, the Heitake family is so upright, but Shinto is still a blackface and just sprays. Looking at the furious yellow-haired kid, the Konoha adults looked at their Konoha little Whitefang with relief. Good boy. It's just a little bit blunt, not long enough. This yellow-haired kid has been very angry with this kid since he appeared on the stage, and his Mito-sama, Hokage-sama, and Hokage-sama's disciple Sarutobi Hiruzen have all been very angry with this kid. Now, seeing this yellow-haired kid from damn it, he is so furious. The mood is also much better. Hey. The scroll is back to you, hurry up and send me away. After signing the name, Shinto threw the summoning scroll back to Tsunade's father like a trash, and changed the subject immediately before he opened it. Hiruzen, you and the mirror send him out. Senju Tobirama still remembered the old yin ratio, and said to the two disciples behind him with a handsome face, if his sister-in-law had not already ensured that the stinky brat left Konoha safely, he really wanted to block him on the way and tear him apart. Rot him the most. It's true that Hokage doesn't play cards according to the routine, but it's about means, not life, although he is tricky, resourceful, but there is still a bottom line for being a human being. The signboard of their Senju family is there, and it is not the style of their Senju family to go back on their word. Yes, teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami. Hey. Hokage is pretty. Your Excellency, are they just giving me away? How can I say that I'll be a big man after tomorrow, so give me more people to rush the scene. Shinto said with a bit of annoyance when he saw that Senju Tobirama only let Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami send him. He's not afraid of Senju Tobirama's backsliding, after all, a cunning person has to face this thing. If Senju Tobirama really squatted him in the middle, it would be hitting his sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito in the face. Although Senju Tobirama is a bit more insidious and cunning, the basic bottom line is still there, and this face still has to be given to his sister-in-law. Haha. That's not necessary, Mito-sama still has this face, don't you think? Hokage-sama. By the way, remember to tell him after meeting Tsunade, Rayleigh will come to see her next time, take her to see goldfish, asterisk. Tsunade's father, look at your uncle's goldfish, and then meet the labor and capital to hack you to death, underscore. Miji, open it and see what that kid is called. When Shinto left with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami, he forcibly pressed down on the grass to tear the boy's mouth and looked at Tsunade's father. His name is fake, so naturally he can't guess which way this kid is. Now that the summoning scrolls have his name on them, they really see who can teach a kid with such a cheap mouth. Oh. Huh. This kid's words are really ugly. Gong Lai. Really? Do, Gong Lai. Gong Lai. Second uncle, I seem to have heard the surname before. Tsunade's father opened the summoning scroll and saw a few twists and turns after Tsunade, the handwriting of the dragon flying and phoenix dancing. Fortunately, he has some cultural skills and can recognize what is written. When he pronounced the name, he felt the palace. The surname Lai seems a little familiar, but I can't remember where I heard it. It seems that Sand Shinobi has also produced an incredible boy. First Kazekage is the Gongli family, but few people know it, and it's normal that you don't remember. Tsunade will be fine after he comes back. Looking at her, I can't let her run around. It's not too bad to meet this child this time, and I won't be so lucky next time. Hey. As soon as Hashirama is gone, the ninja world will be in chaos. Uzumaki Mito of Lao Jianghu sighed and said to his son, then turned around and went back to the house. This time, the lucky lottery just met a little rookie who just debuted, and it would be difficult to deal with it if I came across a Tsuchikage who had a deep hatred with them. Konoha. Sunagakure's kid, Miyatoshi Shinto, good. Senju Tobirama clenched his teeth secretly with this name in mind, and suddenly an amazing killing intent erupted from his body, which made the surrounding Senju clansmen tremble. Really? Their boss is so vengeful. Sigma, eh? The two big brothers, please stay. The rivers and mountains will not change and the rivers and lakes will continue to flow in the future. See you in the rivers and lakes in the future. I don't know when we will leave today. At the Konoha village entrance, Shinto reluctantly waved goodbye to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami in the bewildered eyes of the two previous gatekeepers. The two masters of the concierge still couldn't figure out what the situation was with this kid. He just arrived in the morning, and he was sent to the village gate by two disciples of Lord Hokage before it was too late. Where is Tsunade? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami have a pair of good friends whose faces are as black as charcoal, and they want this BD to get out of the way. Asterisk. 33 What the hell did this kid do in Konoha? Boom. Damn, it's BD, dare to lie to my mother. The roar of a small loli resounded through the sky after a loud noise from the Senju clan in the middle of the night. After Tsunade was brought back by Sarutobi Hiruzen to understand the situation and consequences, he was so angry that he punched a big hole in front of him and kicked everyone. At this time, Tsunade's mind was still indignant. I thought you were a teammate, and you sold my mother. What kind of murderous aura, even the name is fake. Hey. Tsunade, eating everything makes you wiser. This world is very complicated, people are unpredictable, and you will be sneaked out in the future. If you want to gamble, let your father gamble with you. Mito looked at the puffed Tsunade and comforted him. When Tsunade came back and knew the consequences, Mito secretly breathed a sigh of relief. While the baby granddaughter was not hurt, he felt a little helpless at the innocence of the baby granddaughter, but there was nothing he could do. In Jiling, he was only a 3-year-old child. Sand Shinobi's acting skills can even fool Uchiha Kagami, it's too easy to fool Tsunade. Tsunade's father can't help but look up to the sky. His daughter's gambling luck is even better than his father's, and betting with her can only lose but not win. This is too difficult. Mother, You're, scumbag. Big brother Sunagawa? Are you, a dance? Sigma, eh? After Shinto, who was missed by Tsunade, left Konoha, Senju Tobirama was still honest and did not send anyone to squat him on the road. It took more than a month to come to the border town of the Fire Country to join the future third generation, and finally came to them. The agreed place was a big hotel, and when I walked into the private room, I almost blinded his titanium alloy dog eyes. He actually saw that the future third generation was actually wearing a girly pink singer costume, singing and dancing coquettishly with a good-looking singer. The most important thing is that the third generation will be the protagonist in the future. The singer just danced for him, and Shinto's scalp was tingling with the enchanting dance moves. Although he knows that people in this world like to sing a few sentences when they have nothing to do, it is limited to singing. Just a few words. He really didn't see that this future third generation was so obsessed with it, and actually went into battle in person, and the dance steps were even more amazing than those of professional singers. No wonder the single dog Sramana will be promoted this sweet little brother. Ahem, just a hobby, by the way, it's done. The future third generation coughed twice to ease the embarrassment, winked at the singer and the musicians and asked them to step back, then picked up a glass of wine and licked his tongue. Ninjas don't drink when they go out on missions, but he is now playing the role of an uncle who has money to spend, so it doesn't matter if he licks his tongue. It's just a small problem, I've fixed it, but my identity has also been exposed. I said as I walked, I'm afraid that Senju Tobirama, the old yinbai, will suddenly regret blocking us on the road. Shinto said while nibbling on the big meaty leg on the table. I have been on the road for more than 3 months, and I have been so busy in Konoha for a day, and I have no time to enjoy Konoha's specialty ramen. Alright, let's go, but how did you do it? Even second Hokage was alarmed. In the future, the third generation transformation technique will become a curious question from a middle-aged man. It's nothing, just tied up Senju Hashirama's granddaughter and went to negotiate with the Senju clan, then they agreed to a deal, and just sent me to the village gate, that's it? Shinto said calmly while nibbling on his big meaty legs. FK. You tied up Senju Hashirama's granddaughter in Konoha? Let's go. After listening to the third generation in the future, he almost bit his tongue and slipped away with Shinto's greasy hand. Although he is very courageous and has wild ideas, he really never imagined that this kid would be so bold and dare to tie up other people's princesses on Konoha's land. If it was him, he would not lend him to courage dare. But this kid can still come back alive after doing such a big thing. He doubts whether this kid is God's illegitimate child. Hey, be beaten so fast, wait for me to finish eating. How is it? Is there any news from Konoha? In Fanfiction Studio, Cho has asked her brother how many times. Since Shinto left, her eyelids have been twitching. She always feels that something big is going to happen when Shinto goes out this time. Her sixth sense is very accurate. The same was true before Lai died. There is no news yet, but don't worry, sister, no news is good news. Shinto has been so clever since he was a child, and nothing will happen. Heizo shook his head and comforted. Their people in Konoha now have 2 or 3 big cats and kittens, and they don't dare to show their heads. Once they do, they will be picked up by Konoha Umbu immediately. Even if there is real news, they won't be able to spread it, but he dare not talk to him about this. My sister said that it will only make her more worried. Sramana has also been emaciated a lot during this time. Ever since their whole village hoped to go out, he has been worried every day. Konoha is a dragon and a tiger's den. Even without the invincible man Senju Hashirama, the fast man Senju Tobirama is also a top king. The most important thing is that Senju Hashirama can run fast and may be still alive, but Senju Tobirama can't run even if he wants to run. That is the super genius of their village, and this thing may not be produced in 100 years. But although he was worried, it was a man, and he didn't show it like Joe did. Lord Kazekage. News from Lord Sunagawa. At this moment, an Umbu appeared beside Samana and handed a seal scroll. Coming. Cho, Samana, and Kaizo were in a state of mind for a while, and Samana took the sealed scroll and opened it directly and looked at it. 3 adults. Shinto has successfully completed the fact that people have successfully inquired about the situation of Konoha and brought back the seal of the tailed beast, but when Shinto performed the task in Konoha, the measure was a bit too large. I fear Konoha will carry out the village. Retaliation. I hope the 3 adults take precautions during this period. After Cho and the 3 read the above content, you look at me and I look at you, all with black question marks on their faces, and they all became curious. What the hell did that kid do in Konoha? Damn it. Sunagawa is such a stinky idiot, I can't say it clearly, asterisk. 34 Sramana, still too young, lack of experience. Nani? You tied up the princess of the Senju clan, and then just for a tailed beast sealing technique. Sigma, A. More than a month later, in the Fanfiction studio, Cho and Samina looked at Shinto in front of them while covering their chests with wide eyes. They were about to suffer a heart attack. More than that, there is also a slug summoning beast of Senju Hashirama, but he just asked me to sign it and didn't let me take it back, but he also gave a seal that is said to be the highest level. With Senju Tobirama and Uzumaki Mito's identities and status are not enough to deceive me as a kid, and Cho, see if it's a very good sealing technique. Saying that, Shinto took out the 2 scrolls and handed them to Cho. It's a very powerful sealing technique, but, you're a real loser. Cho opened 2 scrolls, one was the seal of the tailed beast, and it was true that he had studied the remnants of his village for so many years. Although he could not complete it, he still knew very well about the sealing of the tailed beast. She didn't quite understand it either, but she could also feel it was the real thing from the words summoning ghosts and gods literally. In exchange for these 2 sealing techniques, and a signed summoning beast, Senju had the urge to hang him up and whip him. What a loser! That's the princess of the Senju clan. This kid is so special for such a little thing. Cho was so angry that his blood vessels burst. Hey! Hai Zhang even covered his forehead and looked at the sky. He was speechless about this kid. He is usually quite clever, and he was able to kidnap the princess of the Senju family in Konoha. This method is quite amazing. Why? When it comes to the critical moment, it's so lame. The princess of the Senju clan. You asked them to take out 9 tails, and they all agreed. Fool. Asterisk, dish. Hey. What is your attitude? I have found out about Konoha's situation. I also brought back the seal technique of the tailed beast. I also bought one for free and brought back such a seal technique, so you are like this. Do you treat heroes? Now it's Shinto's turn to be unhappy. He lives in Konoha. If he makes a mistake, he may be cut into pieces by Senju Tobirama. Now he has completed this task so perfectly, not only does he not let him wash away the dust, but also what a loser, is this still a human thing? Shinto, do you know the value of that Senju princess? That is Senju Hashirama's own granddaughter, the older one is the princess of Konoha, and the younger is also the heir of the Senju family. With her in her hands, not to mention a small-tailed beast sealing technique, they will agree to let them cede the land and pay indemnity. Sramana felt that it was necessary to transmit some concepts of equivalent exchange to Shinto, so that the value of the things in exchange for doing something major in the future would be completely inconsistent. Now it's the first time. Insufficient. If this happens again in the future, others will laugh at them that the super genius of Sunagakure is stupid. No. Tsunade is so valuable. The land of fire is not Senju, just an heir, Sigma, A. Shinto was also stunned when he heard Samina say that. Is Tsunade worth so much? Konoha is not a word from the Senju family. It is too exaggerated to cede land for an heir. Will other family members agree? At least not the Uchiha family. Hey. Although the land of fire is not Senju, it is no different from the surname Senju, and the first Hokage of Konoha is Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage is Senju Tobirama, and now the influence of the Senju family is very strong in the land of fire. The current Konoha really has no problem saying that it is Senju. Shaman sighed and explained that although it was a pity that he missed a good opportunity, he was relieved very soon. After all, he was still too young and had insufficient experience. Damn it! Senju clan is so smug. Ancho, my uncle is also first Kazekage, right? So that kid G is also very valuable, ouch. After Shinto heard Samina's explanation, he thought that it was true. It seems that only the Senju family has 2 shadows in the entire ninja world, and Senju Hashirama, the old joker, has died, but his influence is still there. Now go wherever you want. The village asked a 3 or 4-year-old brat who is the god of ninjas, and they can all be released. It seems that he wants very few things. No wonder the future father-in-law, Tsunade's father heard that he wanted to give him an extra set of advanced sealing techniques as long as these two things were like bursting blood vessels. But on the other hand, the handsome Sasori and his father seem to be very valuable. Although their family is not a two-person family, Joe's status in the village is higher than that of the second Kazekage, the shaman. Forget it, it's over now, it's useless to regret it now. You'd better talk about the situation on Konoha's side. Joe got used to this kid's brain circuit, and asked after patting his dog's head. Konoha is currently preparing for the battle, and outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering and leaving. I also managed to trick Senju Tobirama's disciples into getting in, but, I heard from Konoha that Uchiha was after Senju Hashirama died. The clan is not very safe. They have already forced a confession to Senju Tobirama for the next generation of Hokage. Uchiha is the main force of Konoha. Before the Uchiha family is resolved, I estimate that Konoha's preparations will not be so smooth. Now if Rock Shinobi enters the field, maybe still get a blood, but it will be hard to say after Senju Tobirama has dealt with Uchiha. Konoha's strength is indeed much stronger than us. Shinto also introduced the situation of Konoha to a few people in a rare and serious manner. Half of it was what he heard from the concierge uncle named Kimura, and half of it was his own understanding. After all, Konoha has always been a pick. Tradition, it is a lie if it is not strong, especially at this time when the Senju clan has not fallen. The Uchiha clan is still known as the largest clan in the ninja world, and the villain is only Danzo-kun. Yet is really too strong. This is good news for us. Not long after you left, Tsuchikage had already contacted us with Cloud Shinobi, and wanted to join us to start a war against Konoha. After thinking about Shinto's words for a while, Samana nodded. He also thought that what Shinto said was reasonable. At this time, one of Konoha's core leaders was in an infighting, and it would be very powerful for them to start a fight. Asterisk. 35 The First World War begins. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and shake people. My big knife is already hungry. Shinto is so excited, the national war. This is a national war. When he played games in his previous life, his favorite was the national war. Although the kryptonite was not enough, in the national war, there were a lot of stinky fish and rotten shrimp, and any skill was to kill 4, 5, or 6. Excited just thinking about it, asterisk, slash. Hey. Boy, this is war, don't be so excited. It's not as simple as you think. We have to see if Cloud Shinobi Village will agree to second Tsuchikage's plan. Seeing Shinto's eagerness to try, Heizo hurriedly stopped him. People who have never experienced war are so aggressive. Wait. Now is the best time, before Senju Tobirama has taken over the Uchiha clan. Let's do it now and get as much as we can. It will be too late if we wait. Uncle Samana, do it. Bar. Shinto, who has been to Konoha and experienced Konoha and watched the anime, knows how much Konoha was in this period. If he doesn't take advantage of the current infighting at the core of Konoha's family, he will make a profit and wait for Senju Tobirama to get the second master. Konoha is really going to pick 4. Sramana, order it. I believe in Shinto. Joe took a serious look at Shinto and found that Shinto's expression was serious this time without being playful. He turned his head and said to Samana, it's his own child. Who else can he support if he doesn't support him? Even if they lose, they can afford to lose, at least they can let their children grow up. War is on. In the 13th year of Konoha, the news that Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi fought against Konoha at the same time spread throughout the ninja world, causing the already intense ninja world to explode at once. It also announced the end of the peaceful era. The first war after the war era really started. Sand Shinobi is the wife of first Kazekage. The puppet master Cho personally led the Sand Shinobi army into the country of fire, and Rock Shinobi is even more awesome. Second Tsuchikage all knows what gunpowder he ate, so hated Konoha. He actually let him bring it in person, the essence of Rock Shinobi, who had been preparing for the battle for a long time, went to the land of fire, and there was no one to guard the home. There was at least one second Kazekage on Sand Shinobi's side who was guarding the crystal. This time, the whole ninja world was shocked, and many people were also wondering how Konoha had offended Tsuchikage so much. Tsuchikage's reaction was so intense that he didn't even keep his family and wanted to kill Konoha and maim. Stance. Although with the death of Senju Hashirama, the father of the god of ninja, everyone knew that the war was coming, and this Tsuchikage was the most active in preparing for the war, but it cannot be ruled out that Tsuchikage is just pretending. It's not true, these little tricks are normal, they really didn't expect this Tsuchikage to be real. What the hell is this guy doing, Tsuchikage? Is he going to fight Konoha? On the way to the country of fire, Joe looked at the information in his hand with a question mark on his face. The above statement was even more exaggerated than what was said in the ninja world. Tsuchikage is not just as simple as not guarding his home. From the information, the troops dispatched by Rock Shinobi come from Look. The combat power of the entire land is estimated to have been dispatched, 30,000, a full 30,000 Rock Shinobi. It is too exaggerated. Tsuchikage is a big gamble. If you lose, like Shinto said, they're really going to sell it on August 15th. Kaizo beside Joe was also stunned by Tsuchikage's bold hand. At the same time, he had to admire his courage. This is just the beginning, so he devoted all his strength to the whole country. This kind of courage is not common to everyone. Yes, at least they Sunagakure not. Don't think about it too much, and Joe hurriedly shifts gears to speed up. This first game we will fight first. Tsuchikage is such a big hand, Konoha's focus must be on their side. Let's play a game to get some benefits. Wait for Konoha in response. We are handing the home game to Rock Shinobi. Shinto looked at Haizang and rolled his eyes. Did he say that? I don't seem to have. But now is not the time to spray him. Senju Tobirama's political tactics are much more aggressive than Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is still worried that the Uchiha clan will be taken over by Senju Tobirama before long, so he has to let Joe go to the third gear. The second gear is a bit slow. Shinto is right, Sunagawa, tell me to go down and speed up. Joe glanced at Shinto in surprise. He didn't know that he had never learned anything since he was a child, and he never read books and learned to hack friends' children. Where did he get so many crazy ideas? But he was right, their appearance this time was not just to make money. Is it good? If they can pull out the two towns in the country of fire, they will not suffer even if they retreat later. Still accelerating? Sister, the speed is very fast now, so there is no need to be in such a hurry. After Sunagawa, who turned into an errand boy, left, Kaizo said with wide-eyed eyes. Although their army is not as powerful as Iwagakure's army of 30,000 ninjas, there are also many more than 10,000 people. Even if they arrive, they will be exhausted. Hey. I'm still too young. As the chief Sema of our village, I should read more military books when I have time. Don't always read those wet and salty versions of The Wind and Moon. Even the most basic soldiers in the military family don't know how fast they are. Brother Zhang, I am very disappointed in you. Shinto hated that iron is not steel, looked at Heizo with an old-fashioned look, shook his head and sighed. Where did you learn this set? Hai Zhang looked at him dumbfounded. Although it was a bit embarrassing to be complained about by this ignorant kid, he really couldn't find the words to refute him, looking at what he was saying. The date of birth of the book in your study was 10 years ago. It's still the same military book as new. Before leaving, I asked G to read it to me all night. Why? You didn't read it? Shinto leaned forward 45 degrees with contempt. He didn't lie this time. Although it was Shaman's order to start the fight, it was his suggestion in the end, so in the end, he also had a little responsibility. Although he didn't know how much Sunagakure lost during the first battle, but if he wanted to come to the first battle, the loss of the great ninja village would not be too small, otherwise it wouldn't take 20 years for the second war to happen. In order to let Sunagakure get more benefits this time and lose less, he really let the handsome Sasori and his father go to the sea before leaving. He found a military book from the ancient times in the library and read it to him. Although I don't know if that thing is useful for the fight between ninjas, but at least there is a psychological comfort, asterisk. 36-second Reikage, the boss's seat is not easy to do. Lord Reikage, Sand Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi are off, we can't wait any longer. Let's go. In the Land of Thunder, in the Reikage building of Cloud Shinobi Village, a group of elders who are about to have a wedding or funeral are in Reikage's office. Illegal. Legal assembly, one standing on the C position holding a cane and seeing this is this. The old man who took the lead in the group was very excited. The crutches in his hand kept chopping the floor. If he was 30 years younger, the floor would really make him stomped out a few holes. These old masters are incredible. One of them is a veteran who contributed both money and efforts when the Cloud Shinobi village was built. The current old man who has descended from the Sengoku era is out of Konoha and the powerful Uzumaki clan. They have the most Cloud Shinobi, and I can see how tenacious their vitality is now. It is said that an old family has a treasure, but if the treasure in the family can't stand the restless heart at this age, it will suffer. For example, second Reikage, who is sitting on the seat of Reikage now, was pointed at the nose by these old men and sprayed his face, but he could only look up at the sky. The younger brother beside him was going to run wild or was held down by him. The elders of the village are old, and if one or two of them fail, it will be a big fun to hold a funeral in advance. Before Tsuchikage wrote to them Cloud Shinobi village conspiracy to ask for wood, he didn't agree with this approach when he heard the news. He always felt that there was a hole in it, because Tsuchikage's reaction was too weird and too intense. He had never heard of Tsuchikage's deep hatred with Konoha, but when Tsuchikage heard of Senju Hashirama's death, good guy, it was as if his son was taken away by Senju Tobirama. He immediately shook people, actively prepared for battle, and was deeply afraid of the whole ninja world. I don't even know that Senju Tobirama stole his horse. Based on his knowledge of Tsuchikage, this operation is very different from his personality. So he has been suppressing these old men who advocated fighting with Rock Shinobi. At that time, Rock Shinobi hadn't started, and he could still hold it down. After all, people's hearts are unpredictable. Who knows whether Tsuchikage is pretending or actually fighting? But now that Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi have really f'd up, and Iwagakure has almost all the combat power, almost no guards at home, so I can't sit still with these old men. Konoha is a good place. Now that the father of Senju Hashirama has died, no matter how strong Konoha is, can he stop the three of them from joining forces? So these old men were so excited, they immediately gathered and ran to the Reikage building to ask for a fight. When the village was built, why did they contribute both money and effort? Is it really for what Senju Hashirama calls peace? Their country of thunder wasn't too chaotic back then, and they were very dashing every day. The real chaos is only on the Senju family and the Uchiha family in the Land of Fire. They contributed money to the first Reikage to build a village because they saw the benefits of building a village in Konoha. The so-called harmony makes money, and there is no war in the Land of Fire. Look at how fast those ninja families grow, so they are all alike. Now if the three major ninja villages really knock Konoha down, oh my god. They didn't even dare to think about that picture, for fear that their hearts couldn't stand it when they were excited. Everyone, the situation is not very clear now. Let's see the situation clearly. Konoha is not so easy to deal with. Second Reikage held down the little brother who was clenching his fists, and said helplessly to these old men, attack Konoha. He thinks too. But how can it be so easy? Senju Tobirama's methods can't be understood by others if they don't understand him, building schools, establishing umbu, which are not copied. Let's see how good the effect is, plus Konoha umbu, it's really too powerful. Their spy gate is either closed or the news can't get out. They don't know what Konoha is doing now. The special Senju Tobirama stole second Tsuchikage's horse, and it is understandable that people come to take revenge. Second Kazekage is a second fool, and it is normal to be fooled by Tsuchikage. If he sends troops to fight without knowing what Konoha is about, if he wins, it will be fine. He also looked at the essence of these old men, and kept saying that they were for the village, but in the end they were just for the welfare of their own family. Raikage. Can't wait, if Miss Shinobi comes in, we won't even be able to drink soup. No matter how strong Konoha is, there should be a limit. Konoha is not Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. It's reasonable when the two elders were there. Yeah, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are both dead, what are you afraid of? After the old man standing in position C finished speaking, a group of old men behind him ignored the murderous eyes of the muscular man beside second Raikage and agreed. Although Yuyaye is very stubborn. But it's not in the top position yet, what AFGA? Hey! Lord Raikage, let's fight. Standing beside Raikage, a dark-skinned middle-aged man who looked like a big Sema sighed and said to Raikage. The middle-aged man looked at the posture of these old men. If Raikage didn't order him to establish a new Cloud Shinobi village, he could only shake his head and sigh and give Raikage a look. These old men almost represented most of their Cloud Shinobi village. I really want to build a new Cloud Shinobi village, maybe it can really be done. Hey, prepare for the battle, and leave next month. After second Raikage received the eyes of his own big Sema, he could only helplessly order to prepare for the battle. Let's go right away. ******. When these old men heard this, they were instantly refreshed, their waists were no longer sore, their legs were no longer sore, and they left in a hurry with the wind while walking. After returning home, they will celebrate after 300 rounds of battle. Lord Raikage, you are too soft-hearted. These old damn it. When the old men left with the wind, the younger brother next to second Raikage AI finally couldn't sit still, staring at the staggering back of the old men and said murderously. In his heart, the big brother is too soft-hearted, if he directly chugs these old guys. Hey! They are all old people who have made great contributions to the village. You will understand when you are in the position. Second Raikage AI looked at the little brother next to him, the next generation he appointed Raikage, and sighed deeply. The boss's seat is not easy to do. This little brother is good at everything, his strength is better than him, but his temper is too grumpy. When he learns to control his temper, it will be perfect. 37 Konoha OK combination. Not long after Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi were dispatched, the news that Cloud Shinobi village was also preparing for the battle exploded the entire ninja world. Cloud Shinobi prepares for 3-year-olds who know what they're up to, man. People pick up Sunin village and want Konoha to start a war. Now, those small shinobi villages who are still serving as melon eaters can't sit still. When Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi were impulsive before, they could hold back because of Mue. Yet is very strong, even if Senju Hashirama's father is dead, Konoha is still very strong in their hearts. The Uchiha family is known as 155, Konoha 1 vs 2 shouldn't be a problem, right? But they don't think so now when Cloud Shinobi village is also preparing for the battle. Konoha's 1v2 should not be a big problem, but now it's 1v3. It's hard to say, after all, it's all the ninja village, and it's already very good to be able to compete with the same Nin village. If you want to say 1v3, you don't dare to write novels like this. So after receiving Cloud Shinobi village to prepare for the battle, Xionin village also began to sharpen its knives. They didn't dare to face hard steel, but they even picked up people's heads behind those big shinobi villages, and it's still okay to brush the data. The 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world except the passive Fangwei have all acted. Now everyone's eyes are on Kirigakure, which is also the 5 major ninja villages. After all, the other 3 have moved. You, Kirigakure, don't move. A bit off the stage. However, just when everyone's eyes were on Kirigakure, the war madman of 2nd Mizukage was certainly not disappointed by these people. It didn't take long for the news of preparations in Cloud Shinobi Village to spread, and the news of preparations for Kirigakure came out immediately. Now everyone can't sit still. In the previous era of war, it was a battle between families and families. Except for those big and powerful families, a family's fighting power was only a few people. Although ninjutsu was gorgeous, the scene was not spectacular. But it is different now. This is a war between countries. Some people immediately lamented that although Senju Hashirama ended the era of wars, it opened an era of more intense and huge national wars. This is a war between countries. War. No matter the number of people, the resources are incomparable in the era of war. The fact that more than 30,000 ninjas were dispatched from Iwagakure alone has already set a record. Teacher, the Sunagakure side will reach our border in 2 weeks at most. At this time, in the Konoha Hokage building, the 6 major disciples of Senju Tobirama and the high-level members of the Hokage faction were all present, but from their positions, it can be seen that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami, who are standing in the middle C position, belong to the biological family. That kind of thing, the 4 on both sides were all picked up, and one of the disciples, who looked a little resolute, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami standing in the C position with a hint of dissatisfaction, especially in front of their teacher just now. Sarutobi Hiruzen spit out a fierce presence, and even after Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, she kept her mouth open. This is our future Konoha half the sky, the villain's friend, Shimura Danzo of Konoha Root, but the current Danzo-kun has not experienced the 0.0001 second event of the election, and has not successfully evolved, and is currently still a promising young man Konoha who loves the village and has no city. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen in the C position, Danzo felt envious, jealous, and hateful. Although the Shimura family has a close relationship with the Sarutobi family, he and Sarutobi Hiruzen are also childhood sweethearts. Obviously he is more handsome than him, and it is more in line with the teacher's aesthetics. Uchiha Kagami does not matter. Although he is not happy with the Uchiha family, he must admit that Uchiha Kagami is indeed a little more handsome than him. But this Sarutobi Hiruzen is obviously not as handsome or tall as him, but I don't know why the teacher just valued him a little more, although the teacher didn't say it clearly, but he could feel it. Otherwise the person standing in the C position must be him. However, the people present are not paying attention to Danzo's expression changes. The expressions of others are quite solemn. Most of them were born in the era of war and have seen the cruelty of war. Now they Konoha have almost become the target of the whole ninja world. I won't talk about those small ninja villages that follow the dog. Just the scene where the other 4 ninja villages in the ninja world are dispatched at the same time is much stronger than that era, and now they don't have the invincible first generation and Madara who likes to dance. The most important thing is that at this time, one of their core leaders, Uchiha, is actually throwing a tantrum about the next person, which makes them feel cold. Among them, Uchiha Kagami is the most embarrassing. After all, he is a member of the Uchiha family. Although his friends and teachers did not use tinted glasses to look at him, he was very awkward. In the past, he did everything he reported, and now he can only give it to him. Good friends. Don't worry, I've already talked to Uchiha. This time Rock Shinobi will be in charge of Uchiha, and they will leave tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Sand Shinobi's side, ITO, you take Inoshikacho and the Inyazuka clan to Sand Shinobi. By the way, Just take Sakumo with you. Senju Tobirama always looks like a dog, and because of this, the people present felt extra reassured. When Senju Tobirama said that the Uchiha thing was done and they were going to fight Rock Shinobi, the people present relaxed. Take a sigh of relief, as long as the core of the family is done. Although they are usually very unhappy with the Uchiha family, it is undeniable that the Uchiha family is the O in their Konoha Ko group. At present, the Hyuga family can't take their place. Who made the Hyuga clan unable to be invincible on the inside? 1v5. Lord Hokage, wouldn't it be good to let a child as young as Sakumo go to battle? Now we Konoha don't need children to go to battle. At this time, Konoha's father, White Fang, hadn't spoken yet, and an old man of the Senju clan had already spoken. At this time, only Senju Tobirama's own family dared to express his opinion in front of Senju Tobirama. But the old Senju family is right. Others don't know, but their Konoha people know that with their current strength, they don't need children to go to the battlefield in the early stage of the war. Heitake Sakumo is also a genius. It's just a child. There were too many gifted children who died in the war in the era of war, and it's totally unnecessary now. Elder Senju, don't worry, I believe Sakumo will be fine. The people of the Heitake family are so upright, Senju Tobirama hasn't even said a word. Konoha Little White Fang's father thought that Senju Elder said that his son's strength was too good for the battlefield, and immediately opened his mouth to support his son. You say that the Heitake family is prone to soft feet. I admit, this is ancestral. But you can't say that the people of my Heitake clan are not strong enough? Asterisk. 38 That's folk opera. The people around are sweating like crazy. The Heitake family is really upright. Didn't you hear that Elder Senju came to protect your son, You. The Senju elder who spoke earlier was almost choked to death by Little White Fang's father. If he hadn't known that the Heitake family had such a personality, he would have thrown his hands and left. He didn't want Heitake Sakumo's child to go to the battlefield to protect their Konoha seedlings. Heitake Sakumo's talent is visible to the naked eye, so feel at ease. After developing for more than 10 years, it will be absolutely awesome in the future. There is no need to take risks to the battlefield, and their Konoha is not unmanned. Second, it was because when the princess of the Senju clan was kidnapped by the yellow-haired BD from Sunagakure, it was Heitake Sakumo who was the first to have sex with the yellow-haired BD. They have to remember the love, so he will stand up to dissuade their head of the family. I just didn't expect that they didn't speak as a family, and the child's father was already against him. Okay, elder, needless to say, this matter is settled, that little BD from Sunagakure can go to the battlefield, and our genius of Konoha will naturally not fall behind. Senju Tobirama felt a little helpless when he saw his minister Umbu, but it was because everyone in the Heitake clan had this kind of character, so he could use it with confidence and comfort. When it comes to the little BD Sunagakure who dared to kidnap his granddaughter, he gritted his teeth. It's better to let Sakumo kill him. No, he will cut him with his own hands and let his little BD know that he dares to say that he is old. The price of ratio. Hiss. The people present saw Senju Tobirama's appearance, and those who didn't know wondered which little BD in Sand Shinobi offended their Hokage-sama, while those who knew the reason sighed that Hokage-sama was really holding a grudge. Little brothers, brothers and sisters. The land of fire is ahead. There are countless treasures that you have never seen before. Tomorrow will be better for our village. For the sake of our next generation, we don't have to live as hard as us, using second-hand knives, rusted shurikens, and even drinking water. Use your milk-feeding power tomorrow and give it to me. Rush into the country of fire. On the border of the land of fire, the future third-generation Sunagawa flew in the air with a blushing face towards the younger brothers below, carrying the opening draft that the little BD wrote to him last night, and mentally convicting Shinto's family. I have greeted hundreds of times. Originally, This should not have been done by him, the third commander. He was called by the Samana purely to be Cho's deputy. Originally, this kind of morale should be Cho. This was done by the highest commander of the battlefield, but because Shinto's opening draft was so shameful, Cho threw it to the second commander Kaizo after reading it, and the second commander Kaizo felt that he really had no shame after reading it. For such vulgar and shameful words, I threw it to the third commander, Sunagawa. After reading the opening remarks, Sunagawa felt that this ignorant Shinto's writing was good. If he said this, it would definitely improve the morale of the younger brothers. But, it is really hard for him to read these opening remarks, but this time there are three commanders, the first and second are not done. Shinto, a little kid, has completed the ancient and modern SSS level task, but he is always a brat, and his credibility is not high. The effect of letting him say it is definitely not as great as what they said. In the end, he had no choice but to be the third commander, the first person in the younger generation of the village, to carry out this arduous task. Kill. Into the country of fire. Sure enough, when Sunagawa finished reciting those shameful opening highs, the eyes of the younger brothers at the scene were all red, and even more bandits who were about to enter the village looked at Sunagawa in the sky. As long as the leader ordered, they could hit the moon with the leader. Superior. Your set can really work? Cho and Kaizo, who were hiding far below, looked at Shinto with question marks on their faces. They now regret letting this kid mess up. Although the emotions of these Erlangs were aroused, they looked like bandits no matter what. They don't want ninjas at all. They are really worried that these little guys will be so excited that they even forget about special ninjutsu and will fight melee. The most important thing is that they always feel that the scene is very familiar, as if they have seen it somewhere, but they just can't remember. Of course, it can be done. Brother Haizang said that in the military book in your study. According to Ji, the author of this military book is also a famous admiral army. You can see the effect. These people are one of them. I can't wait to hit the moon immediately. Carrot. Seeing the suspicious eyes of Cho and Kaizo, Shinto also felt a little guilty. Now looking at the little brothers who are screaming, his mind has stabilized again, which should be useful. Admiral Army? Which Admiral Army? Haizo believes that there is still some research on the history of the ninja world. The word Admiral Army has also appeared in the country of Iron over the years. He is a ninja. When did he buy the books of those samurai? What's the use? Ghost knows it's the Admiral Army. Your nephew said it was the famous Admiral Army in the Land of Wind. How could I know? Shinto gave Haizo a sullen look. I don't know who the author of the book in your study is. How can I know? Wait, you're not talking about a general, right? Sigma, eh? Kaizo suddenly remembered something, and stared at Shinto with wide eyes and a black line. It seems to be the name. What? Is this guy famous? Shinto looked at Haizo and looked back with the same question mark on his face. Boom. Idiot. Tai Xiaoju is not a person's name. It's the folk tales and operas of our country of wind, the ones that Sunagawa sings all day long. You idiot, actually use it to fight? Cho's slap suddenly appeared on Shinto's dog's head and slapped him to the ground. Green smoke was already coming from his head, and he wanted to eat people. Fortunately, he didn't make this kid a candidate for Fenying. Haizang also covered his head and looked up at the sky. This little BD is already invincible. It's no wonder that the scene of Sunagawa inciting the younger brother's atmosphere is very familiar. After a little bit of it, this little BD has made a special story and drama as a military book. G follows the little BD and is really a dare to read and a dare to learn. 39 super geniuses are people too. Sister, what should I do now? These people are like this. Haizanga looked at the little brothers who were roaring like animals and asked, These little brothers can't wait for tomorrow in this excited state. I didn't expect that this kid Shinto is usually ignorant and incompetent. It's so big that it turns the ninjas who have always been known for their calmness into blood-boiled hangings. It's almost impossible to keep them in shape until tomorrow. I don't know how many people are picking up soap tonight. What can we do now that we have reached this point? Attack today and try to catch him before the Konoha army arrives? Shinto got up and pulled out the great sword of pure gold. He really didn't expect that Te Miao's admiral army is such a too-general handsome boy. Sasori's father's mouth is so sloppy, write this down first, and find it on his son later. Angry. Just as Shinto said, notify Sunagawa and attack immediately. Joe is no longer able to complain, this time as a lesson, never let this illiterate boy become the commander in the future. What a person from the land of wind, Lian Te Niang's so famous I don't even know folk opera. God's Special Admiral Army, _ Kill it. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Puppet technique, attacking the blade. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Slash wave. Slash wave. Lion majesty. Earth coiling. FK. Don't steal my head, labor just debuted, ugh. Oh. Outside a stronghold of Konoha on the border of the country of fire, they slashed and killed, and the sound of skills made a mess. After receiving Cho's order, more than 10,000 Sand Shinobi followed Sunagawa and went directly to a large stronghold on the Konoha border. What is it? The overlord of the ninja world, there are hundreds of people in a large stronghold on the Konoha border. Of course, it is not excluded that Konoha knows that other strongholds will come to reinforce when Sunagakure is attacking, but most of these people who are sent here to guard the border are on the periphery. Younger brother, I have nothing on my body, not even a single family with a blood lineage. Jonin was cut off by Shinto at the beginning of 2 or 3 heads, the lion had knocked one out, and the remaining one was overturned by the future 3rd generation Sunagawa. More than 10,000 people versus hundreds of people, one person can drown them with a sip of saliva. If it is replaced by the usual Sand Shinobi, they may not have the heart to do so. They also have a bottom line. However, the brainwashed opening remarks by Sunagawa made the blood boil, and his body moved with his companions, but he couldn't stop him. The entire battlefield itself is a one-sided trend. The battle is over in less than 5 minutes. Maybe it is because I am too excited. I didn't feel much when I cut people just now. Double, and the feeling of cutting to the flesh is very refreshing, but after the battle, the blood of the fingers has receded, and looking at the bloody corpses of the Konoha shinobi around, a sense of disgust welled up in my heart, along with a heat flow rushing to his throat. He couldn't hold back and ran under a big tree to pour out thousands of miles. The rations and ammunition that have been eaten in the past few days have been returned to the manufacturers. Ha ha ha, Master Shinto is really still a little kid. How about it? It feels good to kill people, right? Yeah, didn't you just rush hard? Why did you vomit? ****. Seeing Shinto falling down 1,000 miles under the tree, a group of Sand Shinobi's younger brothers, who had already retired, also made fun of them. This is the first time they have seen their young master Shinto fight. To be honest, the stance is really fierce. At the beginning of the hand kill, it was a jonin head, and then the whole body seemed to be wrapped in black and black. He rushed into the crowd and slashed like a young and dangerous boy. This operation made them all bewildered. This was the first time for their young master Shinto to slash someone, right? There was no discomfort at all, and he was full of energy while slashing people and counting data, which made them think that this genius is not human. Now seeing him roaming under the big tree, I was inexplicably relieved. It turns out that the super genius is also a human being. Although it is a little fierce, Jonin can cut it, but after all, he is still a child, who will cut someone for the first time and not vomit. Holy shit, I'm really going to die. Having vomited to the point where he couldn't vomit anything, Shinto was already slumped on the ground, unable to pay attention to the jokes. Shinto really wants to ask the male protagonists in the novel who don't feel the first time to kill someone, are they crazy? How is it? Are you alright? It's the first time, you'll get used to it. At this time, Cho came over and saw Shinto, who was slumped on the ground. She didn't want her children to go through this if she could, but that's the fate of a ninja, it always has to be experienced once. Ah. It's okay, just take a break. Lord Cho. Konoha's army has arrived, less than 10 kilometers from here. Just when Shinto was about to speak, a sand shinobi boy came over and said to Cho. FK. Isn't it? Konoha reacts so fast. Shinto jumped up with wide eyes. According to his guess, it will take at least a while for Konoha to react. After all, it is not so easy to get a 1v5 family. Although people are arrogant, their IQ is online. Senju Tobirama wants to get a second-in-command who wants to be in the top position. How can it be so easy? At least they have to wait for them to make a wave here now. But now Konoha's reaction is beyond his expectations. They just arrived at the border of the country of fire today and they have just fought a game without getting any benefits. The opposite party has already arrived. Now is not the time to say this, who will lead the people from Konoha? Cho shook his head slightly, and his reaction was not as big as Shinto's. After all, things on the battlefield were changing rapidly, and it was impossible for them to predict everything. And Senju Tobirama may not be as powerful as Senju Hashirama, but he can beat his big brother by 1,000 times. The number of people who came from Konoha is not clear. They should be similar to us. The leader of the team is Minister Konoha Umbu. Said the younger brother. It seems that your plan will not succeed, but pulling out a large stronghold of Konoha is also considered a rubbing of Konoha's spirit. Let's go back first. As soon as Konoha's people arrive, there will be a big battle. Cho looked at Shinto and said with a surprised expression. It doesn't matter, I'm just wondering how Senju Tobirama managed the Uchiha clan. You must know that the Uchiha clan are not so easy to fool. Shinto spreads his hands helplessly. Asterisk. 40 Senju Tobirama, Madara fights with life for his wife? You still underestimate Senju Tobirama. It's useless to say anything now. Let's go back and rest. It won't be that easy. Cho nodded, agreeing with Shinto's point of view. She also thought the same, to make Shinto fool around, but now it's useless to say that. The reinforcements from Konoha have arrived, and the person who came is Minister Konoha Umbu, so it can be seen that this time Konoha is also all out of the elite. Damn it! Sand shinobi, these bastards! Hey, it's still late. Not long after Cho left with his younger brother, Konoha's people arrived. Looking at the scattered corpses at the base, Konoha's people gritted their teeth and their eyes were red. Little White Fang, his father, and Inoshika Cho Deer, the contemporary Nara clan's talker, Nara Deer, looked at each other and sighed slightly. They had seen this kind of scene a lot, so they didn't have so much emotion, but they were also annoyed that Sunagakure really didn't talk about martial arts this time. More than 10,000 people are fighting a national war to raid one of their strongholds, which is so shameless. They had already received the news that Sand Shinobi had reached the border when they were on the way, but they analyzed that although Jo is a girl, she is also the wife of first Kazekage. People came to take advantage of them when they weren't there to attack their stronghold, but just in case, they still hurry up and put the speed in fourth gear. It was still late when it arrived. Jo is really doing something that doesn't talk about martial arts. Looking at the messy scene, there are at least tens of thousands of Sand Shinobi dispatched this time. Tens of thousands of people came to raid their stronghold with only a few hundred people. This first Kazekage's wife is a bit small. If Jo knew that Little White Fang's father and Nara Deer thought so about her, she would have to hang Shinto up and whip her body. Cho, what the hell, if it wasn't for this kid messing around a few times and making the little brothers boil with blood, my mother will talk to you tomorrow. How is the situation? Little White Fang's father asks Yang Xiang, who came to the Yamanaka clan after examining the body. All dead without life, but it's very strange. Judging from the wounds on their bodies, many of them were caused after death, as if they were really venting. The Yamanaka clan frowned and wondered, they don't seem to have any hatred between Konoha and Sand Shinobi, right? In the era of war, they closed their doors and fought each other. When the village was established, their Shode gave Sand Shinobi an oasis, but how much hatred is there now? People are stabbed twice when they die. It was time for the entire army from Tsuchikage to attack. Will it have something to do with Uchiha? I have heard some rumors. It is said that first Kazekage was injured because he robbed his wife with Uchiha Madara, and finally couldn't survive. Joe will not. It will be because of this incident that we will hate our Konoha. Just as everyone was wondering why Sand Shinobi did this, a female speaker from the Inyazuka clan who was born to compare 8 trigrams said. Where did you hear this news? Why don't I know, tell me what's going on, _ Everyone has the heart of 8 trigrams, let alone 8 trigrams, who used to be the second head of the family. Although it is not very good to care about 8 trigrams at this time, everyone still can't contain that turbulent heart. Even Konoha's think tank, Narashiki, was no exception. Although he kept touching his chin and tried to look like he was thinking about a problem, his infinitely enlarged ears had been discovered by the little White Fang who was playing soy sauce beside his father. Little White Fang looked at these adults, including his father, speechless. What time is it now? Not thinking about how to take revenge, but caring about this kind of 8 trigrams. The world of adults is so complicated. I also heard from those businessmen. It is said that the news came from Sunagakure when first Kazekage died. It is said that Uchiha Madara was compared with Shode everywhere. Mito-sama is the flower of the ninja world, and Uchiha Madara naturally wants to looking for a wife whose appearance is comparable to Mito-sama. Later, I don't know where I heard that Joe is the flower of the second generation ninja world. Uchiha Madara planned to go over and grab someone. At that time, first Kazekage was also pursuing Joe, so the two big men had an appointment to fight. In the end, first Kazekage naturally lost the battle and won the girl, but because of this battle, first Kazekage's foundation was damaged, and he died after a few years like Shode. Of course, this is just a rumor, and it's really unclear whether there is such a thing or not. The women of the Inyazuka clan are not bad at speaking and humanistic. They told the story in a straightforward and well-founded way, making everyone including Nara-deer think that this is not a rumor but a fact with this big head. If that's the case, then it makes sense for these Sand Shinobi to do it. Let's report it to Hokage-sama now, Naralyuyi sighed and said, if it is true, it is related to the 1-on-5 family. He just thinks about it, and his brain hurts. This 1-on-5 family is restless. In times of war, the Inoshikacho was often killed by the 1v5 clan. Fortunately, their Inoshikacho group did not suffer any loss. Now it is also because of this 1v5 clan that the village is so passive, and everyone in a stronghold is killed in battle, so big things have to be reported to Hokage, especially Uchiha Madara's hatred. Madara and Lita robbed his wife? Sister-in-law, do you know about this? Within the Senju clan of Konoha, Senju Tobirama, who was already teaching Tsunade painting after get-off work, received the news from Little White Fang's father, and he ignored the annihilation of the frontier stronghold and kept his eyes on it. In another piece of information, Madara and Lita robbed his wife in the past. This was the big breaking point. He raised his head and looked at Uzumaki Mito with a bewildered expression. I haven't heard of it, why? Isn't Madara's favorite Hashirama? Why did he go to fight with Lita to grab his wife? Uzumaki Mito, who watched Tsunade painting on Senju Tobirama's scroll full of symbols, was also stunned, and looked at Senju Tobirama in confusion. People all over the world knew that Madara liked her man. Why did she run to talk to first Kazekage again? Robbed his wife. And does the wife still need to grab it? This is the information from ITO. The stronghold near the border of the country of Wind was attacked by Joe with tens of thousands of people, and Yamanaka found that many of the wounds on our bodies were caused after death, dear, suspecting that Sunagakure's war with us may have something to do with this. Saying that, Senju Tobirama handed the scroll in his hand to Uzumaki Mito. Asterisk. 41 The whole world knows. I really don't know, I didn't expect Madara to have a heart for beauty. Ha 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 ha, asterisk, slash. Vortex Mito read the information on the scroll, although it said it was a rumor, but it seems that the story is well founded, and in her opinion, it may be true. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara, who is always in pants, wants to grab a man from her, and actually went to the land of Wind to grab a girl from others. I can't see it, asterisk, slash. Now what are you going to do? Sand Shinobi doesn't seem to be easy to deal with, and there's another Rock Shinobi coming soon. After laughing, Vortex Mito became serious. After all, this time, Konoha looked like they were going to learn from the Uchiha clan. She didn't care about those small ninja villages who followed the dog, the kind of people who are the most popular in the whole village. It's also Jonin's village, they Konoha can just send someone to slaughter the village, there's nothing to worry about. It is mainly the 4 major ninja villages in the ninja world today. This is the main event. Although it is not as good as their Konoha when they are singled out, this time there is a planned and premeditated war. Rock Shinobi, let Uchiha deal with it, that clan has been so restless recently. As for Sunagakure, just take this opportunity to avenge Tsunade. Senju Tobirama's face darkened immediately when he said Uchiha, and only his simple elder brother would believe that the Uchiha clan would turn their backs on evil. But when he said Sunagakure, his mood improved again, and he held Tsunade's hand. The little face showed that old yin-like smile. Hey! Did you hear that? It turns out that we Shode died because we were seriously injured when we robbed a girl with Uchiha Madara. On the battlefield at the border of the Fire Country, Sand Shinobi said mysteriously to his companions around him. Sand Shinobi was shocked. Nani? Is there such a thing? Who did Shode grab from Uchiha Madara? Sand Shinobi Dragon C, who else, of course, is Chosama. Sand Shinobi Dragon Set B, yes. Chosama is the #1 beauty in our country of Wind. Sand Shinobi, a woman who looks sorry for the audience, it's a poignant story. It would be great if someone would fight for me. Everyone, wake up, it's daytime, Have you heard, this Uchiha Madara is really domineering. I fell in love with Joe, but Joe already has a husband, so I have to go grab it. That's not it. Fortunately, he was killed by Senju Hashirama, otherwise the ninja world will be in danger in the future. I didn't expect Ninja Shura to have such a hobby. Fire. Completely on fire. Especially the generation of Tianqiao Ninja Shura Madara, although he is dead, he is still alive in people's hearts. I don't know when it started, the story of Uchiha Madara and first Kazekage fighting over a girl in the wind suddenly spread throughout the entire ninja world, instantly shifting everyone's attention from the war to this matter. After all, the 3 protagonists of this incident are too famous. The first generation of Tianqiao Ninja Shura. Uchiha Madara, the founder of Sunagakure, one of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, built with one person the first Kazekage, the last one. It is the key point of the story, the orphan of first Kazekage, and the puppet master Cho of Sunagakure. These 3 powerful factions can pull out any one of them, and they can carry a play, not to mention that it is a story that these three powerful factions jointly perform. Not only Sand Shinobi and Konoha on the battlefield, but everywhere in the ninja world is discussing this matter, war, or something. The names of several leading actors are not as big as a generation of Tianqiao ninja Shura Madara. Isn't it just fighting and killing? What is there to pay attention to? However, this person talks a lot. The original version of the story is that Madara saw that Senju Hashirama had a ninja flower as his wife. Naturally, he also wanted to find a ninja flower as his wife, so he fell in love with the little girl from the Kingdom of Wind. Cho, as a result, first Kazekage is pursuing Cho, so the two big names staged a story of two men fighting for one woman. But this story became more and more outrageous, and even finally became a generation of Tianqiao ninja Shura. Madara had the same hobby as Boss Cao. This time, all the male compatriots in the ninja world breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this demon was killed by the hero Senju Hashirama, or else, they wouldn't dare to find a wife. The strength of this 8 trigrams wind made Senju Tobirama, the real murderer behind the incident, have lingering fears. He did not expect that the 8 trigrams heart of human beings is so powerful. Hit the morale of Sand Shinobi on the other side of the battlefield and take revenge on Tsunade or something. But now things are completely out of his expectations. Now the village is full of people talking about it, and no one on the battlefield cares at all. Even some married villagers have written to him begging him to take the Uchiha clan's clan land. Move away, it's too close to them for fear of being unsafe. He raised his hands in favor of this, but now is not the time. Mirror, what's wrong with your face? On the street, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Kagami with a few rotten leaves hanging on his face, and said, was attacked by someone? But here is Konoha, who dares to attack Uchiha's great genius, Hokage-sama's disciple. It's nothing, I was too anxious to look at the road when I went out and fell. Uchiha Kagami wiped his face and removed the rotten leaves on it, thinking of the scene just now. What a disaster. Since the story of Madara-sama and first Kazekage has been widely rumored in the ninja world, Uchiha has become the most disliked #1 in the whole village. Even he, who has always been a student of Mayashi, is the same. Although he was also a Uchiha clan before. But because he is a disciple of Lord Hokage, he is handsome and quite popular in the village, especially those young ladies who greet him with enthusiasm every day. But since Madara's story spread, although the young lady is still so enthusiastic, those old grandmothers are not so friendly. Just now, he threw a rotten dish on him because he met a more angry old grandmother. He had to bite the bullet, for fear of avoiding those rotten leaves. The granny was angry, and the teacher's water style was so unclean that the granny's accusation, *42 Uncle Madara, which BD did it? Falled. By the way, tell me about the recent incident between Uchiha Madara and first Kazekage in the ninja world. Who came up with the rumors? At this time, there is no conspiracy. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him with a funny look at him, as if to say that you let an elite jonin go out and fall and let me see. However, the recent rumors in the ninja world have also had some influence on the Uchiha family, so Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't bother to tangle with him. Now he is most concerned about the rumors in the ninja world. It's not that he is full of conspiracy theories. It was a coincidence that such a story suddenly appeared at the time when Konoha and Sand Shinobi were about to start a fight, and his second-generation teacher taught him to be a villain. The superiors, you must have a conspiracy theoretic heart to look at anything you encounter. So now he is working hard to learn in this area. If one day the teacher drinks 2 more glasses and doesn't eat snacks, he will write his name on the list of heirs. I don't know if there is a conspiracy, I just know that I'm about to be hurt by that BD. When it comes to this topic, Uchiha Kagami, no matter how good-tempered people are, is still full of fire. He has always been determined to let the village and the family live in love and peaceful coexistence. At that time, the pressure on his Hokage teacher had already made the relationship between the village and the family at a freezing point. Now his Hokage teacher has just solved this problem, but the rumor of the special mother instantly pushed their Uchiha to the forefront. Their Uchiha's reputation in the village is not very good, and now there is another story about Madara's hobby, as evidenced by his treatment this morning. He has the heart of scolding mother. Let's keep an eye on it. You Uchiha will be leaving in 2 days, and it will fade after a long time. By the way, the son of your patriarch heard that he is going to get married. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that his good friend was in a bad mood, and patted his shoulder to comfort him. At the same time, he was also observing secretly. There is nothing unfounded in the world. The story of Uchiha Madara's hobby is well received, and it is true. Maybe, then it is not surprising that he is also a genius of Uchiha. If his good friend also has this hobby, the circle has always been very chaotic. I was preparing for the past few days, but because I was going to the battlefield, the patriarch was in knots when he planned to come back. Why are you suddenly interested in Uchiha? After Uchiha Kagami finished speaking, he wondered. Cough cough, nothing, just curious. Somewhere in the ninja world, somewhere in the dark and cold. A generation of Tianqiao ninja Shura Madara sat cross-legged on the ground, with large and small pipes inserted into his body and connected to a strange-shaped thing behind him, but he still couldn't hide that haki who was hanging from the sky to see everyone as his grandson. At this time, Madara, who has successfully transformed into a military division, is listening to his excrement younger brother's report. Even if he has been reclusive, he can't be out of touch with the times, right? So every once in a while, he would have 2 younger brothers, one black and one white, come over to report to him about the outside world, so as to prepare for his comeback in the future. Sir Madara, a big event has happened in the ninja world, and it's still a rumor about you. First of all, a white creature's younger brother speaks, and the white creature may be a relationship split from his friend's cell. He always speaks in a condescending tone. If it weren't for his longing for his good friend, Madara would definitely put it back into the oven. Rebuild. What kind of tone do you want to talk to the leader? Oh? It's about me? What rumors? Since the death of his good friend, Madara, whose facial expression has become more trousers, is still expressionless and cool when he hears the words of the white younger brother, but his heart is dark for a while. Really? It is no longer in the rivers and lakes, and the legends of the grandfather are still circulating in the rivers and lakes. Now it's rumored that Madara-sama, you have a hobby of liking married women, but because you fell in love with the Cho of Sunagakure, you severely injured First Kazekage and caused First Kazekage to die young. The white boy didn't force it, the leader called back, and regardless of whether the leader could bear the dragon body that would hang at any time, he danced and drooled and finished the last version of the story and reported it to Uncle Madara. A whole damn BD. Cough cough. Who spread it out? Sure enough, after hearing this story, Madara, if the dragon's body is healthy, maybe Conqueror's haki has awakened him. But even so, the earth-shattering murderous auras still spread all over the place, and the snakes, worms, rats and ants thousands of meters away were shivering with fright. The reason Madara is angry is not that someone slandered him, but that even the little girl Cho only knew little about this story, except that he fought the weak chicken with lies. Hiwa has a bit of an idea, but it's just a comparison with Hashirama, but although Uchiha Madara is domineering, he is also a person with a bottom line. He and Lidu that weak chicken are fair competition. Are you fighting that weak girl? That weak chicken, Lidu, will definitely not say such a shameful thing and has been dead for several years, and that little girl Cho is even more impossible. But who else is there besides them? I don't know. The news began to spread the day after Sand Shinobi attacked Konoha's stronghold at the border some time ago. I didn't expect Madara-sama to have such an experience too. The white boy joked cheerfully. White Zetsu, just say one more word and I'll tear your mouth apart. Check it out. I want to know which BD did this. At this time, Mr. Madara no longer cares about any hellish plans for the destruction of the world. How many years has he been dead? The reputation has been made like this. If he has a reputation in a few years, will he still need it? How do you dance in the future when you come back? Madara-sama, calm down, just leave this matter to us to investigate. Madara's titular black younger brother saw that he was already angry. Madara hurriedly comforted him, fearing that he would not be able to breathe, then he would have to wait until the year of the monkey and the horse month to save his mother. It would take too long for his mother to come out for the first time. One is to use it to operate, how many thousand years a woman has, asterisk. 43 Senju Tobirama is happy. Stinky boy, honestly, did you spread this thing out? On the battlefield in the Land of Fire, in the Sand Shinobi camp, Joe asked Shinto, who looked at the sloppy boy in a bad mood. They haven't had a fight with Konoha in a short period of time recently. She wanted to come, but she couldn't fight at all. The minds of the younger brothers on both sides flew to the story of Uchiha Madara and Lidu. How could there be that? Mind-blowing. As the only surviving protagonist of the story, the first thing she thought of was this eldest nephew. Those who knew the story, except for Shaman, Lidu's bodyguard, was the only one left when Lidu was stunned. Heizo and his eldest nephew were there. His younger brother Haizang is very tight-lipped and not a big-mouth person, so the only person who can tell the story is the stinky boy. Although the stinky boy doesn't have a big mouth, he is almost the same. He dares to say anything with one mouth. As for how it spread to the ninja world, she was too lazy to think about it. It was useless to know who spread it. Of course, no. I admit that I usually have a big mouth, but I wouldn't say such a thing, right? That's my uncle, and I'm too lazy to say such a shameful thing when I was hanged by Uchiha Madara. Come out, lest I be embarrassed. I think it's very likely that it's like last time, my uncle might be drunk and forced to take it out, and maybe outsiders will hear it. Shinto rolled his eyes and stared at the ceiling. This is really not from him. Although he has a big mouth from his ancestors, it is really shameful for his own uncle to be hanged and beaten. If he can talk to Madara, he does not recommend promoting him. Just look at the popularity, lest even your own villagers will not know who their first Kazekage surname is after a few decades, but Konoha's first generation's name can be remembered clearly, which is embarrassing to say. Forget it, sister, it's not important to care who spread it out now. Rock Shinobi is ready to fight Konoha. Are we taking advantage of this opportunity to fight? Kaizo on the side handed the information in his hand to Cho and asked with a strange look. Oh? What's the situation? Nani? Konoha only sent the Uchiha clan to intercept Rock Shinobi? Seeing the strange look on his younger brother's face, Cho took the information curiously, and exclaimed in surprise after reading it. FK. Fake, right? The Uchiha clan is against the entire Rock Shinobi? This Uchiha clan's brain is caught by the door? Sigma, A. Shinto was also surprised when he heard Cho's words, and came to Cho's side to look at the information. If it wasn't written clearly in black and white, the person who delivered the information was the younger brother of his Gongli family, and he wouldn't believe this information if he was killed. It is true. Are the Uchiha clan so stubborn? One family working for one village, this is so. Madara is almost here. The news came from gibberish, it should be accurate. This Senju Tobirama gave the Uchiha clan some medicine, and actually asked them to fight more than 30,000 Rock Shinobi, even if they were really 1-on-5. Cannot be done. Kaizo touched his chin and thought, at this moment, he really admired the Hokage of Senju Tobirama. He was able to fool the Uchiha family into such a powerful way. How could the Uchiha family be so foolish? Snapped. No matter what medicine Senju Tobirama gave Uchiha, Kaizo told Sunagawa to prepare, and will be there when Rock Shinobi fights Uchiha. Cho thought for a moment and then slapped the table and ordered. Now they have been confronting Konoha here for more than 2 weeks, because the rumors have been dragging on and have not started a fight. It is not the way to go on like this. It is not a good thing that their front line has been stretched for too long. It is better to take advantage of Rock Shinobi. There will be a big battle with Konoha when they start the fight with Uchiha. She estimates that Cloud Shinobi will almost act. When Mist Shinobi enters the field, Konoha will definitely not be able to hold it. FK. Uchiha, come with me. FK. Rock Shinobi, let's go. Angry. It's up. The much anticipated Rock Shinobi and Konoha, not right? To be precise, it was with the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama is happy. 3 days later, Rock Shinobi officially arrived on the battlefield, and Konoha's Uchiha clan had long been ready for battle. There was no confrontation, and there was no classic opening remarks. In short, they met without saying a word. Second Tsuchikage saw a group of Uchiha's uniforms from a distance, all of them pretending to be the same style as that person instantly put on their faces. If they can't do you, labor and capital will do your clan. Dish. The patriarch of Uchiha might as well give in more, as there are not many cruel words, and when has a family that has been pretending to go deep into the bone marrow been fed like this? Seeing second Tsuchikage and his disciple leading the charge, he also waved his hand. To say that the Uchiha in this period is indeed strong, the clan that dared to jump out to fight for the boss when Senju Hashirama died, they do have the confidence. This time, the Uchiha clan, including the clan leader, has nearly tens of thousands of people. The family can pull out 1/3 of Rock Shinobi's troops during this period. What is the concept, especially for Uchiha, who can 1 vs? In this respect, their old rivals, the Senju clan, are not comparable. There are only 30,000 people. Our Uchiha clan is such a 1-to-5-1. These are not enough, another 20,000. The two sides fought on the border of the Land of Fire for 4 days. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Rock Shinobi was better. The Uchiha family is a little bit hurt. They claim that 1 jump and 5 are right, but that was the slogan that Madara shouted when he was in power. It's not a generation of arrogant Madara, and not everyone can pick 5, some 1 go Jade, 2 go Jade, 1 2, 1 3 is not bad. With the huge gap in numbers between the two sides, even if there are many Rock Shinobi cats and dogs, it is not something that the Uchiha clan can shake. On the 4th day of the fight, the Uchiha clan had already lost as many as hundreds of people, most of whom were killed by second Tsuchikage. It was bombed by 2 map cannons flying in the sky with Onoji. I have to say that this dust escape is really fierce. Once it touches a piece of it, it will be decomposed into molecules, and not even the slag will be left. The smarter Uchiha people will also arch into the Rock Shinobi crowd, and they will be directly attacked by the slow response. A blast of slag. Asterisk. 44 I still have a patch on me. However, this match between Rock Shinobi and Uchiha also made the world see the power of the 1v5 family. Although this 1v5 is a bit bragging, but just relying on one's own clan alone is like a village of hard steel, this strength is hard. Whether it is necessary or not, who is the first giant in the ninja world to give up on you? However, Senju Tobirama, who is far away in Konoha, looks at the information in his hand every day, and it says how many people Uchiha has hung up yesterday, how many people have hung up today, and how many people will hang up the day after tomorrow. His personality didn't allow him to laugh up to the sky like his eldest brother. He wanted to go to the Hokage Rock and laugh at him for 3 days and 3 nights. Even so, since Rock Shinobi started fighting with Uchiha, his handsome face still has the smiling face that captivated thousands of young women, making Umbu in the dark terrified. Hokage-sama is still single now. Hello. Baimao, no, Patriarch Hatake, long time no see, still so handsome, didn't your little Baimao come with you? Rock Shinobi and Uchiha had a very intense fight, and Sand Shinobi started to get in touch. Originally, Cho wanted to start a fight when Rock Shinobi and Uchiha got together, but because of the rumors, the younger brothers were very worried. Why not put it on the war, this time because of the news that Rock Shinobi and Uchiha went to war to cover up the story of Uchiha Madara's hobby. She did a few days of ideological work to break the minds of these little brothers. Shinto's golden sword came to the middle of the confrontation between the two sides. In the opening remarks, Cho and Kaizo were reluctant to do it. After Sunagawa did it once, he was killed and he stopped doing it. That can only let him get out of the last battle. The MVP of Heaven Defying 5 pairs came to speak. Looking at a group of Konoha shinobi tens of meters apart in front of him, standing in position C is an old acquaintance, Konoha's White Fang, his father, and beside him there are a few old generation Ino who are dressed very well. Shikacho should be the father of Ino Shikacho's father a few decades later, especially the rather iconic lightning rod-like hairstyle of the Nara family. At this level, they are all followed by their own group of clansmen, but the number is not very large, only 100 or so. After all, not everyone is the number one wealthy in the ninja world. Next to Ino Shikacho is an ant who is holding an urha. Behind the ant is a group of people who are holding urha. Needless to say, this time Konoha asked Hatake plus Ino Shikacho plus Inyazuka. The all-star lineup came to block them. I've been here. Just after Shinto finished speaking, a voice suddenly floated from his side. Konoha Little White Fang did not know when he appeared beside him with a short blade in his right hand, but this guy is quite martial, and the short blade is not sheathed. If it weren't for the fact that it was illegal to attack from the front, he would have stabbed him with a knife long ago, and this BD would have called him Baimao. Even his father dared to call him Baimao. Damn it! Are you a ghost? You don't make a sound when you walk? Shinto was really taken aback by the little white fang who appeared out of nowhere, especially seeing the possibility that the spy's hand was already on the hilt of the knife and could be stabbed at any time. It wasn't long before he woke up from armament hacking. Can't be poked. Who is this kid? Cho actually asked him to stand up. I don't know. Never heard of Sunagakure's genius. Idiot. If it wasn't a genius, Cho would let him out. At this time, the people on Konoha's side also started to talk about it. Generally speaking, the two sides started to fight, or the bosses of both sides came out to forcefully express their position, and then started to fight, or like Rock Shinobi's side, both sides he's a ruthless person, he doesn't force him to meet him, he just pulls his sword and goes up. Now Sand Shinobi actually let a little ghost come out as a representative. If it wasn't for some super genius to kill them, they wouldn't believe it. Geniuses in their village always have some privileges. Haven't seen their genius child Hatake Sakumo? Except for the people who were present that day, Shinto abducted Tsunade and the Senju clan in Konoha, and no one else knew about it. After all, it is not a good thing for his own princess to be abducted in his own territory, so Senju Tobirama naturally issued a seal order. Sunagakure's genius boy. No wonder Hokage-sama let Sakumo come over. The big heads of the Nara family of this generation watched the friendly communication between the two gifted children in the middle, touched their chins and muttered to themselves. Cho, the two villages have been peaceful for many years. Why did you Sand Shinobi start the war this time? Let's go back. At this time, the big head of the Nara clan next to Little White Fang's father, Nara dear, opened his mouth. This is the reason why Senju Tobirama asked Ino Shikacho to follow Little White Fang's father. The one that forced him to fight with Cho was really difficult for him, so he sent Ino Shikacho to help him. Nara Luyi shouted directly to Cho over the little boy Shinto. After all, let him talk to a little boy, he is not so shameless. This Patriarch Nara, what you said is wrong, you are in the country of fire so rich and excessive, naturally you can't understand the suffering of our country of wind, your children have been playing with no hands since childhood. Ljian is a new product, and the surrounding environment is elegant and the road is lined with trees. And our Sunagakure children are holding rusty Madara every day under the wind and sand. I'm not even willing to drink 2 more sips of water, we also want to live a better life, is this wrong? 30 years in Hidong, 30 years in Hexi, Senju Hashirama has died, and the overlord of the ninja world should be our turn. Everyone. People, why are you in the rich country of fire, we will be in the country of wind and haha. Look at the clothes on your body, you can see the latest style, and then look at us, the Gonglai clan. The clothes of the eldest young master have been patched several times. Chief Nara, if it were you from another angle, you would do the same, we Sunagakure are really bitter. That's it? Why? FK them, this place should belong to us too. Joe just wanted to speak, his mouth opened, but before he could say anything, Shinto started to grab the lines again. With a sensational speech, the eyes of the younger sand shinobi behind him were red when he thought about them when they were young. The Kunao do not have shuriken, and they have to use mud instead. They are so poor that only sands are left. Compared with those Konoha shinobi, their childhood is so miserable, asterisk. 44 Everyone debuted at the same time and brushed their own. Cho, Heizo, and Sunagawa, who were standing in the C position behind him, were embarrassed, especially Cho, the elder, who wanted to dig a hole and dig in. Although this kid's words were very effective, but what is the point of saying that you are an eldest young master? It's a bit too much to patch the clothes on her body. Is this saying that she, the elder, has a good housekeeping? The patch on this kid's body wasn't so bad that it was torn in the last war and he didn't bring any clothes. She sewed it? This. Naralu never thought that this kid's eloquence was so good, especially when he saw that there were indeed several patches on the kid's body, he couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. He lived in the country of fire all the year round, and he only heard about the conditions in the country of wind. I just heard that the conditions were a little more difficult, but he really didn't know that the country of the wind could be so hard. The young master is either first Kazeki's son or nephew who can't even put on a new dress, it's really a bit miserable. What else? Come with me. When Shinto still wanted to say something, Heizo reacted quickly and supported the boys when they were in high spirits. Sand Shinobi grew up bitter enough to eat shit. After experiencing Madara's hobby incident, he knew how fierce the 8 trigrams wind was. FK. I haven't finished talking yet. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. Little White Fang, why don't you go away? Everyone debuted at the same time, and each has his own style. Seeing that Haizang didn't give him a chance to say hi, he had already led people to rush. Shinto immediately drew his sword and saw a few sword chi, but he was blocked by the little White Fang beside him, and he didn't get a single assist. Looking at the little White Fang who is posing in a cool pose in front, Shinto's anger is about to come up, so everyone debuted at the same time. You don't want data, I want it, why are you stopping me? Get over me first and then. Heitake Sakumo doesn't talk much. The Heitake family are all straight men. They don't understand the importance of data to rookies. In addition, they were suppressed in Konoha last time. At this time, Heitake Sakumo has only Shinto in his eyes. Saying that, he clenched the broken blade and rushed up. FK. You play slowly, labor and capital are going to start brushing. Lion Majesty, Earth Coiling. Lions. Thousand Slice Valley. Lion Majesty. Govern Place Earth Coiling. SHHHHH. Hoo-ho. What is this? That kid can also magnet style. Stop him, ah. Big wave Q. Blow wave Q. Dig and catch Q. Spray him Q. Oh shit. If it was a duel, he would definitely stay in this Hatake Sakumo to play shit, but now is the best time to start a group, and the best time to brush the data. He has no intention to duel him, and his left hand is blind. He made a few handprints, lifted the whole ground, and turned into a number of huge lion head shapes to surround Hatake Sakumo, and he flew into the air. The crowd in the direction of Konoha was lion head and sword-like brush. Get the first 5 kills in the past. Hatake Sakumo, who managed to dodge a few huge lion heads, looked at Shinto who was brushing in the sky, and he was lost in the sky. People can fly? Why fight like this? Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. Lion Majesty. Govern place earth coiling. Lions. Thousand Slice Valley. Shinto, who was flying in the air, seemed to see his data going up and down, and he was completely blown away. Little White Fang's father was stopped by Cho's signboard, the Tenman Kinmatsu. Although he relied on his coquettish position to avoid the attack of the Tenman Kinmatsu, he was also entangled by Cho. It was the Tenman Kinmatsu. Before the crowd, there was no way to estimate him. Inoshikacho and the Inyazuka clan were also entangled by Sunagawa and Kaizo. It was mainly because Sunagawa was alone in the Inoshikacho combination and did not lose the wind at all, because he can fly too. Although the yo-yo of Inoshikacho played well and could be thrown into the sky, the iron sand of Sunagawa, who dared to be known as the strongest wind shadow in the future, was also powerful, and Inoshika's iron lump made Inoshika strong. Cho's yo-yos are completely packed. Although the Inyazuka clan was a bit cheating when it came to one-on-one duels, there was a 2vs1 match against anyone, and Haizang was on the suppressed side, but it wasn't without the power to fight back. At most it was a mutual explosion. In addition, Hatake Sakumo, who was originally expected to defend Shinto, shed tears in the sky, so Shinto really became the most amazing boy on the battlefield this time. Seeing a group of people in Konoha gathered together, it was a few majestic lion heads, and now the lion the head is much stronger than the lion head of the year. Because of its strong physical strength, several huge lion heads up to 100 meters smashed into the crowd with a wave. Soldier skills. While causing casualties, it can also give people a visual impact. He found that lion fruit is much more powerful than kendo when playing in a group to clear data. He is not yet a great swordsman in kendo, and he can't wield the kind of sword chi that can reach 100 meters and kilometers long. Although the lethality is stronger than that of the lion's head, the visual effect is really not as spectacular as the lion's head. The ability of this fruit seems to be able to change the terrain. At every turn, several lion heads with heights of 100 meters suddenly appear on the ground. The weak chickens of Konoha can't bear it at all. So far, Shinto's hands are only those weak chicken. Anyone who has some goods in their stomachs can avoid the impact of the lion's head by walking. At most, it is difficult to walk in a crowded place, and at most they are only scratched and slightly injured. It's too strong. It's too strong. Master Shinto is amazing. We are going to, but we can't fall behind. Although the brush is weak chicken and fish, but Sand Shinobi below sees Shinto being so brave and foul to start brushing, they are amazed, and their morale is soaring for a while, and they will kill the guy with Konoha Shinobi. Lu Yi thinks of a way. That kid can fly, Sakumo can't defend it at all, just let him brush down and it's over. The Yamanaka family, one of the members of the Inoshikacho group who is playing yo-yo with the future third-generation Sunagawa, looked at Shinto, who was shameless in the sky, and kept saving people, but it was still effective. Sakumo, who is not big, finished speaking to his friends with some helplessness. This tactic played by the little friend is no problem. Ito-sama is against the puppet master Cho. They are the first person of the younger generation to defend Sunagakure. Inyazuka-senpai defends Heizo perfectly, and their Konoha genius child defends the opponent. The genius children, the rest of the real bottom-level combat power is not their bragging, those who have played second-hand Sand Shinobi since they were young are not the opponents of their Konoha younger brother at all. Asterisk. 46 Showdown of Gifted Children. But now that genius child in Sand Shinobi can fly, Sakumo has no air combat skills at all. The most important thing is that this genius child Sand Shinobi has a vicious eye, and he can see through the tactics of his friends at a glance. Little brother Konoha opened the brush, and it was really amazing when he let him brush down. Let me think. Naralyuyi rolled his eyes while controlling the yo-yo and collided with Sunagawa's iron bump. He is smart, but he is not a god. In the current situation, they have no one to guard against that kid. The disadvantage of Konoha is that it cannot fly. Underscore. In fact, Naralyuyi doesn't know. Shinto also wants to brush those elites, but the current skill power is not allowed. Several Lion Majesty. Earth coiling has passed, and the hair of those Konoha elites can't be touched. Go down and brush another one. Heitake Sakumo is guarding him, and he won't be able to get any stats at that time. It's better to lose skills and brush stats to get the Rookie of the Year now. Damn, it's BD, come down and duel. In the battlefield, Shinto was really excited. Now he can't remember what his stats are, but he knows that with this game, after the end of World War I, the best Rookie of the Year has no time to run, but below Heitake Sakumo, who kept walking around to put out the fire and still couldn't save a few, was full of anger. He pointed at Shinto in the sky in anger and exploded the first round of foul language in his life. This BD is really too despicable. The fierce man is waiting for him below. If he doesn't come, he will know how to make minions in the sky. He has never seen such a shameless person. How can you say that he is also a genius of Sand Shinobi? Is it good to have some cards? Dish. FK. I'm so used to you with my violent temper, I'll just go heads up. All the way to the labor and management. Hashtag. Shinto in the air also ate the set and said to Sand Shinobi, who was surrounded by Heitake Sakumo. After finishing speaking, he directly landed and slashed at Heitake Sakumo with a large pure gold sword. He was invited to fight in front of so many people. If you don't agree again, you will lose your face. Data is important, and face is even more important. Ding ding ding. Both of them play weapons, but their kendo is different. Shinto's kendo is strong and heavy. To put it bluntly, it is a word, reckless. Heitake Sakumo's Heitake swordsmanship is fast and accurate. The power of lightning style is naturally not weak, and the speed is also very fast. Although every time with Shinto's hard steel small hands, I feel a little numb and I am surprised by the power of this guy. Big, but it doesn't affect him much. The figures of the two kept colliding and wandering in the crowd. From time to time, strong sword energy and knife light were generated around them, slashing and injuring the younger brothers around them, so that the younger brothers around them were not far from the battle between the two. Why is it still a child's battle? We have lived on dogs for so many years, Sigma, A. I don't know how long the collision took, but with the special effect of the sword, light, and sword, it gradually became the focus of the audience. The younger brothers on both sides stopped in tacit understanding as if they had been pressed the pause button, and watched the focus of the showdown in amazement. Even Inoshikacho and Sunagawa stopped to watch the battle between their two genius children in the village. Naralu looked at the two figures who could only see shadows in a dazed look at the fat man beside him, and muttered to himself, and got the approval of the two little friends. Is this still a battle between children? Sanamao is currently only 9 years old and almost 10 years old. According to the information, Sunagakure is almost 10 years old. Judging from their strength, they are even more powerful than Jonin. Are they still children? Are you kidding me? How far were they when they were 10 years old? Chinin or Genin? Anyway, in front of these two children, he is a scum. The Heitake family has a successor. The Yamanaka family spoke to Heitake Sakumo, who was constantly fighting with Shinto, and sighed. The Heitake family has always been a family of geniuses, but because it is a single lineage, it failed to become popular in the war-torn era, but they can rely on the single lineage to go from the war-torn era to the present, without any strength, even if they embrace Senju. The same goes for the thighs of a clan. Sakumo is a well-known genius child in their Konoha, they all know, but they have never known how talented he is. After all, there is no young boy in the next generation who can be his opponent. There is no comparison with their adults. A kid fighting, right? Therefore, it is estimated that the real understanding of Sakumo's strength is that Ito-sama is the father. Yeah, the Heitake family has successors, but Sand Shinobi will also take off. Compared with Sunagawa, the first person of the younger generation, this Gongli Shinto is a super genius. Konoha's big head, Nara, thinks more, and Sakumo is a genius, but Sand Shinobi, the boy who was cutting with Sakumo, seems to be a little better than Sakumo, but other than being able to chop, he can also fly. And it will put a lion head, which is much more tricky than Sonoma, and the Heitake family is notoriously unsustainable. Sakumo, come on. It can't belong to him. Master Shinto is F'd. Hack him. Sakumo Kanba. A certain younger brother of Konoha looked at the swords in the field, and when he was excited, he couldn't help but cheer for the geniuses of their village. This voice immediately had a chain reaction. Driven by this younger brother, Konoha's younger brothers began to cheer for themselves. The talented children of the village cheered. When Sand Shinobi's younger brother saw Konoha's posture, of course they had to lose, and they also started throwing away the guy in their hands. I don't know where to take out the little colorful flags to cheer for their genius children. A huge battle inexplicably turned into a heads-up meeting between two gifted children. The scene was unusually harmonious. The two supreme commanders Joe and Heitake Ito also stopped to look at me, and I looked at you on the battlefield where they were still fighting. They both had black question marks on their faces. Seeing his eldest nephew, son, in the field is slashing at each other, and the younger brothers around are waving flags and shouting, this scene is unusually harmonious. Where is the murderous look before? At most when I see the other parties shouting louder than them, there were some mouth-watering situations, and then a golden voice continued to cheer for the two people who were slashing in the field. Sister, when did Shinto become so fierce? Heitake Ito is alright, he knows what his strength is, just what he has taught himself, but Heizo and Joe both look at the eldest nephew who is wielding a big golden sword, and they are a little confused. This kid is so fierce? Sigma, *. 47 Observation Haki Awakening. _. Heitake Ito looked at the reaction of the sister and brother with a question mark on his face, as if he was very confused. This FK is your child, you don't know what kind of combat power he has. Hey. Aware of Heitake Ito's eyes, Cho and Kaizo looked at each other and sighed faintly. They found that they cared too little about this child. To assist Shaman, the cat who wakes up early and sleeps in the dark is in Fenying studio. Cho needs care and teaching because his son is too young. He can't take care of Shinto's child when there are too many things. In addition, although this child is usually mischievous, he is very sensible. They will take care of themselves, and over time they will go with the flow. They have always known that this child is practicing the kendo, he said, although it seems a little unprofessional, and the good magnet style does not practice to play swords, but Haizang also persuaded him 2 or 3 times and let him go, and they also knowing that this kid is very fierce. After all, he awakened the upgraded magnet style when he was just over 5 years old. Can't he do it violently? But they never knew that this kid's way of slashing people seems to be more violent than the upgraded magnet style. Especially the ability to make the whole body black. Even the Konao can't shoot. Just now they saw 1 or 2 Konao shot at him from the crowd, hit him and fell off. This There is absolutely no scientific basis. Ding ding ding. No matter what the feelings of Joe and Kaizo are, Shinto in the field is still slashing with Heitake Sakumo, and it can be said that he is addicted to slashing. No matter if it's a friend of his age or someone who is a few years older than him, there are almost no people who can fight with him. Samina, Joe, Kaizo, and the future third generation are so busy and have no time. He played against him, so in the village, he has always been the kind of rusher who can't find an opponent. Although the handsome Sasori's father is a schoolmaster, he is a weak chicken now. It was only today that he met a peer who could really fight with him for so long. I have to say that this guy who was fighting against Tianjiao's yellow gambling and drugs during World War II in the future was really fierce. It is no wonder that he will be able to wear the half-sleeved Hokage logo in the future. In addition to looking like he can't do it anymore, whether it is footsteps or hand movements, he is still so flexible. In terms of his physique with the power system of the One Piece world, even if he has not yet reached the peak, he is still at this age. There is definitely no one who can beat him to this level, not even the Uzumaki clan known for their vitality and chakra. And he is a swordsman who can be seen casually by Jonin. In the future, Konoha's White Fang's teeth can be compared to him to this extent. Get up. I don't know if it was too serious or what, he found that Heitake Sakumo's movements started to slow down, or he suddenly had a feeling that when Heitake Sakumo hadn't shot, he seemed to be able to guess Heitake Sakumo in which direction did should cut the knife, and this feeling became stronger and stronger as time went on. Shinto suddenly thought of something. To test this idea, he closed his eyes subconsciously. For a moment, this feeling became even stronger. As if he had opened the eyes of God, he saw the energy around Heitake Sakumo's body flowing with his movements. Holy shit! Observation Haki has awakened. FK. Master Shinto is so proud that he closed his eyes. Sigma, A. It's over, this is really a water release. Master Shinto won't take money from Konoha to prepare for a fake match. However, the moment Shinto closed his eyes, Sand Shinobi's younger brother Sparta, I don't know how their great genius played so well, suddenly closed his eyes. Isn't this FK obviously leaking water? Shut up bastards, we Konoha can win even if we lose, never do such a thing, and then force labor and capital to tear your mouth. However, when Konoha's younger brother heard that from the opposite Sand Shinobi, he immediately became unhappy. What's more, our goal of Konoha is to endure if we lose, and stand at attention when we are beaten. When did we play fake matches? These bastards are slandering their Konoha's reputation. FK. Labor and management are forced, why are you here to show me? Sand Shinobi on the other side is also not happy. Did the labor and management make a mistake? Didn't they close their eyes when they didn't see our genius? FK. When labor and capital can't sneer on you, where? For a while, the younger brothers from the cheerleading team started to fight each other again. The scene was quite hot at that time. The two groups of people were divided into two sides, and they kept spitting fragrance at the opposite side, but they did not start fighting. After all, they did a wave before and became N again. After a long time in the cheerleading team, they are also physically and mentally exhausted. It's refreshing to say hi. It's okay to do it. It's not good to hurt the flowers and plants. Who is not a mother? What should we do now? Seeing this scene, the high-level officials of both sides are also you look at me, I look at you, Kongran and their experience are deep enough, the god of ninja and Shura of the ninja world have experienced the era when the ninja world ruled the ninja world, and what big scenes have not been seen. But, they haven't really experienced this kind of scene. They played well and suddenly turned into what they are now. They really don't know how to end it. The current situation makes it impossible to fight. The excitement of these little brothers has already subsided. It is estimated that the effect of forcing the fight is not very big, but it is not the way to let these two boys continue to fight. They don't care about Konoha. Anyway, they are on the defensive side, try not to fight if they can, it would be even better if everyone could sit down and talk kindly. Lord Ito, let's withdraw now, that kid looks weird. Naratir came to Hatake Ito and said with a little worry, the younger brother is watching the fun, and their boss is watching the doorway. It seems that Sakumo is indeed fighting with the boy of Sand Shinobi, but the boy of Sunagakure is out of the beginning and brushed the data. In addition to the normal operation of the lion's head, the ability displayed is strange, especially the ability to generate sword energy. Looking at his extensive books, he can't think of what kind of swordsmanship this is, even if it's the age of samurai, but I don't think there is such a swordsmanship, right? If the samurai of the Iron Country can wield such sword energy, now is not the age of ninjas. Now this kid from Sunagakure is still closing his eyes to one-on-one with their genius. He is really worried that this kid has some weird abilities that suddenly burst out and hurts their genius seedlings. Asterisk. 48 Golden Lion Miyazaki Shinto. Retreat. Hatake Ito also nodded. Although he wanted his son to win the duel between geniuses, it was obviously not the time for a duel. Although the battle just wasn't long, their people were swept away by that kid. The casualties are still very large, the injured people need timely treatment, and the people who die have to report to Hokage so that Hokage can send red envelopes to their families. You are strong. Next time we will have a showdown. Upon receiving the signal of his father's retreat, Hatake Sakumo immediately closed his sword and looked at Shinto with his eyes closed. Underscore. How did you go? FK. Your uncle's my data. Dish. Shinto suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Hatake Sakumo, who was walking away in a daze. This guy's attitude seemed to be completely different from when he invited him to fight before. Then he looked at the Konoha people who had retreated on the opposite side, only then did it come to light that Konoha had already flashed, and his stats seemed to remain on top of the super gods before he was invited to fight, as if his head stats alone didn't get an assist. For a while, the good mood of awakening observation haki disappeared in an instant, and he pointed at Hatake Sakumo's back in exasperation and spat out. What's wrong with him? He doesn't seem happy. Probably failed to defeat the opponent, this is probably the common problem of genius. The surrounding Sand Shinobi boys looked at the furious Shinto and began to discuss in a low voice. They couldn't understand any data, but seeing Shinto so angry, it should be right, and suddenly found someone with him, the opponent who is 55-50, but he actually failed to defeat the opponent, will inevitably feel some frustration. Sakumo, what's wrong with that kid? Naratir paid more attention to this kid who could fight with the great genius of their village. Hearing his angry look, he asked Hatake Sakumo curiously. They were the only Sakumo who had communicated with that kid. I don't know, maybe that guy thinks he doesn't kill enough people. Hatake Sakumo was ashamed. He found that if the Sunagakure guy wasn't big-hearted, his brain seemed a little abnormal. This FK was a war. Even if he was born with a big heart, when he first started, he was nervous to death. It actually treats war as a game of brushing data. Listen to what that guy said when the war started. Everyone brushes their own? Is this what people say? Hatake Sakumo suddenly had a feeling of sadness for Sunagakure, and a genius with no emotions appeared. Well, that kid does have some killings, some data control. Naratir nodded in agreement, recalling the operation of the kid who was specifically swiping their line of troops at the beginning. Konoha's people left, and Cho also ordered to return to the camp and did not continue to chase. First, it was because Hatake Sakumo and Shinto's duel made the atmosphere of the war crooked. Chasing is useless. The second reason is that not only Konoha lost, but also Sand Shinobi. After all, war is not a personal game. Even if Shinto is very strong at the beginning, but due to the limitation of strength, it can't create a new world, and it can't reach Senju Hashirama, Madara. That kind of brushing is to the extent of discoloration of the world, so whether their younger brothers are new to the environment or they are really not comparable to Konoha in terms of strength, many younger brothers are also dead and injured. But after this battle, Mayari Shinto of Sunagakure, who was just debuting, and Heitake Sakumo of Konoha are completely red. The wind even overshadowed the terrifying battle between Rock Shinobi and Uchiha, especially his Sunagakure Gongritsu Shinto, whose information has been placed on the high-level tables of various shinobi villages. Although Heitake Sakumo of Konoha has such strength, many people are surprised, but it seems normal to think about it. Although the Heitake family is not as famous as Uchiha's 155, they are also a famous genius family. Almost every generation is a genius. It's just that the level of genius is different. It's hard to explain this kind of bloodline, but as long as there is a gene for genius, there will always be a generation of super geniuses, and how many geniuses are produced by Konoha? When Shinto's information was placed on the table of those shadows, Golden Lion, golden hair plus likes to use magnet style to turn into a lion head, Gong Lai Shinto, legend son of first Kazekage Lido's brother, 9-year-old Jonin strength, with magnet style in unknown body art and sword art. At this moment, all the talents came back to their memories, and their emotions were the super genius of Sand Shinobi. A few years ago, Sunagakure, who was inexplicably popular in the ninja world and known as the #1 of the younger generation of Sunagakure, was just a super genius who was hiding in the village. Only the genius above. They also said back then that although Sunagawa's strength is not bad, Magnet Style's Iron Sand is also very powerful, and it is not a problem to be as famous as the Dusty Onoji, the 5 attribute Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sharingan's Uchiha Kagami and the muscular man Yaie. But it seems to have gone a little too far, and was almost blown to be the top of the arrogance, which is a bit too much. The most important thing is that since Sunagawa debuted, he didn't have any achievements on the table. Even before it was blown out, they didn't even know who Sunagawa was. This is a bit metaphysical, whether it is Konoha's Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kagami, or Oyeji from Rock Shinobi, Yayuei from Cloud Shinobi, which of these people are not famous as teenagers, but Sunagawa and the others have never heard of it. Emotions are such a protective cover that Sunagakure blew Sunagawa out in order to divert his target. I just don't know if this is the way of Sramana or Cho's handwriting, but looking at the method, I don't think that the stupid big man like Samantha who is like a big, 3 thick, and a black master can come up with it. Everyone is inclined to Cho's handwriting. But thinking about Sunagakure's approach, many ninja villages can understand it. After all, Senju Hashirama had not died at that time, and it was still in the age of Konoha. Except Konoha, which village appeared such a super genius is not hidden, Senju Hashirama is easy to talk. But Senju Tobirama is an old yin ratio. At the age of 9, he already has the strength of Jonin. As long as he is not hung up in the middle, he will only reach the level of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in the future, but his achievements must not be low. The world also has a few more double-flowered red sticks in Konoha, and the other 4 major ninja villages only have 1 or 2 sticks. Those small ninja villages below the 4 major ninja villages don't even have a red stick. Asterisk. 49 Did Madara also rob Tsuchikage's horse? However, just when Sunagakure's Shinto Miyake and Konoha's Heitake Sakumo appeared in the public eye, the battle between Rock Shinobi and the Uchiha clan also came to an end, and everyone's attention suddenly shifted from Sunagakure and Konoha. In the future, the body of the double-flowered red stick will be transferred to that side. After all, they are just 2 little devils. The future may be awesome, but that is also the future. I don't know if I can live until that time. Ninjas are notoriously high-risk professions. Just keep watching the game. After seeing the result of this battle, everyone was amazed at the hardness of the Uchiha family. I sincerely sigh that the Uchiha family is really tough. The 2 sides worked for 5 days and 5 nights on the border of the country of fire. It was a real start. It was the kind that started from the beginning and the end. It was not like Sand Shinobi. Harmony scene of heads-up match. In order to avenge the great revenge of Madara's uncle Habian, Tsuchikage beat Uchiha to the death. Although Uchiha's side was at a disadvantage, his tenacity was strong. He didn't want the village to ask for help. The entire Rock Shinobi village worked for 5 days, and finally had to retreat because the Uchiha clan chief was seriously injured by Tsuchikage's map cannon. Otherwise everyone guessed that if the Uchiha clan chief was not seriously injured, no one would lead the team. As soon as the battle on the side started, it was already over. After a big battle, the Uchiha clan originally had nearly 10,000 warriors and only less than 6,000 people remained, which shrank by almost half in an instant. The Rock Shinobi side also suffered heavy losses. The Uchiha clan's combat power is indeed much higher than that of ordinary ninjas. Rock Shinobi lost a total of 7,000 people. This war can be said to be the best in the history of the ninja world. There has never been such a large casualty in history. Both the Uchiha family and the Rock Shinobi village vomited blood. If the Uchiha family's patriarch was not injured, even if Rock Shinobi really killed Uchiha, he would not have the strength to follow. The leaves are dry. But everyone began to be curious again. Before, they always thought that Tsuchikage had a deep hatred with Konoha. For example, Second Hokage stole Tsuchikage's horse or something. After all, Second Hokage is such a handsome boy, and Tsuchikage is wrapped like a mummy. But after watching Rock Shinobi and Uchiha, everyone found out that this Tsuchikage was aimed at Uchiha. Obviously, after Uchiha is disabled, you can bypass. There is no need to continue to fight with Uchiha, but in Uchiha after retreating, this Tsuchikage didn't do that, and continued to wait for Uchiha to fight with horses and pawns. A war could be lost, but Uchiha had to die, which made many people puzzled. Now the whole ninja world is guessing what kind of hatred this Tsuchikage has with Uchiha, to let a rational Tsuchikage do this. Shouldn't it be? It's not Senju Tobirama but the Uchiha Madara who grabbed Tsuchikage's pony. Sigma, A. Recalling that Uchiha's hobby was circulated in the ninja world before. It seems that it is really possible. What a sin! And Senju Tobirama, who was far away in Konoha, was very happy after seeing the results of Rock Shinobi and Uchiha. When he was sleeping, he would laugh give from time to time, and Umbu in the dark was frightened and shivered. I don't know if it was because of Rock Shinobi was defended by Uchiha, or Uchiha was fed by Rock Shinobi. Anyway, Senju Tobirama is in a good mood recently, better than knowing that Sand Shinobi's battlefield was turned into one-on-one mode by 2 goblins, and their Konoha losses were not very big. Even more happy, the only thing that made him less satisfied was that the little BD who kidnapped Tsunade in front of him was not killed but made him famous, but his village's Sakumo also became famous, which made him mentally balanced. Teacher, do you really need to support Uchiha? If it goes on like this, Uchiha really can't take it anymore. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Senju Tobirama with a sad face, although Uchiha used to pressure his teacher to get power when the war was about to break out before, but Sarutobi Hiruzen inherited Senju Hashirama's Konoha. I can't bear to watch Uchiha really get smashed by Rock Shinobi, not to mention my good friend is still there. Hey! Cloud Shinobi has already set off, and we have to be on guard for a Mist Shinobi. We can't tell the difference. Senju Tobirama looked at the disciple in front of him with a helpless look and sighed. The disciple in front of him was a little short, and his image didn't quite fit his aesthetic. Everything else was good, he had talent, and he loved the village. But he just inherited the thoughts of his simple big brother and was always too kind to Uchiha, and didn't know Uchiha's darkness at all. Although it's an excuse, it's also a fact. Do you really think it's fun to pick 4? Although their Konoha is strong, the time for development is still too short. If he is given 5 to 10 years to develop, let alone one pick 4, there is no problem with unifying the ninja world, but the key is that there is no such thing. Time: in 2 days, the Senju clan, the Hyuga clan, and the Abarame clan will set off to defend Cloud Shinobi, and the rest of the clan will have to wait for Mist Shinobi. This Mist Shinobi has been preparing for so long, Cloud Shinobi they've already set off and they haven't seen any movement. Senju Tobirama is so nervous. It always feels like Ghost Lantern Moon is preparing to do something big, but the land of water is separated from them by a sea, and there is no news from Mist Shinobi. Sarutobi, Shimura, these families also have to guard against the Konoha Shoujia, and there are not enough people to support Uchiha. And looking at Tsuchikage's fierce style of play, even if there are enough people, he doesn't want to send it. Do you really think that training ninjas is so easy? Those are all civilians who support him, Lord Hokage, who will die. In order to save Uchiha, let him Hokage give out red packets? Don't even think about it? Hey, I really don't know where Tsuchikage has such a big hatred against Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly after hearing what the teacher said. He followed the teacher in and out of the village all day and knew the current situation of the village. The village was really hard to move before he knew the dynamics of Kirin, so he only can wait. Sister, what's going on with Tsuchikage? It doesn't look like he's attacking Konoha, but it looks like he's seeking revenge for Uchiha. If that's the case, we should have made plans earlier. In the Sand Rock village camp on the border of the Country of Fire, Kaizo said to Cho with a dismayed expression, that they agreed to attack Konoha with Tsuchikage because they saw Tsuchikage react so violently after Senju Hashirama attacked the street, and thought Tsuchikage was a bad guy. A guy with a big mole on his chest, but now Tsuchikage's actions clearly show that he is going to seek revenge for Uchiha, then they don't need to waste their younger brother's life to avenge Tsuchikage, they might as well find a way to get some benefits. Asterisk. 50 The land of water is rich in seafood. Kaizo-sama is right. Cho-sama, we also lost a lot in this battle with Konoha. According to Uchiha's previous practice, if Senju Tobirama really intends to give up Uchiha and support other battlefields, I am afraid it will be really troublesome. In the future, third generation Sunagakure nodded solemnly and said that when he wanted to come to Senju Tobirama, he might give up Uchiha and let them fight Rock Shinobi to the end. After all, it would be a disaster for a family who took advantage of the fire to stay in the village, not to mention the ruthless Senju Tobirama. If it was him, he wouldn't let such a family stay in the village all the time. Wait until Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi come in. Cho also has some ideas of making other plans, but she is not reconciled. The war is like this. If you don't get some benefits from Konoha, aren't there people dead in vain, and the war was started by her support of Samana. If going back without some benefit will not be able to stop the mouths of those high-level villagers. Mist Shinobi. Yes. We can go to Mist Shinobi to play a wave of autumn wind, even if they enter the field, there is a sea in the middle, the road is far away, and Cloud Shinobi has already set off, I think they should be on their way too, and now even Reikage and Tsuchikage have come out. I guess this Mizukage should also be on the scene. Now the Country of Water is empty. If we take advantage of the departure of Mist Shinobi's army, we will sneak to the Country of Water. It's better to catch a wave. It's better than working with Konoha here. The land of water is rich in seafood. Ancho, I haven't eaten sharks since I was a child. At this time, Shinto suddenly stood up and said sullenly. When Cho said about Mist Shinobi just now, Golden Lion. Shinto suddenly lit up in front of his eyes. No wonder he always felt that something was missing. Logically speaking, during the First World War, the second generation of the 5 great ninja villages almost burped. The third generation, known as the strongest in history, also officially took office after World War I. He doesn't know when the Samana burped, but he knows what Senju Tobirama is talking about with second Reikage, and second Mizukage. We perished together with second Tsuchikage, but I really don't know how they perished together. After all, we all PK Konoha, the big dragon, and we are also teammates. We are all adults. When you have a common enemy, do it yourself first. So he guessed that second Mizukage must have done something utterly wicked that made second Tsuchikage so unbearable that Uchiha didn't even fight him. Then the key question comes again, what is it that can make second Tsuchikage go to hell with him without getting revenge? Nothing more than the hatred of killing his father and the hatred of his wife, but as far as he knows, all the second generations in this ninja world except the ghost lamp and the ominous moon, the other 4 second generations are all single dogs. It doesn't exist anymore, and the revenge of killing his father is even more impossible. Although second Tsuchikage is wrapped like a mummy, he doesn't know what he looks like, but according to Cho, second Tsuchikage is also middle-aged and elderly. His parents have already become scum, so until the last one left. He estimates that now Mizukage is not leading the team to enter the stadium, but leading the team to the land of the earth to steal home. Although second Tsuchikage was blinded by hatred, he was still a patriotic figure. After knowing that his hometown was stolen, he must have gone back to fight the fire as soon as possible. In the end, he fought with Mizukage. Perish together. This ghost lantern is also a person with ideas, *******. Quiet. Cho and the 3 of them stared at Shinto with a treacherous face in the tent. It's as if I only met this kid for the first time today. Is this the super genius in their village? The 3 seem to see the rise of a generation of Yinbai. This plan is really, so insidious. But they love it, carrot. In these days, only heroes can be judged by success or failure. How can there be anything sinister and not insidious, as long as it is for the good of the village, even if the infamy of Yinbai is on the back? Senju Tobirama has been in this name for many years, but it didn't bring him any harm, but because of this, everyone is afraid of him, afraid of being calculated by him. Da. Your idea is very good, but the country of water is too far away, and it is inevitable that there will be more accidents, and we don't know what's going on in Kirigakure. Since we go to the country of water, where we don't know the situation, it is better to take advantage of the large army of rock shinobi. It's all outside, we go to the land to be sure. Cho's fingers kept tapping on the table, and Shinto's ideas made Cho's inspiration explode, right? Instead of spending so much time with Konoha here and not getting the slightest benefit, it's better to find another way to get some benefits elsewhere. Even if they lose the battle, they won't lose. The war can be lost, but the benefits must be obtained, but it is relatively difficult to understand the situation. The land of water, Cho is more inclined to the land of the empty interior. Sigma, A. Kaizo and Sunagakure looked at Cho in astonishment. Shinto's relationship with his hometown in the land of stealing water was already shady enough, and now Cho's thoughts seemed to be on a higher level. This is really selling teammates. Miss. This, wouldn't it be good? Rock Shinobi is still our teammates for now, I still think it's better to go to the land of water. Shinto also raised his eyebrows, and he really is Sunagakure's needle of the sea. This thought is really active. He listened to it, and his heart was moved. Iwagakure hell is dangerous, but that is just Iwagakure. But just now he guessed that Mizukage is likely to go to the land of soil to steal his home, so if they also go to the unlucky land of soil to steal their home, it is very likely that they will follow Mist Shinobi to the top. Even if they automatically form a team as teammates, the 2 villages can go to the 2 villages to lay down as much material as they can get back. It is better to be in the land of water. The land of water is much richer than the land of soil. This world is always intriguing, there is nothing good or bad. If we replace the land of wind with emptiness, believe it or not, Iwagakure will come first. As for the land of water, let's forget it. Cho checked his eyes with Heizo, and didn't know what the hell they were up to. Anyway, Cho gave up his plan to go to the land of water. Lord Cho, we've done it anyway, So why don't we do it all with one vote? We divide our troops into two ways. Shinto will take a wave of people to the land of soil, and I will take a wave of people to the country of water. If the country of water is true, it's the same as the land of the land, and maybe there will be surprises. Just when Cho and Shinto were arguing about whether to go to the land of soil or the land of water, the third generation in the future also spoke up. Anyway, it was all robbing, so there was no need to fight. Ming Lang, it's not too dangerous, just let Shinto take people there. He takes people to the land of water where the situation is unknown. If you are lucky, you may kill two birds with one stone. Cho and Kaizo looked at each other with admiration at the future third generation Sunagakure, who just finished speaking. Sand Shinobi needs a talent like you who dares to explore. Asterisk.